This kid was sitting in class thinking that wizards were way too weak. That's because the world was way too peaceful. Other students called him weak since he had no magical power. Kusanagi couldn't even recall who this kid was. The angry bully attacked with a spell right there in class. Even though it was strictly forbidden because it was super dangerous, everyone was terrified that something terrible had happened. But Minato acted like nothing was wrong. He wanted to show how to handle annoying people. Luckily, the teacher saved the kid's skin after coming to check out the earlier commotion. Minato said it was nothing and just went home. The next day, the school held a test to measure all the students' magical power using a special machine. Minato didn't want anyone to discover the truth about his hidden abilities. Miss was curious if Kusanagi was scared. That loser, talking with the most popular girl in school, caught everyone's eye. The snobby girl just wanted to mock him. But Kusanagi wasn't the same guy they thought they knew. Nobody at school knew that just a week ago Kusanagi had fallen into a coma after a car accident. Hours later, he woke up at the hospital, and his body was fully healed. What nobody realized was that the person inside Kusanagi's body wasn't the same anymore. It was the greatest wizard to ever walk the earth, who died 50 years ago. Ichigami Minato had been reincarnated into his own descendant's body. Back in the classroom, the girl found it weird that he wasn't intimidated by her presence. Misja, chatting with another boy, made the hot-headed guy angry. He was also upset about how Kusanagi had treated him the other day. The girl was also talking with Minato, curious if what happened yesterday was just a fluke. The professor announced the test. The first up was the boy who used fire magic. He placed his hand on the machine, scoring 1,000 points for his strong magic. Now it was the turn of class prodigy Yui Kamis. She used water magic and placed her hand on the machine, which showed 2,000 points of magical power. Tadano, a boy, said the strongest should stick together, but the girl ignored his remark. Her record was so high no one could even come close, making the girl confident Kusanagi would finally realize how far apart they were. Minato Kusanagi stepped up to the machine, thinking he had to hold back so no one would notice his power. He released just a fraction of his energy, but the power that came out wasn't from a single element, it was all of them combined. Suddenly curious about his true potential, Kusanagi decided to really show what he had. His energy grabbed everyone's attention, it was way too intense. His mana exploded up into the sky. Students from higher classes felt this mana even from a distance. The machine overloaded from the bright energy and blew up. This was the second day in a row Kusanagi got involved in explosions. The girls didn't want to go blind, so they shut their eyes tight. Parts of the machine were about to hit the girls, but Kusanagi was aware of what was happening and saved them without them even realizing how close they were to danger. The truth was, people couldn't sense his magical power, they only saw the lights. Not even the teacher noticed a thing. After making sure the girls were safe, he asked Kusanagi if he realized why the machine had exploded. His conclusion was that it was some kind of malfunction, and he would end up with a 0 on the test. The test was used to separate the training groups. Tadano is the strongest guy, so it made sense to pair him with the student who scored lowest on the last test. Tadano disagreed and told Kusanagi he was looking forward to the upcoming practical class. The students arrived at Old Shibuya, and the teacher explained that some monsters still lived within the ruins of the city, destroyed by the Great Calamity. Professional mages and police regularly come to this deserted city to battle the monsters still lurking there. For some reason, the academy students were also expected to help out. The teacher assured them not to stress, since most of the monsters had already been dealt with by the expert mages in the police force. Our guy didn't expect a practical class. He hoped they'd just have to eliminate a few monsters, since they would be working in teams. He recalled coming here last night but found it strange to detect some monsters nearby. He remembered thoroughly clearing the place the day before, saw no signs of disturbance, and wondered why monsters kept showing up in Old Shibuya. He overheard some girls chatting about competing against each other. Despite this being a practical session, our guy was surprised by how casually the students were acting. Mist was watching Kusanagi intently for some reason. The teacher started the practical class, hoping everyone would cooperate well together. Tadano noticed the protagonist and called out to him. Tadano approached him with his group and advised him to stay put and not get in their way. Tadano made it clear this wouldn't be easy if Kusanagi acted recklessly like before. The protagonist didn't understand why they didn't just ignore him if they hated him that much. Tadano got angry and told him not to talk back. He wondered how Mist could still be talking to Kusanagi when he was completely worthless. The protagonist was shocked to hear this and realized Tadano had feelings for Misua. Tadano flew into a rage. The protagonist made a note, and the bullies tried to attack him with their magical powers, but he warned them to stop. Tadano was clear that apologies wouldn't work this time. Kusanagi asked him to look behind. But Tadano suspected it was some kind of dumb trick to get out of trouble. Tadano looked back, and the whole group of bullies spotted a towering monster standing behind them. Everyone began sweating nervously. Wondering why a demon soldier was roaming this abandoned city, the other bullies encouraged Tadano, believing he could defeat it. He promised he would win, though his anxious expression betrayed him as he advanced and struck the monster with his fire magic. An explosion erupted when he hit it. Tadano and his crew breathed a sigh of relief. But when the smoke cleared, the monster stood in front of them, completely unharmed. Tadano couldn't see a single scratch on it and was terrified. Our guy revealed that Tadano's pitiful magical level wouldn't even dent a demon soldier. When the monster moved forward, the entire group panicked. They all dropped to their knees, trembling in fear. Tadano's eyes fill with tears as he wonders if this is where his life ends. He embarrassingly wets his pants. But just as he's about to be killed, the demon soldier senses our guy's power, gets scared, and takes a step back. Kusanagi moves forward. Amazed that the monster could sense who was the strongest among them, he boldly confronts the demon soldier and unleashes his power. The monster fights back with everything it's got, summoning multiple magic circles. Tadano and his crew doubt the protagonist can win. Everyone silently accepts their doom. The monster casts a level 2 spell, called Rockbreaker. A massive boulder is about to crush our hero, but he remains unfazed and smiles. He pulls out a level 1 spell called Fire Arrow and fires it at the demon soldier. His fiery arrow completely shatters the monster's launched rock. It also hits the demon soldier, triggering a massive explosion. Tadano and his gang widen their eyes in shock. They're stunned to see the monster dead. Tadano wonders what's happening and questions whether Kusanagi is behind it all. He doesn't believe it, thinking someone like Kusanagi couldn't possibly be responsible. But our guy makes it clear that if he's the one using it, even a level 1 magic is enough to take down the demon soldier. He finds it strange that monsters like this are showing up in Shibuya, especially after he cleared the entire area and defeated all monsters there just yesterday. He suspects this might be a bad omen signaling a looming disaster. The protagonist wonders if he should take this whole situation seriously. Suddenly, memories of destruction from his past life flood in. He witnessed many people, including those he loved, die right before his eyes. His expression darkens and his fist clenches tightly. Determined, he vows to save humanity, even if calamity strikes again. The other thugs admit they saw Kusanagi defeat the demon soldier. They question whether this is the same Kusanagi they know. Tadano grows frustrated and pounds the wall. He feels angry and confused by everything happening. Meanwhile, Misuka watches from the sidelines. Surprised to learn more about Kusanagi, Misuka casts a level 1 spell called Aqua Soarer and effortlessly takes down a weak monster. Her classmates are amazed and begin showering her with praise. She bristles, wondering why ordinary people get impressed so easily. She believes it's only because she's a genius. Suddenly, she spots Tadano's group. Misuka tells her team to handle the rest and leaves. She thinks Tadano might be bothering the protagonist again and feels excited. She rushes over so she won't miss this chance. She hides behind a wall and peeks out. Misuka's shocked to see a demon soldier. She doubts they can face such a powerful monster head-on. But despite her fear, the girl decides to step in and help, trusting that, as part of the Misuwa family, she can do something. Ms. rushes to the group, yelling for everyone to run. Suddenly, a massive wave of fire magic surges forth and strikes the demon soldier. Kusanagi brings down the fierce monster with a single blow. Misuka is stunned, wondering if our guy is behind it all. Remember, Kusanagi used to be a shy kid with weak magical abilities. The girl can't believe she's looking at the same Kusanagi. She's watching closely and didn't hear a single incantation. Misu can't wrap her head around how he defeated a demon soldier using only first-level magic, without casting a single spell. It's just too hard for her to believe. She knows every demon's strength is measured by the number of crystals embedded in their body. This system is also used to rank demons against each other. Magical beasts fall into rank 6. Demon soldiers are rank 5. Demon captains hold rank 4. Demon generals are ranked 3rd. The demon king is 2nd. And finally, the strongest demon, known as the demon god, sits at rank 1. These ranks are fixed for each demon, so every modern mage understands that at least 3rd-level magic is needed to defeat a demon soldier. She can't believe that 1st-level magic could ever be enough. Kusanagi starts walking toward her. She knows she has no reason to hide, so she looks back at the main character. He calls her out for sneaking a peek like that. Embarrassed, she asks how he knew. Our guy thinks it'd be silly not to realize. Since she's a mage, Misu is confused. He's disappointed to see they really can't sense magic at all. The boy begins to walk away. She tries to stop him, but he doesn't listen and keeps going. Misu demands an explanation and starts running after him, only to find no one in the alley. Kusanagi leaps onto a building and feels irritated watching her try her hardest to find him. He decides to scout the area for monsters and finds there are no demon soldiers nearby. But the number of magical beasts is still high. After seeing Tadano's pitiful attempt against a demon soldier, he doubts other students could handle magical beasts. The protagonist decides to take out some magical beasts himself. Suddenly, his body starts glowing as he activates his magic. He can cover the area around the abandoned city. So he summons 2 magic circles and uses his second-level spell called Barret. Several light arrows shoot into the sky and scatter across Shibuya. Tadano and his group notice the light arrows. They think they're watching shooting stars. Misu senses magic and wonders who unleashed multiple magic spells at once. Somewhere in Shibuya, 2 students find themselves surrounded by magical beasts. They feel hopeless facing so many at once. Both give up and accept their fate. But just as a monster moves to attack the girl, it suddenly stops and screams in pain. Hit by a powerful beam of light, the students ask each other if they're okay. The protagonist watches everything from above. He feels incredible as he slays all the monsters. Seeing them fall dead, he suddenly realizes he went too far and wiped out nearly every monster in Shibuya. Kusanagi worries, wondering if the class will even continue after this. He regrets not holding back. Using his magic circles, he moves through the city and finds a hidden alley to land in. He doesn't want to hide his powers more than necessary, but all the attention is annoying. He joins his classmates and teachers. The teacher examines the lifeless body of a magical beast and wonders why so many remain. He thought most had already been captured or killed. She believes someone skilled just took them out. Since killing a monster with a single strike isn't easy, he recalls the magic that took down the monsters and knows that firing so many magic bullets falls under the null attribute. Surprised, he admits he's never seen anything like it before. He acknowledges things could have gotten out of hand without the magic bullets, knowing that even shooting 2 is an impressive feat. The teacher is skeptical and understands that if the number reaches 6 or more, no average student could use that kind of magic. The students shout in frustration, asking why they had to face so many monsters and almost lose their lives. The teacher bows and apologizes. He recalls confirming with the police that most of the monsters had been eliminated and regrets not updating the school again. He sincerely apologizes for putting the entire class in danger. A student asks if anyone came to save them. The teacher says he has no idea, but adds it wasn't the police or any official mage. Probably some illegal magic user. He silently thanks the unknown savior. Our guy smiles as he listens to the teacher indirectly praising him. Some students start talking about his magic bullets, all wondering what they really were. Kusanagi feels relieved seeing everyone safe, even his bullies. Tadano clenches his teeth in frustration. The whole gang of bullies stares at the protagonist, Misuge, having seen Kusanagi defeat a demon soldier with just level 1 magic, followed by some kind of infinite magic. Wonders if Kusanagi is behind both. Fire and null are different attributes, and she doubts any student could have both. Even Kusanagi is calm, thinking it's impossible to have 2 attributes. Assuming someone else must be behind the null attribute, she still doesn't understand how Kagi defeated the demon soldier alone. Tadano's group suggests he might also be behind the laser beams. Tadano insists it's impossible, but his friend reminds him Kusanagi also defeated that demon soldier. Tadano gets angry and warns his friend to shut up, or he'll regret it. His friends get really scared. Tadano makes it clear he'll never believe someone like Kusanagi can pull off such feats. He suspects Kusanagi is hiding something. His cronies agree and recall how cowardly Kusanagi is. Tadano yells in rage, saying he'll prove Kusanagi is cheating. He's determined to corner Kusanagi and force him to show his real identity. After school, Kusanagi steps outside and is surrounded by a big group of bullies. Tadano steps forward and says he's been waiting patiently. The protagonist feels annoyed and tells them to put that patience into learning magic instead. Tadano thinks he has no right to say that, since he's cheating too. Kusanagi is confused by the cheating accusation, but Tadano insists he's definitely hiding cheap tricks. Fed up with their nonsense, Kusanagi realizes there's no point in reasoning with them. Tadano orders him to follow. He praises Kusanagi for not running away, but Kusanagi clarifies there's no reason to flee. Tadano doesn't believe him and throws a punch, knowing Kusanagi won't use magic in a public park. The punch lands on his face, yet he stays unfazed. The thugs close in to attack him, but he remains patient and doesn't fight back. Tadano wonders what's going on. Assuming Kusanagi can't do anything without magic, he keeps attacking, making it clear he won't stop and will kill Kusanagi even if he begs. The protagonist feels disappointed. Their attacks don't even leave a scratch. His magical powers automatically shield him from any physical harm. Annoyed, he decides to fake being hurt just to satisfy Tadano. Suddenly, someone appears from behind and asks why they're attacking Kusanagi. Tadano turns to see it's Misua, and the thug looks embarrassed. Trying to explain, he tells Misu they're just playing around. She doesn't buy his excuses and confronts him for bullying Kusanagi. She's disappointed seeing her classmates act like this and wonders if they have no shame at all. Tadano feels awkward but blames it all on Kusanagi. He thinks Misu hates everything now because of him. She grabs the protagonist's hand and starts pulling him away from the mess. Tadano notices her holding Kusanagi's hand, grows jealous, and gets fed up. He loses his cool completely. He tries to launch a magical attack at our guy. Kusanagi gets annoyed. Tadano prepares to end him, and his cronies activate their magic too. Miss asks why they are acting this way. The whole group unleashes a fire attack toward the protagonist. Miss knows how dangerous it is, so she tries to save Kusanagi, but can't reach him in time. He takes the entire assault head-on. Tadano laughs confidently, sure that no dirty trick will save Kusanagi from so much power. The cronies worry and wonder if he died. Tadano calls them idiots for worrying so much. He spins a story that they used magic off campus, which got out of control. Kusanagi just got caught in the mess, and that's why he got hurt. The cronies think they went too far. As the smoke clears, Kusanagi says he tried to be patient, since they're just kids to him. But their stupidity can't be fixed unless they get punished. He prepares to teach them all a lesson. Tadano is shocked to see him alive despite being hit by such powerful magic spells. Kusanagi gets serious and tells them they shouldn't have dragged Misu into their fight. He questions how messed up they must be to act like that. Tadano yells, blaming both sides for the chaos. He thinks they should regret making him look like a joke, then conjures another magic circle, announcing they'll keep attacking until Kusanagi finally falls dead. Our guy summons a small magic circle, and the thugs laugh at him, calling him pathetic. They assume he's bluffing and all attack at once with everything they've got, hoping Kusanagi finally dies. The protagonist uses magical drain. Strange green tentacles burst from the tiny circle, ensnaring the whole gang. Everyone panics and struggles to break free, but their efforts are utterly futile. Their strength drains quickly, and the bullies start losing consciousness. Tadano and his crew go completely limp. Kusanagi feels disappointed. He expected them to hold on longer than this. He hopes the bullies will reflect on their actions after this and get their lives straightened out. Misu looks puzzled, wondering if she just witnessed real magic. She's shocked to see the entire group knocked out but can't grasp how it happened. Kusanagi stands up and tries to leave, but Misu stops him and asks what just happened. She questions him about the magic, remembering how he couldn't cast even a weak spell a few days ago. She wants to know who he really is. The protagonist gets irritated by her questions and snaps at her, telling her to focus on something else instead of interrogating him with weird questions. Misu blushes, expresses her gratitude, and thanks him for saving her. Then, she asks him to finally answer her questions, but when she looks around, he's nowhere to be found. She feels embarrassed and wonders why he left her all over again. That night, Kusanagi sneaks back into the old Shibuya district, using his magical circles to move unseen. Earlier that day, he had a bad feeling, so he came to check on the situation. He finds even more monsters lurking in the area, although he thought he had wiped them all out during the day. This makes him wonder if it's some kind of ominous sign. The protagonist is confident he can handle the monsters if they only appear in old Shibuya, but he senses that there are monsters elsewhere, too. That might be too much for the local police, especially since good magicians are rare. He doubts he can take on creatures scattered across the entire country alone. Unsure of what to do, he decides to make a plan first. He thinks he'll start by wiping out all the monsters in old Shibuya, all while staying under the radar. Using his magical bullets again, he takes out several monsters at once. Meanwhile, a drunk guy stumbles into a dangerous spot without noticing. Suddenly, a monster appears behind the man, but the protagonist swiftly eliminates it in a flash. The guy notices something but chalks it up to his imagination, then starts to leave. Our hero hopes the man didn't actually see anything. He activates his magic circle and vanishes instantly, but someone grabs him and records everything on their phone. The man is amazed and thinks his video is definitely going viral. Without wasting a second, He uploads it online. The next day, Tadano, Kusanagi, and Misu are called in by the principal. The teacher says he's been informed some students used magic outside school grounds and makes it clear that anyone caught will face immediate expulsion. He gives them a chance to explain. Tadano points at the protagonist, trying to pin all the blame on him, claiming our guy came looking for a fight. Kusanagi is struck by how easily Tadano lies and realizes he has no choice but to speak up and defend himself, even if it annoys him. Just as he's about to say something, Misu jumps in to support him. She tells the principal that everyone is lying and reveals that Kusanagi was actually the one being bullied by Tadano and his crew, who were the ones attacking him with magic first. The teacher listens closely and discovers that our protagonist indeed used magic too. She calls it self-defense and insists it's not her fault since she had no other choice. Kusanagi is taken aback by her stance. Tadano tries to explain to the teacher that they're innocent too, but Mijuala points fingers at him for his actions. She labels him a bad person for bullying Kusanagi and then blaming him when consequences hit. She can't understand how he's not ashamed of himself. Tadano calls the main character trash and claims he doesn't deserve to be at the academy, justifying it by saying he was only cleaning up garbage. Misu sharply responds that Tadano himself is the trash, unworthy of the academy. Still cocky, Tadano boasts he's top of the class and the only one worthy to stand beside him. Kusanagi doesn't deserve that. She doesn't get what he's talking about. Tadano warns her not to cover for Kusanagi and tells her to open her eyes. He tells her to become his woman. She's disgusted and snaps that there's no chance she'd ever pick someone like him. Tadano is stunned by the rejection. She rejects him for his violent nature and calls him a fool for confessing in such a messed up situation. Our guy gets why she said that but feels she went too far. Tadano faints after hearing the rejection, since he and his gang are clearly in the wrong, and Kusanagi was just defending himself from their magical attacks. The director makes it clear that no selfish magic users who harm others are wanted here. Tadano and his crew are expelled. Tadano's lackeys try to defend themselves, claiming they only followed his orders. The teacher lets Kusanagi and Misu leave and get back to class. They both walk out of the director's office. Misua fumes, calling Tadano the absolute worst. Our guy wonders what happens now that they've been kicked out. She explains there's no way they'll ever become real mages, that's obvious. She doesn't get why Kusanagi didn't fight back. He says he was about to, but she never gave him a chance. Suddenly, he recalls something. She asks, "What's up?" Kusanagi says he was thinking about all the times she tried to save him, first in class during their fight, and now when the director called them in. He tells her she's a good girl for always having his back. She starts blushing uncontrollably, feeling totally embarrassed. Misua tells him to shut up and rushes into the classroom, trying to get in first. Kusanagi smiles watching her go. He thinks the old Kusanagi died and was reborn into this body. He wonders if he was bullied to death, or if it really was just a car accident. He still doesn't know the full truth but feels relieved the bullies got what they deserved, hoping it was all worth it. He smiles. The director informs two senior students about what went down earlier, explaining some students got into a fight and even used magic openly. He assures them no one was hurt. A senior girl asks why she was called if the problem's already over. The director reveals one involved is Yui Kami's. The blue-haired girl nods and thanks him for the update. He asks her to send his regards to her father. She tells him not to worry and reveals her family is interested in investing in the academy. She leaves with her friend, and the director wonders if Kusanagi might be ridiculously strong. Taking on multiple mages at once is practically impossible. There's no way a regular student could win unless they're hiding some kind of secret power. He wonders if Kusanagi might be stronger than them, but the blue-haired girl shakes her head no. Intrigued, he tells her he wants to meet Kusanagi to see for himself. She debates whether to expel her little sister depending on how skilled Kusanagi actually is. She's Misu Juruka from the third-year class, and her friend Katsuragi Ryuji is also a third-year student. Kusanagi feels unmotivated now that his life has settled down. He overhears some classmates talking about a figure known as the Black Mage, and wonders if this person is connected to the noble magic families he's learned about. For now, he decides not to give it much thought. The teacher appears and calls Kusanagi out for the power assessment test. He explains that students who couldn't be measured last time get a chance to retake it. Ms. notices what's happening and feels excited because she finally gets to learn more about this guy. Suddenly, she spots her older sister, Ruka Mizuha, and Katsuragi entering the room. She wonders why her sister showed up out of nowhere. The teacher announces Kusanagi's turn, telling him to start the power evaluation test. Our guy remembers breaking the machine during the last attempt, so this time he decides to be more careful and hold back. He tries tapping into his magic power, But suddenly, something feels off. Overwhelming exhaustion hits him, and he starts struggling to breathe. The teacher checks on him, watching the machine and monitoring the results. Miss and the teacher are shocked to see that for some reason, his attribute shows as none, and his magic power reads only 100, making Katsuragi smirk. Two students gossip about Kusanagi, calling him the weakest magic user in their group and labeling him useless, especially since he doesn't even have an attribute. Katsuragi doubts the story they heard from the director and doesn't believe that the main character defeated all those delinquents by himself. Ruka feels disappointed and decides to leave. Seeing no reason to stick around, the students notice Kusanagi looks drained just from the test and get it. Given his extremely low magic power, the teacher tries to encourage Kusanagi, saying that magic power isn't everything. Manhwa, however, can't believe her eyes. She recalls seeing him take down the demon soldier alone and knows he can use two attributes, fire and null, simultaneously. She wonders what kind of trick he's playing since she's never heard of mages hiding their true power by tweaking the test results. The protagonist feels relieved and satisfied with how things turned out. He had to use some kind of magical manipulation to alter the results, even though it's taking a toll on his body. Feeling confident, he believes he's finally got it under control. As he leaves the room, he runs into Misu and learns she was there out of curiosity during the evaluation. She tells him she came just because she was curious. Suddenly, Ruka stops both of them in the school hallway. Kusanagi asks who the two of them are, and she introduces herself along with Katsuragi. He recognizes her last name and wonders if she wants something from him. She says she has no interest in him at all and walks over to her younger sister. Masuga looks worried, and Ruka, feeling disappointed, finds out that her sister couldn't even beat some low-level delinquents. She also learns that Masuga has a magic power of just 100 and asks if that's really true. Masuga confirms it, which only makes her sister angrier. She orders Masuga to just leave the academy. Masuga is confused, not understanding why she's saying all this for no reason. Ruka reminds her that she hasn't won a single fight between them, whether it's academics, sports, or magic skills, and that Masuga loses every time. Ruka doesn't believe Masuga is capable enough to become a mage. She thinks it's better for Masuga to drop out of the academy and attend a regular school instead. Masuga starts crying, but can't bring herself to say anything. Her sister asks if she understands all of this, and Masuga nervously says yes. Finally, Kusanagi steps in and calls Ruka arrogant. She demands he repeat what he said. Her face ice cold. He points out how she's been going on non-stop, talking nonsense without ever stopping to listen to what her little sister has to say. To him, it's clear she's full of arrogance. She makes it clear that this is a family matter, so he has no right to chip in. He's shocked to hear her put it that way. A conversation, when all he's heard is her bossing her sister around, not letting her get a word in. She gets mad, but Kusanagi sticks to his point that she doesn't even have the right to tell someone else to change who they are. He confronts her, telling her it's cruel to force her younger sister to give up on what she wants to be. Ruka confidently says her incompetent sister doesn't have the talent to become a mage, since she couldn't even beat her. Masuga breaks down crying and agrees with her older sister. She doesn't believe in herself and thinks she's been lying to herself all along. She tried convincing herself she was a prodigy with mage potential, but she couldn't even win once against her older sister. Kusanagi confidently says he can beat Ruka. He starts smiling, which confuses everyone. Ruka asks if he's challenging her, and he asks for some time, saying it's impossible for Masuga to win right now. Ruka gives them 2 weeks and suggests a 2-on-2 magic duel. He's surprised but agrees, calling it nonsense. He asks Masuga with a smile if she's willing to do it, and she calms down, wiping her tears. Masuga becomes determined and agrees to the challenge. Once that's set, Kusanagi tells them never to bring up this issue again if he wins. Ruka wagers that her sister will have to leave the academy if she and Katsuragi win the fight. She warns them that she doesn't plan to hold back, so they better prepare seriously and face the truth. After some time, Masuga and Kusanagi head up to the rooftop. She asks for his help and hopes he can teach her more magic so she can improve fast. Finally, he understands why he was called to the rooftop. He asks if she's really sure she wants to learn magic from someone as weak as him. Since his magic power is only 100, she doesn't buy his words. She already knows he's hiding his real strength. She believes he's far stronger than she is. He notices that this time she's not backing down. She assumes he knows how to get stronger. That's why he challenged his sister to a fight. He knows Ruka's the type who desperately tries to keep everything under control. It's just her nature, so he provoked her to face him. But there's no way he can tell Masuga that. She leans in, begging him for help. He finally gives in and agrees to help her get stronger. She asks again to make sure. He warns her up front that she must follow every instruction with no turning back. Once training starts, she accepts all his terms. Right away. Kusanagi finds it hard to refuse, since she's begging so hard for it. After seeing the sheer number of monsters in Shibuya, he knows he needs to prepare for some serious stuff. Training a mage might be a brilliant idea. He decides to kick off her training today and thinks about finding a place to practice. Misuga blushes and shyly invites him to her house. After a bit, they arrive at her home. He's stunned seeing how massive it is, but she thinks that's normal since her dad is a noble mage. Suddenly, Misuga recalls this is the first time she's invited a guy over. She wonders if he found her invite strange. Even though she has no hidden motives, Kusanagi suggests they get started but notices she's zoning out. So he calls her back, addressing her as Yuika. She blushes hearing her first name for the first time, but he says he's just trying to avoid confusion. Since his sister is also named Misuga, she's a little disappointed hearing that. He asks if she has another name he can use, but she's fine with Yuika, so he decides to begin training and asks her to take care of him. His first question is about her magical power. She thinks it's simple and replies that it's the energy needed to perform magic and that everyone has it in their body. Next, he asks about spells. Yuika confidently answers that spells are like a program that automatically turns magic into an attack. He then asks if there's any way to boost magical power. She replies no, believing it's predetermined before birth and stops increasing after a certain age. Yuika smiles confidently, proud of her answer. Then she starts crying, wondering if he's calling her an idiot. The protagonist genuinely feels bad and wonders just how clueless mages are these days. He's shocked to see such a huge change in only 50 years. He begins explaining that magical power isn't just inside the body, it also exists in nature and the environment around them. Spells are simply ways to properly channel magical craftsmanship. It's also possible to intentionally increase magical power. She struggles to believe him and calls it all a lie, since it goes against the Academy's teachings and would tear down the magical craftsmanship school. If all this were true, he couldn't care less whether she believes him or not. He plans to teach her about these 3 things during their training. He tells her to sit down and informs her that he's about to channel his magical power into her body, so she needs to let him know as soon as she starts feeling it. She's shocked to learn there's actually a way to sense magical power. He makes it clear she won't get stronger if she can't feel it. He orders her to close her eyes and begins touching her. He unleashes his magical power, but realizes she still can't sense it. He releases even more magical power, wondering how she can't possibly feel such an intense magic. Finally, Yuika feels something. She thinks her back is getting warmer. He explains, this is called magical power perception. Finally, she understands what he was trying to convey earlier. He instructs her to always remember this sensation, since it's crucial to feel it first in order to detect magical power. He explains that magic is also present in nature, so she needs to seek it out as her first target and get used to sensing magical energy. She smiles confidently and assures him she'll master it soon. Being the noble daughter of the Misuwa family, our guy doubts she can keep that promise, since she didn't even notice when he poured so much magical power onto her back. He accepts the possibility that she might not be destined to become a mage. A whole week passes, and she bursts into tears, telling him she still can't feel magic. It's a huge disappointment and letdown for the protagonist. He's surprised that even after 1 entire week, she hasn't learned such a simple concept despite practicing so much. He assumes she's just slow at grasping the idea. Since they can't afford to waste time, he decides to infuse her with some magic. Again, he touches her back, and as he starts releasing his magic, he tells Yuika to open her eyes. She opens them hesitantly but is amazed to finally see a magical aura surrounding her body. She begins smiling, finally understanding what magical power really is. Yik is impressed by her newfound ability. Now that she can see magical power clearly, he thinks about measuring Kusanagi's power level. For some reason, he can barely sense anything from him, which puzzles him. He praises her efforts, but she claims it's only natural. Since Kusanagi is a genius, with her newfound magical perception, he informs her they're about to start adjusting her magical power. He then explains the entire process of how to use the right amount of magic for any spell. She needs to focus solely on efficiency and ignore all other distractions. She also has to push her magical power to the max, so the amount of magic she can use will increase once she's properly recovered. He believes she can easily follow all his instructions now that she can clearly feel the magic. He knows what he's teaching is completely different from the Magic Academy's basics. but he doesn't care if she believes him or not. Yik assures her he trusts his own words, smiling as he says he no longer doubts himself. He's happy to hear she's changed her opinion. He decides it's time to move on to the next phase of her training. The protagonist asks her to step back a bit and get ready, because they're about to spar. She confirms she doesn't mind at all, eagerly anticipating a chance to see his true power. Yik unleashes the first level of water magic, sending multiple water attacks, but our guy blocks all of them effortlessly, surprising the girl. She can't believe how he managed to block everything. He used a first-level magic barrier, with attributeless magic. He makes it clear that if she can't even break such a weak barrier, there's no chance she'll win against his sister. She gets frustrated and starts firing ice bullets. He explains she needs to keep moving even while attacking, because standing still will definitely cost her the fight against a skilled mage. She grows irritated and launches more attacks but soon tires and gives up. He points out that using so much magic power inefficiently is a mistake. If she can learn to control the amount of magical power behind each spell, she could eventually cast spells without verbal chants. Kusanagi urges her to watch closely as he demonstrates his magic. He casts a fire explosion twice at a dummy, and shows how he manipulates magic. She realizes the magical power behind her attacks is far weaker compared to his. He calls her over and explains she doesn't even need chants to perform magic once she masters power control. Finally, she understands there's no real reason to recite chants when casting. He confirms this and tells her the first step is to find a way to shorten her spell's incantations. Once she learns to regulate her magic, chanting becomes unnecessary. He believes it'd be valuable to cut down on chants to save effort and magical energy. That way, her magical ability will definitely grow stronger. He orders her to stand up and face him again. She feels it's too soon, but he insists there's no point otherwise, delivering a cold glare as he commands her to train like her life depends on it. She's terrified hearing this and collapses. He asks if she's okay and makes it clear this will be their daily routine from now on. He notices she isn't even listening to his words. Later that night, our hero enters Harajuku. Lately, he's sensed some monsters in the area and came to investigate. Even though he constantly tries to eliminate all the monsters, somehow their numbers haven't changed. Suddenly, he spots someone being attacked by a magical beast. Without hesitation, he rushes toward the kid. He arrives just in time and instantly defeats the monster. The boy asks the girl if she's all right. Instead of thanking him, she starts taking pictures of him. He quickly backs away, wondering why she didn't even acknowledge his help, and immediately began snapping photos. He thinks to himself that something's definitely wrong with people these days. Determined, he decides to cover his face fully next time and leaves the scene. The next day, the protagonist resumes training with Yuika. She falls quickly and grows exhausted. Their duel is drawing near. He feels her progress so far isn't bad, but she's still a long way behind Ruka in almost every aspect. There's no chance she'll succeed if she keeps up this pace until the duel. He reassures her and says it's okay if she wants to give up now. She stands up and says she's been compared to her sister her whole life. She's had to give up multiple times because she always falls short trying to surpass her sister. But she's determined to keep practicing magical crafts and never quit. He makes it clear that she'll never succeed with that attitude, but she tells him to be tougher instead. He agrees and decides to stop holding back. She's thrilled to hear that and gets ready to fight. They keep training together, and he teaches her a lot. As the sun is about to set, Yuika passes out after an intense training session, and Kusanagi ends up carrying her back. After a few days training alongside each other, he finally tells Yuika that she's ready to face her sister. She collapses to the floor in relief. Kusanagi praises her for all the hard work and effort. She starts smiling at his encouragement. On the day of the challenge, our guy asks if she's prepared to take them on. She replies confidently. And as they approach the academy, they both notice a huge crowd gathered. Several news reporters swarm them, confirming if it's really Miss Yuika from the noble family. They ask for a few words about the magical duel and if she's actually going to fight her sister. Kusanagi is a bit puzzled. She explains that her family is very large, and since she's about to battle her sister, it's normal for the media to be this interested. He's surprised to hear people care that much about two students fighting. He guesses it's because the Misu family is powerful. They all arrive at the training grounds surrounded by a huge audience. He thinks it's a little over the top, but she tells him student duels are rare, so it's more of an event than a simple challenge. He's somewhat surprised by this. Both are called onto the stage. Yuika gets ready, but suddenly her body starts trembling. He assures her and tells her to just focus on working hard. She calms down and smiles. Yuika steels herself and steps forward to the stage without hesitation. He calls our guy mysterious and admits his words really struck a chord with him. Yuika and Ruka finally come face to face. Ruka is shocked to see his little sister didn't run away. Yuika confirms this confidently. Ruka calls her rude for thinking she can really beat someone like their older sister. But Yuika makes it clear she's definitely going to succeed. Ruka decides to give her a chance. Thinking she must have changed a lot over the last 2 weeks, Yuika is well aware that her older sister is strong. She realizes the gap in their magical power is huge. But she believes in herself and knows she'll win for sure. The duel is announced to begin, and both participants get permission to start. Yuika wastes no time and summons her magic circle. She also tries to disrupt Ruka's spells. Ruka immediately launches an attack. Kusanagi watches the match and figures out that moving while casting spells is the foundation of a magical battle. He assumes Ruka is at least aware of the basics of two-mage combat. Compared to her, Yuika got so nervous that she completely forgot the basics and stood frozen during the fight. Now, even if she cuts her casting time, she no longer has the upper hand. Ruka and Yuika launch first-level water magic attacks at each other. Yuika manages to hold her ground against her older sister's assault. She's surprised by her own abilities and feels like she's gotten stronger. Ruka admits she's increased her power in just 2 weeks. Yuika is happy to hear her big sister giving her praise, but Ruka quickly tells her to stop laughing, since it was just a comparison, not a compliment. Ruka boosts her magic level and strikes with a stronger attack. This time she uses a second-level water blitz. Yuika can't handle it, gets knocked down, and falls beside the protagonist. He watches her and realizes she's gotten better at casting, which improved her chances of winning. But her older sister is simply too powerful for her. Ruka teases him for being cruel by not helping Yuika up, even though he was protecting her earlier. He tells her he doesn't need to help. Ruka can't understand what he means. Suddenly, Yuika stands up on her own, surprising her sister. Ruka can't figure out how she's still standing, despite just being hit by a level 2 attack. Yuika makes it clear she's determined to win this fight no matter what. Yuika has nothing else in life except magic. Even if she loses everything, the art of magic is one thing she will never give up. Yuika launches another attack. Ruka also counters. She gives her all to face her older sister, determined not to quit, but ends up falling after overusing her magical power. The announcer declares that Yuika has exhausted all her magic, meaning Ruka wins this contest. Yuika tries to get up and make a last push to win but fails. Kusanagi calls it a match based on mana management. He thinks his friend lost because her magic power ran out. Ruka asks if it's clear now. She calls her little sister talentless and guesses our guy probably thought the same. He confirms that she is completely clumsy and lacks talent. Her progress has been painfully slow, and she can't perform well in real fights. But he tells Ruka she's hardworking and practices stubbornly every day like a fool. Ruka is still disappointed by the outcome, but he says he admires hardworking people who don't give up, just like Yuika. The girl starts to sob hearing those words. He tells everyone Yuika is his disciple, and that he doesn't like it when people speak badly about her so casually. Yuika breaks down crying uncontrollably. Ruka calls him arrogant and wonders why he talks so much for someone with only 100 magic power. He makes it clear he'll beat her with his 100 magic power. She thinks he's all talk, but decides to go along with it. Ruka tells him his next opponent is someone else, and Katsuragi looks pumped for his turn. Ruka advises him to finish it quickly, and he assures her she doesn't need to say it twice. Katsuragi takes Yuika outside and tells her to rest, ordering her to watch carefully during the upcoming battle so she can learn something. She understands his words as she suddenly realizes the pain in her body is gone, and there are no wounds on her arms either. As she steps onto the stage, our guy admits he can't win, using only 100 magic power. Even though he said otherwise before, he knows he'll need full concentration to come out on top. The main character decides to maintain his magic power at 100 by unleashing an attribute-free, enchantment-free attack. This time, he's not setting up a magical barrier, so he's fully aware that a direct hit could be fatal. He's actually pumped up, saying the situation feels thrilling. Katsuragi gets ready, apologizing since he doesn't plan to hold back. Our guy lets him know it's actually him who should be careful. The crowd cheers for Katsuragi, hoping he doesn't go overboard, or the challenger might get seriously hurt. Katsuragi ignores their warnings and cranks up his magic power to 8,000. Our dude notices but isn't fazed, though, since he's only got 100 magic power today, there's a real chance he could actually get knocked out. The second match kicks off as they face each other. Katsuragi hopes the main guy won't hold a grudge once it's all over while summoning his magical circles. He's about to unleash his attack. believing it will prove if Kusanagi truly ended those thugs. He dares Kusanagi to take his full power blow, but just as he's set to strike, something smacks him right on the forehead. The main character scoffs, calling him slow. The audience is stunned that the fight wrapped up so quickly. The announcer declares that contender Kusanagi has won the match. Ruka is shocked to see her friend knocked out with just one hit. She recalls that he didn't even cast a single enchantment and wonders what kind of trick he pulled off. Kusanagi hopes Ruka's glad the battle ended fast, just like she wanted. She gets annoyed hearing that. Yik is also amazed, struggling to believe he really beat the guy. Ruka admits he's strong, and the main character responds that he's actually stronger than her. 2. She warns him to stop talking nonsense. Ruka unleashes her magic power of 10,000. Kusanagi senses it with her magical perception and realizes she's more powerful than the man they fought earlier. The announcer tells the crowd that something unexpected is happening since Kusanagi has switched up her fighting style. Grabbing everyone's attention, the next match will decide who the real winner is. The third match begins. Katsuragi repeats the same trick again, shooting magical bullets toward her. She counters with water magic. Our guy's stuck at 100 magic power, which means he can't really affect Ruka unless the magical bullet hits him square on the forehead. He notices she's already adjusted by protecting her forehead and standing her ground while casting. Ruka keeps firing off water attacks. But after all that, she's shocked to see the protagonist still standing, unshaken. She knows he's not using any magic, but she wonders how he manages to stay unharmed. The crowd is equally puzzled, asking how he isn't even wet after getting hit so many times. Yik isn't sure what technique he's using to protect himself but knows he's definitely doing something. Ruka attacks again, but this time the guy dodges her magic with lightning-fast speed. She finally figures out how he's still standing. He's left speechless. Yuika realizes that a magical attack can be countered with another spell, and even with a huge power gap, there's still a way to dodge the damage. Everyone knows that's the only way to avoid getting hurt. Ruka clenches her teeth in frustration, knowing her level 2 techniques have different speeds and weights, making it nearly impossible for anyone to come out unscathed. She wonders why the main character just stands there fearlessly against such powerful spells. Kusanagi senses what she's thinking. She believes it's easy to dodge magic, that you can sense and detect it clearly, but it actually takes a lot of guts. Ruka gets serious and casts a level 3 spell called Azura Splash. The crowd worries because if Kusanagi gets hit, it'll be a disaster. Ruka's exhausted, but she trusts that Kusanagi won't be able to dodge this one out of nowhere. Then, he gets struck by a magic bullet and falls to the ground. She can't believe he's still standing. She's left wondering what trick he used to evade her attacks. He explains he used a magical drain technique that saps the magic. He just walked through the center while draining. Ruka is speechless at first, then bursts out laughing, admitting defeat. The announcer proclaims Kusanagi Minato the winner of the battle. Yuka steps onto the stage asking if they're both alright. Our guy flashes a smile, telling her they're fine and that he won. She beams back, visibly thrilled. Ruka decides to keep her promise and gives them her word to do as they please. Kusanagi feels relieved everything ended well. He notices Yuka's earlier wounds weren't very deep, guessing Ruka held back during their fight. Ruka feels embarrassed, fumbling for an excuse. She points out how much stronger Yuka has become in just 2 weeks. She guesses Ruka noticed it too and thinks being overprotective is no longer justified. Yuka speaks with determination, assuring both she'll get stronger so her sister won't have to worry about her anymore. Ruka smiles, finally starting to believe in her little sister. Kusanagi feels happy seeing the sisters get along, but suddenly senses an overwhelming pressure. This is bizarre magic. The sky turns red, and the protagonist wonders if another disaster is unfolding. Tadano and his group search through Kusanagi's bag. They've lost many people after he showed his strength in the duel. His henchmen report that there are only textbooks inside. Tadano calls our guy diligent but grows frustrated. Is he sure Kusanagi is hiding something? Otherwise, there's no way someone like him could use such powerful spells. One of the minions looks out the window, terrified. Tadano asks if he found anything and moves closer. Everyone notices the red sky and wonders what's happening on Earth. One guesses it's the disaster, but Tadano doubts it's truly that. On the training field, our guy stares at the red sky, worried. He wonders why he can feel such intense, unusual magic out of nowhere. He suspects it might be the disaster. Everyone's on edge, and the crowd starts to panic. Everyone's asking what's going on. One of them can't believe the catastrophe is really happening right here. Kusanagi is shaken, confused about why this calamity suddenly erupted. He wonders if it's connected to what he sensed in Shinjuku. He recalls the first catastrophe also took place in Shinjuku. Our guy isn't sure if it's just a coincidence, or if there's something bigger at play. Portals open, and magical beasts start pouring out. The students panic, screaming in terror, but their teacher orders them to stay calm and tries to lead everyone to safety. Kusanagi wastes no time, firing multiple magic bullets to take out the monsters. He casts a spell announcing instructions. Our guy tells everyone to keep calm and explains that only weak monsters will be coming out. Since this is only the beginning of the calamity, so there's no reason to panic. He assures them that they'll be fine if they stay sharp and follow his orders. He tells them to run to the gym and to always move in groups, warning them that it's too dangerous to go alone. He also tells Ruka and the others to evacuate as soon as possible. The teacher asks what his plan is. Our guy says he wants to save those still trapped inside the school building. The teacher doubts it's safe to go alone. He calls him reckless and tries to stop him. But Katsuragi insists on joining the protagonist so he won't have to handle it all by himself. The teacher looks concerned, but Katsuragi reminds him of what Kusanagi can do. He has no choice but to give them permission. The teacher advises them not to push themselves too hard. Sure. Anything. Stay safe. Katsuragi is confident he won't die but checks with our guy anyway. Kusanagi ignores him and tells Yuika he's heading out now. She looks worried and tells him to be careful. Katsuragi takes off running and tells his partner he's going to go first. His insane speed lets him cover 100 meters in just 10 seconds. He asks the protagonist if he can keep up. Kusanagi summons his magic circles and charges forward at an incredible pace, catching Katsuragi off guard. He makes it clear he's leading the charge. Katsuragi admits his burst speed is crazy, but velocity alone isn't enough. He decides to watch the protagonist closely to uncover what hidden power he's packing. His mission is to save everyone while learning more about Kusanagi. Our guy uses his perception skill to detect 58 magic users inside the school. He guesses there might be people without magical power, too. If he's right about that, he decides to check the whole school and rescue those students. Some students are already being attacked by magical beasts. He enters through a window just in time and uses his magic bullets to effortlessly take down all the monsters. The students are stunned. A monster sneaks up behind him, but he kills it without breaking a sweat. Katsuragi catches up and asks if Kusanagi's okay. Kusanagi hopes to evacuate everyone without trouble and moves on. Katsuragi tries to stop him, warning it's way too dangerous to go alone. But he can't. The protagonist is just way too fast to keep up. Katsuragi guesses he was going all out, but he admits he's not much help. So that's probably true. He still can't wrap his head around how that kid took down a magical beast without breaking a sweat. Katsuragi wonders who this guy really is. Kusanagi races through the school hallways hunting for more students. Even though he could wipe out all the monsters instantly with his magical bullets, he has to take them down one by one since he's inside a school and might accidentally hurt a student otherwise. He has no choice but to chase down the monsters himself, using low-level magic attacks so the students don't get hurt in the process. He enters a classroom and slays more magical beasts to rescue the terrified students clinging to their lives. Once he finishes clearing them out, the students show their gratitude, but he already knows he can't personally help everyone evacuate, so he dashes toward the gym one student at a time. Elsewhere, Katsuragi saves a few students and assures them he'll handle the monster while they get to safety. One student points up at the sky, for some reason, and when Katsuragi asks what's going on, he spots some students slowly floating inside magical bubbles. He wonders what the protagonist is trying to pull and questions who he really is. Our boy sent those students to Katsuragi inside magical bubbles because he thinks Katsuragi has a good heart for protecting others. So it's safe. Suddenly, he senses something. A student starts shaking in fear. Trapped by a massive monster, she cries out, screaming for help with all her might. A giant magical bullet instantly takes down the beast. She remembers it's the same guy who saved her before. Kusanagi appears and asks if she's hurt. She realizes he's the one who rescued her twice now. Kusanagi confirms she's right. Then she asks if he was involved in what happened during the practical class as well. The girl feels like he saved her for the second time. Our guy confirms everything she's saying really did happen. The girl breaks down in tears of relief, finally able to express her gratitude. She thanks him for saving her life twice. He brushes it off, thinking it's no big deal. She's speechless. Katsuragi finally catches up, completely out of breath. He asks who's next in need of help. Kusanagi tells the girl to stay with Katsuragi since he's heading off now. She tries to stop him, but he ignores her and leaves. She gets visibly worried while Katsuragi wonders what she's so focused on. Our guy knows there are still plenty of people trapped inside the building who need saving. So he can't wait around for the police to show up. He realizes he has to move fast and rescue everyone as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's office, the Prime Minister learns the Kamui Magic Academy is under attack by the Calamity. His men are baffled why this is happening again. They all remember the last calamity was 50 years ago, and nothing bad has occurred since then. They ask the Prime Minister to come up with a plan quickly. Fearing the country might be cursed, he informs them that the Beast Countermeasures Division, Police Department, and the magical nobles are already being contacted. Japan's self-defense forces have also begun their disaster preparations. Their personnel remind him that their forces specialize only in disaster control. They don't have real mages capable of fighting monsters. He clarifies that he's fully aware of this. It's expected since people have lived easy, peaceful lives without facing calamities for a while. Almost their entire military budget has gone toward international defense matters, leaving them no choice but to rely on the police and noble mages to handle all the beasts and demons. He feels frustrated knowing the same disaster from 50 years ago is happening again. But this time they don't even have Ichigami Minato on their side. Elsewhere, while driving, the girl asks her superior if the calamity is really happening again. He confirms it and believes it's definitely the calamity. She grows worried and starts to get anxious. Although they've been safe for the past 50 years, she's shocked to learn that peace was only temporary. The boy tells her not to worry, since this is their job above all else. He is Shido Shugo from the Metropolitan Police Department. The girl resolves to give her best effort as well. She is Sergeant Sanada Karen. Also from the police department, news reporters arrive at the Magic Academy via helicopter. One of them covers the scene and reports to the audience that the calamity is unfolding right at the Magic Academy. They explain the situation, sharing how monsters keep emerging continuously and that the sky has turned completely red. A reporter reveals magical beasts appeared out of nowhere, forcing students to take refuge in the gymnasium. The professor leads the students and believes it isn't too hard to defend themselves since they're only facing magical beasts. They should be able to defeat the monsters with solid teamwork. The world watches the news closely. A few kids are watching it too, and suddenly remember the academy is really close to where they live. Both decide to escape as soon as possible. Outside, people start panicking and rush to save their lives. Two men watch everything from a distance and realize how truly grim the situation looks. Viewers watching the news grow worried. Our hero notices the massive number of monsters emerging. He recalls that the second stage is about to begin, where stronger monsters will start appearing. As the situation escalates, things will get even tougher. Defeating monsters won't change much, because beasts will keep coming non-stop until the monster boss is defeated. Magical beasts will continue to appear. He knows the boss only reveals itself at the final stage, so he must stay calm until then. Though irritation sets in, he keeps rescuing more people. After saving 20 people, he uses his magical bubbles again to send them floating to safety. He struggles to locate students, since they have scattered everywhere. He decides to move on to the next stage. Somewhere inside a random classroom, Tadano relentlessly casts his fire magic, but gives up after realizing his attacks have no effect, and he's completely drained of magical energy. As the demon soldier stands before them, the whole crew bursts into tears, wondering how they got so unlucky twice in a row. Tadano's lackeys remind him that they already warned him about this back then. The bully gets frustrated remembering that our guy could take down a monster with just one hit. He can't understand why he himself can't do the same. The main character appears and bluntly says it's because he's just a weak loser. Tadano's eyes widen as he watches a magical attack effortlessly kill the demon soldier. Confused, he sees Kusanagi step into the classroom. Our guy starts to leave. Tadano admits with a bitter sigh that it's happened again. Kusanagi ended up saving him a second time. He asks the guy to stop and grills him on why he saved him again. Even though he's super annoying and always acts useless, the protagonist replies there's no real reason behind it. He just decided to save them because he had the power to do so. Tadano is baffled by his words. The bully begins feeling inferior and tries to insult the protagonist. He calls the guy weak and says he can't even use magic properly. Tadano can't figure out how he suddenly became so strong. Kusanagi reveals his secret, saying that the real Kusanagi actually died in a car accident. He was reborn. Tadano can't make sense of it and wonders how someone could get even stronger right on the edge of death. He had hoped to become a great mage himself but ended up losing to a guy like Kusanagi. Our guy calls him weak trash, saying strong people don't bully the weak, and even the weak don't bully those weaker than themselves. He points out Tadano's flaws and thinks he's just trash fed by a false sense of superiority that tricked him into believing he actually mattered. Kusanagi makes it clear to the boy that weak trash like him can't even imagine facing off against our guy in a fight and winning. Tadano finally accepts the truth and kneels down. He admits he was trying to run from the reality that his powers haven't really grown much since middle school. He tried to lash out all his frustrations on people weaker than him. But in the end, someone like Kusanagi, who was supposed to be a worthless weakling, just couldn't accept that truth. Admitting before his minions that they were all saved by Kusanagi, the bully starts crying uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the protagonist takes down the monsters in the classroom. A demon soldier bursts into the building aiming to kill him. It fires a magical bullet, but the powerful monster dodges with ease, forcing the boy to unleash his devastating fire magic. He defeats the creature effortlessly, but realizes the demon soldiers are multiplying rapidly, so the boss might show up soon too. He reassures the terrified students not to worry, saying he's got everything under control. Elsewhere, Katsuragi fumes, questioning why our guy is dumping so much work on him. He uses his fire magic to wipe out some magical beasts while protecting the students. He tells the students to stop worrying and follow him, promising to protect everyone with everything he's got. Hearing this, the students calm down and start cheering him on. He looks at the army of beasts and wonders how he's supposed to shield the students from all of this. Suddenly, Kusanagi appears out of nowhere, offering his help. Katsuragi begs him not to show up like that again since it scared one of the kids. Our guy tells Kusanagi to leave once he's dealt with all the monsters. But Katsuragi seems worried. He believes that taking down such a massive monster army is nearly impossible, and suggests they just reroute instead. The protagonist unleashes his magic without an attribute, and effortlessly wipes out every monster, including the demon soldiers. In an instant, everyone is left speechless. But he reminds Katsuragi to lead the students out of this mess, and to get moving. Katsuragi catches the meaning, and orders everyone to follow him. The students watch the magical bullets fly by as they escape. Katsuragi smiles nervously, realizing just how powerful the protagonist really is. After everyone has left, our guy decides to head back into the school to look for more students in danger. Elsewhere, the teacher rallies the students to keep pushing forward and not give up, so they can continue fighting off the monsters. Yika starts to feel fatigued, but Ruka sneaks up behind her and advises that she should just go inside and rest. She'll only slow them down if she can't fight. Yik reassures her she'll keep fighting with all her determination since there's no time to rest. Katsuragi finally reaches the gym with the rescued students. The teacher praises him and tells him to bring everyone inside. Katsuragi asks about the situation. Ruka replies with disappointment that they're barely holding on. Yuika worries about Kusanagi, but the guy assures her their friend is alive and well. She breathes a sigh of relief and starts to smile. Katsuragi admits Kusanagi is incredible and incredibly strong. He thinks having him around might be the key to overcoming this disaster. Yik agrees with him, sharing the same thoughts. Suddenly, the ground begins to quake. Every student panics as the teacher quickly orders everyone to evacuate. A massive army of powerful monsters emerges from the smoke. Katsuragi spots the demon soldiers among them. He also admits there's no way they can fight this. The beast army is just too huge. They need to get out of there fast. The second stage strong monsters start chasing after the students. Yik tries to run to safety but almost gets swallowed by a magical beast. Someone kills the monster just in time, saving her. It's the police department. Shido swiftly orders his team to take out the beasts, while the police do everything they can to protect the civilians. The students breathe a sigh of relief seeing the police, thinking they're finally safe. Shido assures them there's nothing to worry about anymore because the police are here. He instructs everyone to follow orders and evacuate the school carefully. But Yuik steps forward to speak out. Shido repeats his command, but Yuik clarifies that they're not civilians. Ruka backs her up, adding that they're magicians. Shido grasps the urgency in their words and calls for backup. He commands his team to launch an assault from the rear. He acknowledges their low numbers and desperately needs the mage's aid. Frustration bubbles up as he wishes the police weren't so ineffective. Meanwhile, Sanada uses her healing magic to tend to the wounded students. The protagonist notices the police have finally arrived and decides to entrust them with the fight. He's shocked they got here before the defense forces. It's shocking how the country lacks any solid plan or precautions for a nationwide disaster. He thinks this should be a harsh wake-up call to those who take peace for granted. But he pushes forward, determined to help save the remaining students. The news reporter announces the police arrival. Yet the monsters multiply faster than ever. She wonders if the police can handle this chaos and hopes the noble mages will step in to fix things. Some students watching the news get excited at the thought of witnessing the noble's magic in action. Meanwhile, An elderly couple recalls paying all their taxes, believing the noble mages should take care of the crisis. The reporter hopes they show up soon. Inside a mansion, a nobleman tells his butler to ignore the disaster. It's Fuku-jin, head of the Fuku household. A noble mage. The butler double-checks. But Fuku insists it's only a minor disturbance. He believes the police can handle it. When the butler asks where he's headed, Fuku decides to go to bed. The butler wishes him a restful night. Back at school, Shido realizes the situation is spiraling out of control. He asks a soldier if they can take down the magical beast at the entrance. But the answer is no, they're simply overwhelmed. Shido watches the beasts multiply and wonders if they can save the civilians in time. The self-defense troops are supposed to cover the rear, but they still haven't arrived. There's no choice but to call in the noble mages. But something's off. He can't get through to them. They're meant to handle this. But they're nowhere to be found. While students assist the police fighting monsters, Shido recalls everything he's learned about disasters. He wonders if people 50 years ago faced things the same way. He hopes their leader doesn't show up. Suddenly, monsters surge in numbers, and a massive purple beam lights up the sky. A demon captain emerges, sending everyone into a frenzy. Shido can't believe it, it's a demon captain. And their leader, Ruka, recalls demon captains are rare beasts in this era. Only the noble mages can defeat one. Yuika realizes they need magic stronger than level 5 and starts panicking, crying because no one can cast spells that powerful. The demon captain unleashes his power, summoning multiple magic circles. Yik freezes in terror. Ru steps up, using all her strength to block the attack. But it's not enough. She throws herself in front of Yuika to shield her. The demon captain's strike hits Ru hard, but she manages to protect Yuika. The younger sister watches in horror as her sister gets injured. The students scatter in panic while Yuika stays behind, desperately trying to save Rua. Shido and his men are powerless against the monsters. Crying out for help, Katsuragi unleashes everything he's got. But the demon captain remains unmoved. The police openly admit they can't save anyone and surrender, accepting their fate. Yik keeps screaming for help, calling out the protagonist's name. As the demon captain advances, someone voices their frustration. Finally, the protagonist arrives, apologizing for being late. He feels bad for keeping the girl waiting. Yuika tells him about her sister with a worried look, but he reassures her that her sister has only fainted. Quickly, he heals the wounds and grits his teeth in frustration, seeing the destruction caused by the monsters. He tells the girl not to worry, because he's about to fix everything. She trusts him. Suddenly, several magical circles appear, and all the injured students begin to recover. Yik watches as his older sister's wounds vanish, and is amazed as the injured students awaken. Sanada notices the magic while healing the people. She's stunned to see third-level holy magic, and admits she can't even use that. She wonders who could be behind this. Sanada finds her superior, and asks if he's okay. He assures her he's not hurt, just drained of magical power. She questions what's really going on. Shido himself can't figure it out, but insists they should focus on protecting the civilians. Sanada starts crying, trying to stop him, saying it's too reckless. But he's determined to fight, believing that if he doesn't, everyone will die. Sanada stops him again, warning there's no chance of winning since everyone's already dead. She points out that the police have already been defeated. With the defense troops and magical nobles still absent, he reluctantly admits there's nothing left they can do. As the demon captain moves forward, a news reporter discovers the entire police force has been wiped out. She feels hopeless and fears they're facing death. Students watching the news call the nobles totally useless and hope they don't end up dying. People intently watch the news and learn there's no one capable of defeating the demon captain. The protagonist steps forward alone toward the demon captain. Sanada notices and wonders if he's seeking death. Shido tries to warn him, but our hero ignores the caution. Kusanagi is here to stop the monster from doing as it pleases. The demon captain chillingly expresses his desire to kill and destroy. Everyone is terrified. Some students nearly scared themselves into wetting their pants. Shido and Sanada are frozen by fear and pressure, but the boy remains calm and unfazed. He launches an attack and tells the monster to shut up. The demon captain roars with rage, and all the monsters follow suit as he summons massive magical circles, beginning his assault on the protagonist. He recalls giving his absolute all the last time he faced this calamity. Our hero knows that if he goes all out again, everyone around him will die. So he holds back, not wanting to drag others into danger. The monster's attacks hit him hard. Shido thinks he's been killed, But when the blows nearly strike the students, our guy pulls out his shields and fires multiple magical bullets to fend off the monster horde. Shido is stunned, wondering who this newcomer really is. The reporter spots a lone student battling the monsters and decides to get closer, since she can't see his face. Suddenly, the camera blows up. Yuka smiles. Knowing the hero is doing his best to keep his identity hidden, she believes he can now give it his all. Free from distractions, as the boy relentlessly shoots magical bullets, the students finally catch a glimmer of hope and start cheering for his success. A few magical beasts sneak up from behind, nearly catching the students off guard. But Shido takes them down and commits to supporting Kusanagi from the rear, since that's all they can do now. Our guy smiles. Admiring the hard-working protectors, he praises them, admitting they're not as bad as he thought. The magical bullets keep flying. The demon captain roars and summons multiple magic circles. He goes all out, calling upon 6th level magic. Shocking Shido. He fears they're doomed, since this power rivals the nobles, leaving no hope for them. The demon captain unleashes 6th level dragon flames, engulfing the entire area in fire. Everyone scrambles to survive as a massive fire tornado slowly devours everything around them. Shido tries to shield his comrade Zanata, but the students lose hope, resigning themselves to their fate. Sanada prays for divine aid, hoping at least the students make it out alive. Shido doubts any student, no matter how strong, can defeat the demon captain. He doesn't think Kusanagi stands a chance. Yuka, however, puts all her faith in the protagonist. She believes in him with every fiber of her being, convinced he can win. As the massive attack bears down on him, Kusanagi notices it's moving slower than expected. He realizes it's because the demon captain is pushing himself to use 6th level magic. Kusanagi admits there's no way to face that power with just 2nd level magic. So despite his wish to stay under the radar, he decides to amp up his power. Kusanagi summons 4 magic circles and begins wielding water magic. Yuka beams and starts cheering him on. The water twists into a gigantic serpent, and Shido is amazed, wondering if this is synthesis magic. Water and fire attacks collide around Kusanagi, who starts overpowering the demon captain. But the demon captain refuses to back down, pushing harder, screaming his intent to kill and annihilate humanity. The fire magic intensifies, yet Kusanagi adds just a bit more energy, and after persistent struggle, the demon captain realizes he's moments from death. He wonders how a mere kid managed to defeat him. Kusanagi calmly explains it's because the demon captain lacked training. He expected a tougher fight, but feels let down to find the boss weaker than anticipated. Finally, the sky clears. Kusanagi grins, relieved the disaster has ended now that the final boss is defeated. The students are stunned. They can hardly believe Kusanagi took down the demon captain. Everyone stands up and bursts into celebration. Even the reporter and cameraman finally join in. Feeling safe at last, Sanada comforts a student, reassuring him that it's safe now that the disaster is over. Shido looks at Kusanagi in disbelief. He can't understand how a single student could stop the catastrophe. He even doubts that the nobles alone could have defeated the demon captain with 6th level magic. He wonders, who exactly is Kusanagi? His legs weaken from exhaustion. Kusanagi finds Yuika and tells her everything's over. She smiles, saying she always believed in him, and thanks him, making him smile back. The students gather around, praising his feat. Everyone shows their gratitude, but Kusanagi, annoyed, tells them to back off. He regrets standing out like this, just like in his past life, and hopes he won't have to deal with a troublesome life anymore. Yuika notices how irritated he looks. The news breaks. The disaster at Kamui Magic Academy has been stopped. The academy refuses to reveal any details about the boy who single-handedly defeated the monster lord. No deaths were reported, though several were injured. Kusanagi's classmates show him the news. He grows frustrated, but they feel it's natural for him to be hailed as the powerful savior. Kusanagi is promoted to S rank, and his old friends feel distant, realizing they can no longer talk to him the same way. Some students ask about the secret behind his strength, guessing he might have inherited blood from a great noble mage. An S-rank student watches Kusanagi, noticing how bothered he seems by all the attention. He doubts such a strong student really exists. Kusanagi's classmates defend him, confirming he defeated the demon captain alone. The S-rank student remains unconvinced, thinking the story sounds fishy no matter how you look at it. Kusanagi uses this chance to slip out of class, feeling relieved once he's outside. Yuika finds him and asks if he's having a hard time. Flashing a playful grin, He doesn't want to be teased. But she keeps talking. She thinks it's only natural after all. He's the mighty savior who protected the entire school. Kusanagi recalls that Yuika was also promoted to S rank after her efforts during the disaster. But she doesn't seem thrilled about it. When he asks, she insists she's happy but admits it's because there's someone else in S rank. Suddenly, Kusanagi remembers Ruka and asks if she's improving. Yuika replies affirmatively. Noting they've been talking more than before, Kusanagi thinks that's great. And Yuika looks pleased as well. She thanks him warmly, expressing her gratitude. Suddenly, Kusanagi lightly taps her on the head, making her blush and asking what's up. He explains he doesn't want her thanking him over and over once is enough. Yuika begins to smile. In a conference room, a man finishes his teleconference with officials from other countries. They know securing support for the next disaster will be tough, since everyone is already overwhelmed with measures and plans. One mentions the news about the student who defeated the monster lord. The others explain it was a bizarre situation, and even the police department was completely defeated. They assume it might be a misunderstanding and hope other nations remain skeptical too. The man commands his crew to bring back the noble mages to gear up for the next disaster ahead. On the academy's rooftop, Ru and Katsuragi bump into Kusanagi and Yuika. They all exchange glances for a moment. Ru then reveals she wants to ask Kusanagi something important. She's hoping he'll take her on as his apprentice. A few days later, Ru sits down with her sister and they start chatting. She recalls that the disaster was stopped by the main hero. Her sister confirms that, reminding her it was Kusanagi who defeated the demon captain using powerful level 4 synthesis magic to seal the deal. Ru is completely stunned to hear this. She remembers how even elite mages can't wield magic that strong. Yuika insists it's the truth, and Ru trusts her little sister's words. Deciding to believe as a smile begins to form, Yuika wonders why her big sister thinks she's always truthful. Ru recalls that Yuika has always been honest, obedient, never fibbing, kind, yet hardworking too. Finally, she admits her younger sister isn't talentless and admits she herself was being stubborn. Yuika realizes her sister only worries about her well-being, stands up determined, and assures her older sister she will get stronger and ease her worries for now. Ru listens carefully and notices just how much her sister has grown. Yuika catches the praise and starts grinning uncontrollably. Ru is aware that not a single student approaches Kusanagi and suspects even her own dad might be weaker than him. She asks Yuika for help, knowing that if she lets things just happen, at best she'll only become a high-level mage. So, she definitely needs Kusanagi's guidance to truly get stronger. Meanwhile, in the present, Ru apologizes for all her past arrogance. She genuinely regrets underestimating them. She already knows her request is kind of unreasonable and selfish, but she swallows her pride and speaks candidly. Ru hopes Kusanagi will take her on as his apprentice. To her surprise, he agrees. He confirms he's willing to take her in, but she can't figure out why he's being so kind. He calls her strange for making the request but then acting reserved. She knows he's right but still can't understand why he's so gentle. Especially after everything terrible she did to him, he makes it clear he has forgiven her and accepted her apology. So that's all there is to it. She's left speechless. Katsuragi jumps in to ask the same favor. The protagonist agrees, saying teaching 2 students isn't too much trouble, making the boy happy to hear that. Yuika tells her big sister that her friend is really kind. Katsuragi also describes him as mysterious. Later that day, the protagonist gets called into the conference room. Shido introduces himself as part of the Metropolitan Police Department's Beast Countermeasures Division. Sanada is present too. Both bow respectfully and express gratitude, admitting that without the hero's help, civilians and their team would have perished instantly. Kusanagi asks if they need anything else and tells them to stop thanking him, since they've been showing their gratitude non-stop for a while now. He figures that's enough. Shido reports that the investigation has wrapped up, but there's something that caught his attention. Kusanagi wonders what it is. Shido reveals he learned our guy gained his magical powers after some kind of car accident. His classmates and everyone around him say the same thing, but one student even mentioned that the protagonist became a completely different person after the crash. Kusagi stays quiet, listening closely to the investigation. Shido found out his personality changed entirely, and suddenly his magic strength skyrocketed, so much so that he easily took down a demon captain. Yik tells him to stop and asks what he's trying to imply. Shido flips the script, asking if he knows anything about someone called the Black Mage. Our guy doesn't recognize the name, but the guy pulls up a video and explains the Black Mage is someone who defeated magical beasts and cleared the area while protecting people. He hides his face and only shows up at night. Shido's surprised he's never seen such a famous video. The protagonist gets the gist of what they're hinting at. Yik jumps in, asking why Shido's telling all this to Kusanagi. Shido just smiles and says, it's because they're similar not just in age, but also in build and height. Shido learned the Black Mage is a strong, capable person. He doubts any student their age could pull off such feats. What's even stranger is the Black Mage started his activities right when our guy was discharged from the hospital. Since using magic in the city without real permission or a license is totally illegal, if a student is caught using it, the academy has to deal with most of the consequences. But because of the recent public attention, the police had no choice but to step in and take action. Shido makes it clear that expulsion alone won't cut it. But if the protagonist owns up, they're willing to do him a solid and lessen the punishment. So, he needs to be careful with his answer. Shido asks one more time if he is the Black Mage. Kusanagi denies it flatly. Showing no emotion, Shido looks relieved and grins, happy to hear our guy isn't the Black Mage. The man thanks him for everything and decides to leave for now. As he walks out of the room, Shido is shocked that our guy didn't show even a flicker of emotion. He praises his guts for lying so boldly if he actually is the Black Mage. He admits Kusanagi isn't your typical student and suspects he's hiding something. Sanada already knows Kusanagi is the Black Mage since their voices match. He wonders if his motives were purely to save people that night. Sanada chooses to keep his identity secret, even though he knows this might count as a failure for a cop. He believes the protagonist is a kind-hearted person. Shido vows to do everything he can to uncover the Black Mage's identity, while Anada considers keeping it under wraps to help him however possible. After a while, the head teacher of Class S introduces Misuhai Yuika and Kusanagi Minato to everyone in the room. She hopes the other students will get along well with them. Questions start flying around, asking if he really is the one who defeated the demon captain. The girls ask Yuika how it feels to be a noble mage. The teacher tells everyone to take their seats since the class is about to begin. She's amazed by how famous these two new students already are. Kusanagi spent the entire day answering questions and feels absolutely drained. He remembers why he's been trying to keep his identity under wraps. Suddenly, he hears someone calling him from behind. Our guy turns to see the girl he rescued earlier standing right in front of him. She hopes he won't mind sparing her a little time. When the boy finds himself back on the rooftop, he wonders if it's some rule that you always need to go to the top of the building to have a serious talk. Yik follows quietly, watching from behind a wall. She hoped she'd get some private training and wonders why he's hanging out on the rooftop, feeling a bit jealous seeing him alone with another girl. She tries to catch what they're up to. The girl asks him if he still remembers her, but he says he doesn't. She reminds him that he was the one who saved her during the calamity, and he finally recalls who she is. The girl remembers she was about to die from magical beasts during their combat lesson, but someone used magic to save her. She's pretty sure the same magic user was Kusanagi. He remembers the moment, and she starts thanking him for saving her life. He shrugs it off, saying he just did what needed to be done. The girl blushes, calling him amazing. Yuka strains to listen in but barely catches a word. The girl suddenly reveals her feelings, confessing she's fallen for the boy. She hopes he'll go out on a date with her. Yuka is shocked. Realizing it's a confession, the protagonist hardly seems surprised. He knows he's not the easiest person to like but promises to try his best. So she hopes he'll make her his girlfriend. Kusanagi smiles and thanks her for opening up. She starts to smile back, but then he keeps talking, and instantly her smile fades. He politely tells her he doesn't have time to start dating anyone right now, because he's got something really important to take care of. She understands and attempts to smile once more, grateful for his straightforwardness. She decides to give up on him. The girl leaves the rooftop with tears in her eyes. Kusan advises Yuika to stop hiding and just come out of her shell. She's caught off guard but steps forward with a nervous smile. She thought she had her mana well hidden this time, and wonders how he noticed. He tells her her mana control is terrible, and lets her know she's literally leaking magic everywhere. This is the second time he caught her sneaking around. He wonders if she has some sort of voyeurism fetish. Embarrassed, Yik says she just showed up at the wrong time. She didn't expect to overhear anything. She asks why he turned down such a cute and sweet girl. Kusanagi makes it clear he's not interested in dating anyone right now. She's surprised, but he thinks she's a bit too old, even though he's physically in the same school year as them. Yik starts feeling relieved knowing he has no plans to date anyone. She can't figure out why hearing that he's not interested in dating makes her feel so at ease. She looks at him with concern on her face. Kusanagi advises her to start practicing her mana control because it's currently terrible. He believes she needs a lot more practice. She assures him she knows that, and is determined to work as hard as she can to surpass her current strength, so that one day he might finally acknowledge her. Later that night, the main character arrives at another area, swarming with monsters. He wonders if a new disaster is about to break out since they're increasing in number. Suddenly, he hears a girl screaming for help. A man is illegally using magic to harass her. The man tells her it's useless to scream because no one is around. Kusanagi steps in, showing the thug that someone is still nearby. The bully is caught off guard. But our guy doesn't waste a second and swiftly punches him in the stomach. He uses his magic to knock the guy out cold. He figures out the man is just an amateur mage and a bully, but his close-quarter fighting skills are awful. He guesses the guy isn't used to battling mages. The girl he saved thanks him and asks if he's the black mage. Annoyed, he brushes off her words and leaves quickly. Kusanagi realizes that he's actually been the black mage everyone, students and police alike, has been talking about all along. He can't understand how he got so popular. The next day, while eating with his friends, the protagonist brings up the black mage. He remembers Shiro mentioning an amateur mage who only appears at night. He's heard plenty of chatter about it, so his curiosity is piqued. Katsuragi guesses the black mage's popularity has exploded online. Our guy asks what the internet is, innocently wondering if it's some kind of phishing net. Everyone is shocked to hear that. They all wonder if he's lost his mind. In this day and age, it's hard for them to believe he's clueless about something like the internet. They get that he's very isolated and lives apart from others. But this is beyond what they expected. Yik explains that the internet is a worldwide web of information. Anyone can share any kind of info there. So things like the black mage spread instantly. People can find just about anything on it. And with pictures and videos, it has practically everything. Katsuragi finally gets it. He helps him understand he can access any info on his smartphone. He asks the guy to pull out his phone and try opening a random app. Katsuragi's face lights up, and he grins uncontrollably after opening a search engine for the first time. Everyone praises him and explains he can now use the internet to look up anything. Our guy calls it easy. Ruka remembers she promised to help them train. She's wondering when their training will start. Kusan agrees to train them once school is over, since they also helped him learn to use a smartphone. He plans to give it his all to make sure they train well. Yik worries something bad might happen after hearing that. During training, the three get exhausted and collapse on the ground. Kusanagi is disappointed, since they haven't even broken a sweat yet. He wants them to train like their lives depend on it. Everyone stands back up and promises they won't fall so easily this time. He's pleased to hear that, and orders them to come at him with everything they've got. They summon their magic circles and eagerly follow his command. Meanwhile, near the Tokyo Tower, a few men remember how everything was completely normal just moments ago, all the while watching the sky turn a deep red. Fear grips them as they wonder what's going on. Suddenly, a vast army of monsters appears, filled with countless demon soldiers and demon captains. Back at training, the three fall once again. He asks if they've already given up. Rook and Katsuragi immediately launch an attack, firmly declaring they haven't surrendered yet. He raises a barrier to shield himself and fires magical bullets, effortlessly defeating them. Both end up injured, but Yuika sneaks behind him, trying to catch him off guard. He easily dodges her and uses the same attack to take down Yuika. Kusanagi then calls for a break, allowing everyone to rest a bit. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief, finally getting a chance to catch their breath. He takes a sip of water as Katsuragi remarks that the main guy is just way too powerful. Ruka agrees, amazed that even top students can't come close to his strength. Yik nods in confirmation, believing he's on a different level than the rest of them. He watches his face and notices that familiar annoyed expression again. Kusanagi confesses that he almost died in a car accident, and when he finally woke up, he had these mysterious powers. He admits he doesn't understand why, and orders them to stop pestering him about it. Ruka figures he unlocked these powers by brushing with death and wonders if something inside him was triggered. Yuika sees right through him. She knows the real reason behind his expressions, and is disappointed by how gullible the others are. She believes there's a solid reason he won't reveal the truth to anyone, especially since he's clearly trying hard to keep it a secret. She decides to drop it for now. Kusanagi easily fools them all and feels satisfied that they're so trusting. The training session finally wraps up as the sun starts setting. Katsuragi calls it a solid workout, while our main guy calls it tough. Eyeing Katsuragi's demeanor, Katsuragi guesses it's because he was used to training alone before this. He's starving and mentions he has to go home to cook. The protagonist is shocked to hear he cooks for himself. He never expected that from someone who looks like him. Katsuragi gets a bit annoyed at such harsh assumptions. He asks if the protagonist usually eats out. The protagonist admits he mostly lives off instant noodles, which surprises Katsuragi. Katsuragi is amazed at how convenient this new world seems. His friend warns him about those unhealthy habits, pointing out his body won't last long that way. The protagonist feels a bit weird seeing how concerned he is. Katsuragi grabs him and decides to take him to his place so they can eat together. Our guy tries to resist, but Katsuragi won't let go and drags him along. Katsuragi smiles, happy to have a friend like this. When they both arrive at his apartment, our guy ends up watching the kids while Katsuragi cooks dinner for everyone. After finishing cooking, Katsuragi apologizes but notices the protagonist using magic to care for the children. The protagonist reassures him not to worry. He casts magic to create bubbles for the kids to play with. Katsuragi calls him a fool for acting that way and warns him not to use magic inside his place. The guy is amazed to see magic being used for such playful things. The little kid comforts our guy after he gets scolded. Katsuragi is surprised to find out he's actually great at babysitting. Suddenly, the protagonist recalls the disastrous events from his past life and calls the kids adorable. Katsuragi teases him, calling him old based on how he sounds. But our guy snaps at him to shut up. He starts enjoying himself while helping the kids read a book. Everyone gathers to eat and offers thanks before the meal. The children happily devour the delicious food. The protagonist tries it and is shocked at how good it tastes. He gets emotional, tearing up as he struggles to remember the last time he had such a good meal. He regrets not taking care of himself since he was so focused on fighting for so long. Katsuragi asks his friend about his parents. The boy shares that he doesn't have a father, and since his mother works late into the night, he's the one handling chores and looking after the younger kids. He even has to do a part-time job whenever he's free. Katsuragi is shocked hearing about his daily grind, but the kid insists he enjoys taking care of his family. The protagonist relates to that, remembering he's a complete tough guy who thrives on challenges. They all end up sleeping together. He apologizes to Kusanagi for making him crash at his place because of the selfish kids. Kusanagi doesn't mind at all and feels good about the change of pace. Katsuragi feels relieved and expresses his gratitude. The protagonist is puzzled why he's thanking him, but the kid explains it's about Ruka. She seems happier these days, and he believes it's entirely thanks to Kusanagi. Our guy wonders if maybe it's related to love. He asks if the boy has feelings for Ruka, but Katsuragi denies it. Katsuragi explains that they're both outcasts who don't fit in well with others, so they naturally became close friends. Kusanagi relates, feeling it's similar to his own situation. The next day, Kusanagi and his friend walk together to school. Yik annoyingly asks why they're so late. Katsuragi tells her the protagonist kept sleeping in. They find out the guys had a slumber party together. Yika gets jealous and asks if they trained during it. Kusanagi wonders why they're acting all casual about meeting up. He admits he's actually enjoying it. Shido shows up with Sanada and asks the protagonist for a moment. The protagonist is irritated to see him again. Shido apologizes for bothering him again but reveals it's urgent. Sanada explains that beasts have suddenly started appearing near the Tokyo Tower area. She believes it's linked to the calamity, so they want to ask for Kusanagi's assistance with the situation. He tries to back out since he's just a student, but Shido insists it's not right to just call him a student. Considering he's capable of stopping calamities on his own, he tries to be straightforward, explaining that the situation is way beyond what the police can handle. That's why they need his help. Kusanagi asks if it's alright for them to disclose such things, but Shido says they have no other choice, since they're totally backed into a corner. He formally requests the protagonist's assistance in battling the monsters. Kusanagi agrees with them. He hoped to stay under the radar, but things just keep getting worse. Shido assures him he'll get appropriate compensation and that there's no need to involve the academy. Yuka and her friends decide to pitch in as well. Ruka is confident they can support from the rear, and Katsuragi agrees with her. Shido thanks them for their willingness but refuses to let them come along, saying it simply isn't possible. Ruka tries to persuade him, but Shido doubts their ability to fight a real battle, given that they're just the top students of their academy. He asks if any of them measure up to Kusanagi's level. Everyone feels embarrassed and falls silent. Shido advises them to head back to the academy while inviting Kusanagi to join him. The protagonist hopes that one day his friends will catch up to him, and everyone feels inspired, confidently responding that they will. At the police headquarters, our guy ends up attending a briefing. A man explains that hundreds of magical beasts have been appearing near Tokyo Tower, so they need to act fast and come up with a plan before any civilians get hurt. He reveals that they even have a student on their side, who played a crucial part in the recent calamity that struck the Magic Academy. He asks the protagonist to stand up. Following the man's cue, Some others whisper about him behind his back. One guy can't understand why a literal kid is involved in their affairs. Another explains that Kusanagi was the one who single-handedly defeated the demon captain during the last disaster. He calls it nonsense. Hard to believe. Sanada looks ashamed. Shida steps in and tells everyone that Kusanagi truly is the student who stopped the calamity and even beat the demon captain alone. Shido vouches for him. Having witnessed the whole thing up close, he believes no one else matches the protagonist's power, since our guy was involved in the calamity that happened 50 years ago. Shido thinks it's wise that he cooperates with them. He hopes everyone treats the boy as a comrade. Not just a student. The men still don't buy it. Thinking he's just an arrogant student, showing off in a room full of pros, the leader reminds them that their mission stays the same. No matter who the new face is, he orders them to act immediately and take down the monsters. As they disperse, Shido finds the boy and apologizes for what he had to overhear. Kusanagi thinks it's fine and guesses his arrival just ruffled some feathers. Shida is surprised by his maturity and realizes she should be focusing on Sanada instead. She starts to break down, admitting she was too scared to confront the men. Kusanagi reassures her not to worry, saying he doesn't care what some guys say about him. She starts smiling and says he's an amazing person. Meanwhile, everyone's making their way toward Tokyo Tower. Kusanagi asks about their current combat power. The officer responds that they have 80 mages, with only a handful holding high ranks, while the rest are mid-level mages. Our friend knows mid-level mages can wield second-level magic, and high-rank mages can use up to third-level magic. Shido admits it sounds pretty underwhelming, but the protagonist is the strongest mage among them all, since he can perform fourth-level synthesis magic. Kusanagi wonders if they have a plan, but Shido disappointedly says it'll be a pure magical battle, so no real plans can be followed. He believes they can easily handle the demon soldiers and magical beasts, but anyone stronger than a demon captain will require proper strategy and countermeasures. Given their high intelligence and immense power, Shido doubts that such straightforward battle plans even qualify as real combat strategies. Kusanagi points out that he hasn't seen any special gear anywhere so far that could take down the monsters. The officer admits they don't have anything to counter magic or beasts. That's why they only wear lightweight or tactical suits when entering any kind of battle. The protagonist recalls they used to have anti-beast gear, but Shido says barely anything remains now, and such gear has become incredibly rare. Only noble mages possess that kind of equipment. Kusanagi is surprised to hear this. Remembering that magical gear used to be common in his time, he understands that magic use and mages declined due to peaceful times. But such drastic change is just absurd. He grows curious about what happened over the last 50 years. Shido carefully watches his expression, wondering what's on his mind. Finally, everyone arrives at Tokyo Tower. Kusanagi notices there's no major disaster, but the number of monsters appearing is abnormal. He questions, "What's going on?" The garbage-talking cops from earlier are shocked by the numbers. They weren't informed about this in the reports. And when both spot a demon captain among the monsters, they completely lose hope and decide to seek support from special units or noble mages, since this is beyond their control. Shido assures them he's already called for reinforcements, but they won't arrive anytime soon. Given the growing number of beasts and increased illegal mage activities, the organization is already overwhelmed. The cops ask if they have any option other than facing these powerful monsters themselves. They consider it a suicide mission and hesitate. Shido has no choice, so he swallows his pride and asks the protagonist for help. He asks if they can beat them. Our guy confidently says yes. The trash-talking ones start doubting him, struggling to believe some random kid can take down so many monsters. Kusanagi senses something off and wonders what they're talking about. As the monsters grow more active, suddenly the sky shifts color and turns blood red. Sanada and the other officers realize that a disaster is about to unfold. Shido sends a message to every post from police headquarters, alerting that a calamity has erupted across all of Japan. As civilians start getting attacked by magical beasts, Shido repeats his warning that a disaster is underway. He commands everyone to prioritize protecting the people and saving civilians from harm. Since they're stuck managing this chaos in a city area, they need to act fast with countermeasures. Shido and his team are visibly worried about the situation, but our protagonist remains calm and collected. The officers battle back the disaster and are left shaken. They're left questioning why this is happening. The main character understands that disasters are natural phenomena, but he recognizes that this one is linked to the earlier magical beasts. He doesn't know exactly how they caused it, but wonders if they've developed a new method to trigger one over the past 50 years. Shido's men tell him they can't fight a losing battle without backup. They need to regroup and reorganize first. The disaster starts moving, and the beasts begin heading toward the densely populated city zone. The officers start arguing amongst themselves. Some believe they must protect the civilians and defeat the monsters no matter what. Others call the mission a suicide run, convinced it's unwinnable. Someone criticizes the police for being pathetic, which angers a man who refuses to join the fight. He bluntly states they simply can't take on so many magical beasts. Kusanagi leaps off a building, telling everyone there's no doubt they can win. He flashes a confident grin and activates his magic circles as he charges toward the monsters. Landing amidst them, the creatures rush to attack him. The officers warn him to flee fast or he'll risk his life. Kusanagi unleashes a third-level spell called Wind Cutter, leaving everyone speechless. The monsters are instantly destroyed, but a few demon soldiers activate in response. They launch multiple attacks at Kusanagi, but his shields keep him unharmed. Since the barrier proves incredibly effective, he decides to cast one for the bystanders so no one gets hurt during the calamity. While slicing through more monsters, Shido is amazed at his power. He doubts anyone else can wield multiple magic attributes simultaneously. He figures only Kusanagi is capable of such a feat. The boy orders everyone to advance and follow his lead. Sanada rushes forward to provide solid backup. The other officers tremble in fear. But knowing escape isn't an option, they steel themselves and charge onto the battlefield. The police engage the monsters in fierce combat. The protagonist is impressed by their skills. Suddenly, the demon captain emerges from the monster crowd. One officer spots it and panics, realizing only a legendary class mage could take down such a formidable foe. Kusanagi summons the water serpent again and reassures the officers they can handle the demon captain while the rest take care of the other monsters. In a matter of seconds, he defeats the demon captain, leaving everyone stunned. They acknowledge his overwhelming strength. Shido commands everyone to keep fighting until the final boss monster appears. He tells them to handle the rest while Kusanagi takes on the demon captain and anything stronger than that. As the main character battles the monsters, he recalls the global catastrophe that happened 60 years ago, marking the first calamity. After that event, disasters became a frequent occurrence, repeatedly striking and devastating the world. He's determined that what happened 60 years ago must not happen again, because the calamity would just spread across the entire planet. He's thankful to be here and firmly resolved to stop the calamity from annihilating humanity. Sanada gets attacked by a demon soldier, but the protagonist steps in and kills it instantly. She remembers that it's the same type from that night. He asks if she's all right. Sanada thanks him and tries to stand up. He realizes this is the exact same situation as before, and anxiously asks if she discovered anything. Sanada doesn't understand why he turned into a dark mage. She wonders how strong he really is but hopes he won't hate her for asking strange questions. Blushing, she tries not to dwell on anything weird since he's just a student. Sanada gets attacked again, but Kusanagi shields her from harm and advises her to be more careful. She apologizes. He asks her to stay close so he can protect her. He notices she can't use combat magic. Sanada blushes again and follows his lead. She questions if he really is just a student since he sounds way more mature than her. Suddenly, every police mage feels an overwhelming pressure. They start trembling with fear, wondering, what's going on? A monster bursts through the light. Shido realizes it's a subspecies of the demon captain. He questions why such a high-level demon captain is appearing now. The police mages admit their defeat seems inevitable. They doubt even the noble mages can beat such a powerful monster. Kusanagi steps forward. People try to hold him back, thinking he can't win, no matter how strong it may be. Kusanagi tells them he will win. The others stop shaking so much. Sanada begins praying for Kusanagi's victory. Shido knows he has the same strength as the noble mages, so there's a solid chance he can beat the subspecies. 2. When the monster confronts the protagonist, Shido gets excited, finally seeing the true power of our guy. He orders everyone to keep fighting hard until the monster boss is taken down. Kusanagi faces off against the new demon captain, launching attacks and firing fire magic at it. The police are stunned by how powerful the monster is, destroying multiple things using first-level magic. Our guy doesn't have a scratch on him. The monster wonders what he actually is. Kusanagi replies that he's just a student and starts using his water snake again. The demon captain, determined to kill our guy, unleashes a massive fire snake. The police recognize it as 6th-level magic and start feeling hopeless. Kusanagi realizes that dodging or simply blocking the attack with magic could trap his allies in the flames, so he contemplates his next move carefully. Suddenly, all the beasts start gathering together. The police are baffled. But as they all launch an attack on Kusanagi, Sanada tries to warn him. Despite facing multiple fierce assaults, he remains calm and unfazed. He shatters the demon captain's fiery serpent using his water attribute and deflects the magical beast attacks with his attribute-free shields. Water begins to pour down. The protagonist feels a bit let down, realizing the fight is already over. Shido's jaw drops in awe at just how powerful the guy is. Sanada is completely baffled by what just happened. Still in shock, Shido clutches his head, witnessing things he never imagined. Only a noble mage is capable of wielding level 6 magic, since it's an advanced technique on par with remote activation. Sanada asks if Kusanagi truly pulled off all that. Shido then reveals something even more astonishing they just witnessed. The protagonist cast a second type of magic simultaneously while fighting the demon captain. Normally, there's a cooldown when using 2 spells at once, but Kusanagi managed to use both simultaneously. Even controlling one magic type is tough, so wielding 2 at the same time makes him stronger than even the noble mages. Shido beams. Thrilled, it unfolded exactly as he hoped. He believes he's found the one he always wanted, the new Ichigami Minato. The protagonist advises the demon captain to follow him so they can continue their battle elsewhere. Since it's far too stifling here, the demon captain starts using level 1 aerial magic and takes flight. As he relocates, he admits being somewhat surprised to see aerial magic in play. He figures he needs to move to avoid relying on any backup from his army. The boy clarifies he's unaffected by poor teamwork among the other beasts. With a cold gaze, he reveals they moved specifically so he wouldn't have to hold back anymore. The demon captain charges forward to attack, but our guy effortlessly dodges every strike barreling at him. He blocks some blows with his arms. Seizing the moment, the demon captain unleashes fire magic. The fire strikes him directly, but the monster quickly counters and slams him down without missing a beat. When the smoke clears, Kusanagi stands unharmed, leaving the demon captain stunned. Advancing to strike again, the captain realizes Kusanagi switched to hand-to-hand combat because magic is entirely useless against him. He calls the demon captain's efforts pointless and makes it clear he won't land a single hit as he delivers a powerful blow to his head. The demon captain is sent flying but saves himself by summoning a magic circle. He doubts the punch had much effect, thinking the boy is just a regular human, yet suddenly his entire body shakes. Furious and baffled at Kusanagi's strength, the demon captain wonders who he really is. Kusanagi smirks and lets him know magic isn't the only power he can wield. He decides to demonstrate to the demon captain a technique he personally created. The protagonist grins and releases his powers. The demon captain is amazed. Shido and Sanada feel the surge and sense something ominous approaching. Kusanagi channels the magic enveloping him to shield his body. He begins to feel unstoppable. But the demon captain claims human attacks are useless, even though he's using magic to shield himself. Kusanagi disagrees and decides to test his powers. He starts throwing punches, pushing the demon captain backward, who has no choice but to defend himself. With attacks coming from all sides, the monster desperately tries to protect itself, but Kusanagi keeps striking with his new technique. Shido watches the fight and realizes the boy is outmatching a literal monster in hand-to-hand combat. He wonders how that's possible since human attacks are supposed to be too weak against monsters. Slowly but surely, Kusanagi is damaging the monster using just his fists. The demon captain gets hurt and can't understand how a human strike could reduce him to such a pitiful state. Kusanagi knows that normal attacks or weapons don't affect monsters, but if someone channels a massive amount of magical power behind them, the attacks become effective. Attacking while enveloping the whole body in magical power is called the fusion of martial arts and magic craft. He calls it magical martial arts. The demon captain refuses to believe a mere human has surpassed him in strength. Rejecting defeat, he tries to strike Kusanagi, who easily dodges the blow. Without hesitation, Kusanagi lands a powerful punch that pierces a hole right through his stomach. The demon captain calls him a monster for such overwhelming strength. The other monsters realize their leader has been defeated. The sky returns to normal, and the disaster finally ends. The police breathe a sigh of relief, learning that the boy handled everything. Shido advises them to eliminate the remaining beasts and stay vigilant. Kusanagi slowly descends, smiling as he decides to leave the rest to the police. Suddenly, he remembers it's been a long time since he last used magical martial arts, so he couldn't perform them perfectly. Touching down again, he notices a crowd of police officers waiting for him. Shido thanks him sincerely for all his hard work and for defeating the demon captain alone to stop the disaster. They're grateful for his cooperation. The entire police department salutes and shows respect to Kusanagi. Since this incident, disasters have been breaking out all over the world. But thanks to the collaboration between the police and the noble magician, every new disaster was gradually stopped. People grew anxious about the calamities and started blaming the government for being unprepared. They expressed disappointment toward the magicians who were expected to protect everyone as the public's anxiety swelled over time. Someone mentioned they still had the Black Mage on their side. Everyone began to believe in the Black Mage, wondering who he really was. At the academy, Kusanagi starts to feel annoyed since the entire class learns he stopped the second disaster. They call him incredible and shower him with praise. They ask if it's true he had to face a subspecies of the demon captain during the calamity. He begins feeling irritated and just wants it to be over. Yuka notices his tired expression. The teacher starts talking about the recent calamity. She advises everyone to always be prepared because they aren't just students, not just ordinary people, but wizards too. So nobody knows when they might be summoned. She points at Kusanagi, calling him experienced. Suddenly, Sanada shows up with a few officers. She apologizes to everyone, and the professor anxiously asks if there's a problem. Sanada flashes her badge and confirms she's here with the principal's permission. She calls Kusanagi over, asking for his help once again. Our guy is shocked at how low the police have sunk. He wonders why they never worry about their reputation. He notices the students staring at him with curiosity, which annoys him, so he decides to just leave. He asks Sanada to keep him informed about what's going on. She reassures him not to worry too much, promising he'll earn rewards and recognition for his efforts. Sanada explains that beasts keep showing up worldwide because of disasters and illegal wizards, and that strange organizations have suddenly become way more active since they're short-staffed. Kusanagi says they came looking specifically for him. Sanada feels guilty for asking so many times, but insists they have no choice. He's the strongest. Kusanagi pulls out his phone and tells her to just call him next time. Sanada apologizes, understanding his point. She gets his contact info and feels relieved. Our hero wonders what to do now. She directs him to handle all the beasts in Arayuku. He nods. Sanada offers to drive him there, but he thinks they'll be too late. So he summons his magic circles and starts heading out of the school on his own. The cops are stunned by how fast he moves. In Harajuku, the sky turns red, and two children are terrified. The older brother tries to shield his little sibling as a magical beast appears. The kids try to run, but the little one trips. Just as the magical beast is about to devour them, the protagonist appears and kills it instantly. Right away, the children calm down, and he praises them for holding on, telling them they did great. He returns their toy figures and a small charm, smiling warmly to comfort them. He hands the kids over to the police and rushes off to clear the area. The children bow in gratitude as he flies away, and the little brother smiles in appreciation. Kusanagi finds fighting in Harajuku tougher than at his academy or in the ruined Shibuya, since it's packed with obstacles and civilians. He can't use magical bullets without risking harm to innocent people still fleeing for their lives. He can tell humans from beasts, but ordinary folks without magic are hard to spot. The only way to keep everyone safe is by patrolling the zone. Police focus on killing monsters, leaving civilian rescues to the army and firefighters. They find Kusanagi and call out his name. He recognizes the officer from the disaster. He steps down and guesses the cop is backup. He finds him useful and asks for a situation update. The officer reports they've saved less than half the civilians and are struggling to reach the east side. Kusanagi fires a few bullets and decides to check the east side himself. The officer warns him about illegal wizards reportedly active in that area, but he knows it's pointless to warn Kusanagi since he's the strongest. The other cops notice and wonder who he is, seeing how effortlessly he defeated multiple beasts. They start to think he might be some kind of savior in these tough times. Kusanagi takes down a demon captain using his 6th level burst. He's shocked to find demon captains, even though there's no major catastrophe, something that hasn't happened in over 50 years. As the number of beasts grows, Kusanagi realizes they're getting stronger, and the situation is getting so bad that even he struggles to handle it. He figures he needs a solid plan before things spiral completely out of control. Kusanagi rescues 2 more civilians, handing them off to the firefighters. He has some ideas, but he's unsure which one to follow. He uses his bubbles to save more people. Sanada and some police arrive, and he helps calm down the crowd. The cops thank him again, believing the damage was limited thanks to his help. Kusanagi disagrees, saying it was the police and firefighters who really made the difference. He was just lending a hand. One officer compliments him as an impressive student and apologizes for their rude behavior during the last disaster, admitting it came from their pride. Kusanagi tells them not to worry and to stop dwelling on it. The police are amazed by his maturity and express their gratitude once more. Sanada steps up and thanks him too. Mentioning how she still counts on his powers even though he's just a student, he assures her not to worry since he promised to help. Kusanagi points out that the number of monsters keeps rising. And this time, they're even stronger. Sanada agrees, thinking they need a concrete plan to tackle the disaster. She adds that her superior is doing everything possible to respond. While she's talking, the kids from earlier approach Kusanagi to thank him for saving them. He's happy to see them safe. The little boy asks if he's the great sage, and the older one apologizes, saying his brother is obsessed with the great sage. Kusanagi notices the toy and realizes it's an Ichigami figure. He tells the kids he really is the great sage, and the boy beams. Already knowing, Kusanagi recalls a past life when someone asked Ichigami to let him make a doll of him. The guy excitedly shared that he'd not only make a doll, but also photo cards and keychains. Ichigami doubted anyone would want those. The boy said people needed the great sage's support in their hearts, and those items would be perfect for kids. Ichigami wasn't fully convinced, but the boy insisted he was wrong, believing the sage would protect people for 100 years, not just 50. He begged Ichigami for permission. Kusanagi smiles, realizing the boy was right. He knows simple dolls can't save people, but now more than ever, they need that hope. In a dimly lit club in the capital, a group of men report to their leader, Kuroyato, the head of the underground Mage Guild, about the Black Mage. Black Rebellion rises after hearing about an illegal mage who doesn't belong to any guild. Furious, he learns the Black Mage dares to defy him. He asks his henchmen if it's true, and the terrified subordinate admits it is. Kuroya commands them to uncover the true identity of the Black Mage, using military force if needed. Someone asks if they have permission to kill him. It's the executive manager, Kaga Shui. Kuroya replies they can only kill him after extracting information through torture. Kaga's face lights up with a sinister grin. Ruka asks Kusanagi about the level of his magical power. Yuka chimes in, curious about it herself for quite some time. They wonder if it's around 100,000, or maybe even 500,000. Yuka believes it's possible for someone like our guy. He deadpans, saying it's 99,990,000. Everyone is speechless at first. Yuka doubts it, and Katsuragi agrees with her. Ruka recalls that even Chikami's magical power is about 1 billion, so she doesn't believe him. Kusanagi is stunned by this information. They explain that people call 1 million the upper limit precisely for that reason. They wonder why he doesn't know such a basic fact. The protagonist questions if his power is just 1 million. He tries searching online but gets confused. He smiles and admits he doesn't know how to use a phone. Not wanting to bother, he decides to give up. He receives a call from Shido. The guy asks what's going on, and Shido apologizes for the interruption, asking if he has some time to talk. Kusanagi says yes, and the officer asks if his friends are nearby too. Kusanagi tells him they're there. Shido asks him to put the phone on speaker, completely clueless about how. Kusanagi gets help from Yuka to turn it on. The officer explains that since the number of monsters and disasters keeps rising, he decided to form a special unit dedicated to monster hunting called the Magical Special Team. He wants our guy to lead this squad. Yuka is amazed to see her friend getting such an opportunity. She thinks it's such an elite title that magicians would die to earn it. She assumes her friend won't turn it down. But to her shock, Kusanagi actually rejects the offer. Yuka, furious, demands to know why. The officer asks them to hear his explanation first. The protagonist wonders why Yuka is so mad on his behalf but decides to listen carefully. Shido explains the police are overwhelmed and can't handle everything alone. Since monsters are growing stronger, it's becoming impossible for them to keep up. He knows the guy understands what he means. Kusanagi realizes it's because this generation of magicians has pitifully low magic levels. He wonders what happened to the nobility. Shido reveals that the leaders of Misuha, Homurai, and Kaichi are still stuck in overseas meetings, so the only remaining person isn't available either for a string of odd reasons. Kusanagi suddenly remembers he has never met Yuka's parents. She tells him they haven't come back from those meetings yet. Shido explains the special squad will include many police officers and some academy students. He selects Yuka, Ruka, and Katsuragi for the new unit. He assures them he'll handle all the paperwork and negotiations, so their job is to focus solely on training harder, because they'll be leading the magician cops. They'll earn proper rewards, and their academic credits will increase too, making it easier to land jobs down the line. Shido starts pleading, trying to convince the guy to take on the captain role. He's hoping the main character will agree. Kusanagi gets a bit annoyed but decides to go for it. Shido can't believe it but looks genuinely happy. The others agree as well. Ruka doesn't want Kusanagi handling everything alone, while Katsuragi is all about taking on tough challenges. Though the protagonist still feels unsure, he ends up accepting since he wants to train more magicians too. But Shido apologizes and explains that, although there were applicants, no one actually applied for some reason. Not only did they neglect their real duties during the school disaster, but the noble clan was also painfully slow tackling the monster threat. The noble hears the reports and calls the journalists fools, saying they assume nobles can handle every problem. Someone knocks, so the mage waves them in. His butler appears, sharing that the Metropolitan Police Department sent over some documents. The noble reads about a special magic task force being formed. He calls it ridiculous and thinks useless people are wasting effort. He feels a bit disappointed, but figures it might quiet the critics. He orders the butler to summon his foolish son. The butler understands and leaves. At the police station, the protagonist and his friends join the special squad. Everyone gathers for a meeting, and Shido starts briefing them. The protagonist is shocked when he hears dozens, but Shido apologizes and explains that they did have candidates. Yet nobody applied for some reason. Shido believes more candidates will come once the protagonist starts showing real results. Kusanagi expected this outcome. Since it's rare for a literal student to captain a team, friction was bound to happen. Shido hands out something, revealing it's a temporary mage badge. He admits it's an external partnership but stresses they are now civil servants, so if anyone questions them, they just flash this badge as proof. He adds, badges are only given to team members, and since none are fully licensed magicians yet, the badges are temporary. Shido officially seals the student arrangement with Kusanagi and addresses him as Captain Kusanagi. He leaves everything in the youngster's hands. The protagonist smiles, glad to be finally standing among peers his age again. He steps forward and introduces himself once more. He announces he's the captain of the special mage squad and vows to make his whole team stronger than even the heads of noble houses. His friends and the police team are shocked, as that's a bold claim to believe. Kusanagi gets why they doubt him, but decides to prove himself with undeniable evidence. He asks Shido if there's a magic power measurement device at the station. The guy agrees without hesitation, though he looks puzzled while fetching the equipment. Kusanagi commands Ruka and Katsuragi to step forward and measure their power levels. They obediently follow his instructions. As they both channel their magic into the machine, the protagonist informs everyone that Ruka's magical power was only 10,000 last time, while Katsuragi's was 8,000. Ruka is speechless when her power level reads a staggering 30,000. Katsuragi is equally stunned to see 28,000 flashing on the power meter. The officers are amazed, recognizing that this is the magical power level of top-tier mages. Kusanagi asks for their patience and instructs Ruka to test her own power next. She listens but feels a bit nervous. Ruka wonders what to do now, fearing the gap between her and her older sister might be too wide to bridge. She knows she's worked hard, but deep down, she believes she's just an ordinary person without any special talent. Growing more anxious, she dreads seeing the results. Yuka takes a deep breath to calm herself, determined not to run away from challenges anymore. She stops worrying about the outcome and pours her magic into the machine, resolved to stay true to herself no matter what. Shido and San are left speechless by the results. Yuka feels some anxiety but opens her eyes to find her power level is 26,000. Shido recalls that her previous magical power was only 2,000 according to the records, and he struggles to believe her magic could have grown so much. At that moment, Kusanagi makes it clear to everyone in the room that increasing one's magical power is indeed possible. It only requires innate talent and an unwavering determination to never give up and keep pushing through until the very end. Smiling, he gently pats Yuka's head, letting her know how proud he is and telling her she did an amazing job. Ruka watches the interaction happily. Kusanagi also praises the other two, but they think it's nothing unexpected, especially Ruka. She believes this kind of progress is normal for someone like her, since she's from the Masuja family, so she feels no need for compliments. He brushes off her modesty and pats her head again, applauding her hard work. Katsuragi realizes his friend seems almost otherworldly, but he's surprised to see him act so warmly and fearlessly. Yik gets nervous, knowing just how terrifying her sister can be when angry. Ruka tells the protagonist she's no baby. He gets the message and pulls back his hand. Katsuragi admits he was a little scared moments ago and thanks his lucky stars. His sister stayed calm. Our guy then tries to ruffle Katsuragi's hair, but he blushes deeply in embarrassment. Ruka recalls she's never been treated like this before, not even by her father, who never patted her head or showed affection like this. Suddenly, a heavy-set, unattractive man bursts into the room upon learning. Everyone is gathered there. He reveals that he's been searching for Shido everywhere and wonders why he never received a proper greeting. Shido attempts to explain, telling the man he thought he wouldn't make it today. The overweight man says he changed his mind, so he decided to come after all. Shido plans to introduce him and announces he is Shu, a noble mage from the Fuka family. Shido quietly tells our protagonist that he had no choice, since they needed the noble mage's approval to form the special team. So he was forced to add their names. Sorry about that. Kusanagi recalls how the Fuka family ignored the call for reinforcements during the disaster at their academy. Shido tries to explain that it happened because nobles have this weird habit of clinging to their authority, so they feel embarrassed to respond to such requests. It's just not something a noble mage usually does. Shu jumps in, mentioning he heard Japan's elite magic unit was going to be formed, so there's no switching captains now. Shido introduces Kusanagi and reveals that he's the one who defeated the main monster and handled the catastrophe at the school. Thanks to his amazing feat, he's been chosen as captain to lead the team. Shulo eyes him carefully, wondering how some mediocre student, without noble lineage, managed to stop the school disaster. He stomps on the protagonist's foot and arrogantly calls him nothing but trash. He's furious that our guy's the captain. The guy makes it clear, don't act cocky. The guy makes it clear, don't act cocky, even if you're just a student. Yik and Ruka question why he's acting like that and order him to back off, while Katsuragi threatens to kick him out. Shu wonders why these commoners are trying to boss him around, recognizes the sisters, and recalls they're from the Misujo family. He's shocked to realize not everyone here is trash. Shu starts grinning and declares he'll lead the unit, but Shido tries to explain that Kusanagi has already been picked, so no changes can be made. Shu decides to challenge the protagonist, announcing that whoever defeats the next Calamity's boss earns the right to lead the unit. Shido tries to stop him, but the chubby guy insists on making his own rules and acts like it's settled. Shido apologizes for his behavior, but Kusanagi assures him it's fine. Anything said would have been pointless with someone that clueless anyway. He figures it's okay since all he needs is to win. Yik and the others get fired up. She's not letting this dude be their captain. The other two get serious too, and decide to give it their all. He wonders why they're so hyped up over some idiot. Meanwhile, on the police station grounds, Kusanagi contemplates his next move. He remembers the police had roughly 10,000 units of magical power. He expected this, and plans to start by talking about magical power itself. He begins explaining, emphasizing how important magical power really is. He tells everyone he knows it's mostly used just to cast magical attacks, but it actually serves other purposes too. He calls over Katsuragi and orders him to attack with everything he's got. Katsuragi looks a bit confused, but Kusanagi tells him to hurry up. Katsuragi tries to deliver a full-force blow, hoping the protagonist won't complain afterward. That strike gets stopped by a strange barrier. Kusanagi explains he's using the power of a magical shield. If someone's got enough magical power, they can naturally wield a magical barrier. Katsuragi keeps throwing punches, but nothing lands. Kusanagi continues, explaining that with enough magical power, they can use magic without even thinking about it. He calls this automatic power. Katsuragi finally gets exhausted, realizing all his attacks are totally useless. The main character instructs everyone to keep going. One thing is clear: boosting magical power capacity is the top priority for any mage. He starts channeling his magic into the officers one at a time, helping them learn how to sense their magical energy. The whole team begins their training, pushing themselves hard to get stronger. Kusan realizes they're definitely going to need some gear. Beyond training, he wonders if it's possible to get some anti-monster equipment. Judging by Shido's reaction, our guy senses it might be nearly impossible to get any right now. Shido assures him that if he waits a bit longer, something will come through. Kusanagi knows that finding skilled craftsmen on such short notice is unlikely, so he decides to make the gear himself. Even though he's never done it before, he's confident he can pull it off. He opens his drawer searching for something useful. He finds a cheap ring but notices it's still in good shape, which means it might have some significance. He thinks it could work, but it's still not quite enough. The protagonist starts thinking about a shop where he might buy what he needs. Suddenly his phone rings. He realizes it's a call from Ruka. He wonders why she's calling since she rarely does. Kusanagi picks up, but he's surprised by how quiet she is. She shares her thoughts, saying she believes only he deserves to lead the unit. He's confused and asks if she's trying to cheer him on. She confirms that he's right. Kusanagi smiles. Noticing she's a bit awkward, he decides to ask her something. Kusanagi invites her to go shopping with him tomorrow if she's free. Since he doesn't know much about buying accessories, he could use her help. Ruka asks if he's inviting the others too. He says no, and thinks going in a big group isn't necessary. She's a bit hesitant. So Kusanagi asks if she wants to go. She agrees to join him. He calls her his lifesaver, and asks where they should go. She suggests Harajuku. So he plans to meet her at the station around midday. She hopes they can meet up tomorrow, and then hangs up. Kusanagi feels happy, knowing he can now buy rings for everyone on his team. He wonders if he should spend the day crafting anti-monster gear using the ring he found. He starts channeling his magic and believes it might just work somehow. Yik calls his sister for dinner, but she doesn't respond, which worries him since she never acts like that. Yik decides to check on her and announces they're coming in. Ruka asks what's going on. Yuka apologizes and says dinner is ready. Ruka tells her she'll be there in a moment. Yuka has never seen her sister so excited before. She wonders if Ruka is planning to go out, and assumes it's a date with our guy. The next day, Kusanagi arrives at Harajuku Station. Yuika spies on him from behind a wall, trying to keep her distance and hide her face so he won't recognize her. She feels weird sneaking around like that, so he quickly apologizes. Ruka finally shows up wearing a gorgeous dress, catching everyone's eyes. She asks him if he had to wait. He says he just got there, so it's all good. The guy watching calls them beautiful and assumes she's talking to her boyfriend. They get a bit jealous as Yuika wonders what's going on. Realizing her sister and Kusanagi are on a date, Ruka asks what he's looking for. Kusanagi replies that he wants a ring. She wonders if it's a gift. He confirms it is, but explains he actually needs several. Ruka is surprised if he has that many partners. He nods, but she reminds him Japan isn't a polygamous country. He assures her he knows that already. Ruka suggests buying some inexpensive ones and plans to get them in bulk. She recalls the perfect spot, so he decides to trust her with the task. They visit a bunch of stores while Yuika watches them from afar. After a few hours of searching, Ruka admits it's seriously tough to find rings that are durable, affordable, and not too flashy. Kusanagi feels slightly annoyed, because every time they finally settle on a ring, something is off. He checks another and realizes it looks pretty pricey too. Yik sips juice from a distance, wondering what they're talking about. She feels a little jealous seeing them standing so close together. The manager approaches with a smile and asks, "What are you looking for?" She's ready to offer advice if they're shopping for a girlfriend's gift. Kusanagi tries to clarify she isn't his girlfriend, but as he speaks, Ruka cuts him off, telling the manager she's not his girlfriend, and lets them look around while she awkwardly walks away. Ruka tries to stop her while the guy feels a bit irritated. Eventually, they sit down, and Kusanagi shares how exhausted he is from all the walking, especially in such a crowded mall. He struggles to pick a good ring and wonders if there's something wrong with his standards. Kusanagi notices Ruka's expressions. She admits she doesn't know how to show affection and knows he's already familiar with her difficult personality. He tells her she's right, and Ruka recalls that she doesn't even know how to interact with her younger sister. She's caused a lot of trouble because of it. She suggests it's better if he does the shopping with Yuka instead, since she's just getting in the way. He tells her she's wrong and points out she researched and located several stores before coming here. She even made smart choices about which ones to visit. She took this trip seriously, even though it's his problem. He smiles and tells her she's been a huge help. Ruka blushes and feels better. Yuka notices her expression and remembers she's never seen her sister look like that before. She starts feeling guilty and wonders why she's spying in the first place. So, Yuka decides to head home. After a few hours, Kusanagi happily comes out of the mall, having finally found some great rings. Yuika is still a bit puzzled about why he needed 5 of them. He explains he needs one for each partner. Ruka thinks his partners will be thrilled to get the gift since he took his time picking the rings carefully. He mentions it's for the team unit, which causes some initial confusion, but she eventually understands why he bought so many. He sincerely thanks her for all her help. Ruka feels alright and is happy she could help him out. He decides to reward her for the effort, but she insists there's no need for any reward. He pulls out the ring from before and asks her to give him her hand. She feels a bit shy and asks what he intends to do. He takes her hand and shares that it's the first special ring he ever made himself. He hopes she'll take good care of it and smiles. Ruka feels happy but starts to leave. He tries to stop her, but she doesn't give him a chance and walks away. He wanted to explain more about the anti-monster equipment, but decides he'll save that for another time when he gets the chance again. As she walks away, Ruka suddenly stops and looks at the ring. She holds her hand close, admiring the ring as she blushes uncontrollably. The next day, Kusanagi announces that he's now distributing the anti-magic equipment, inviting everyone to come pick one up. Sanada and the other officers try them out and sense a magical reaction. They're amazed to see magical gear for the very first time. He explains it's called the anti-monster equipment, infused with wind magic. So if they use their own magic powers, the ring lets them cast wind magic up to level 1. Shido is stunned. He starts wondering how the protagonist managed to get something like this. Kusanagi reveals that he's the one who made them. Shido finds it hard to believe, since craftsmen capable of making such prized equipment are nearly extinct. He's already amazed to learn our guy can do this so easily. He admits Kusanagi surprises him every time. Yik notices her sister didn't take a ring. She observes Ruka is already wearing a ring she's never worn before. Yik guesses it's from her date, getting nervous as she wonders what happened after Ruka decided to leave. Kusanagi thinks they're all lacking proper transportation, doubting cars are fast enough, so he considers them unreliable. Shido agrees, since they're always late. Kusanagi demonstrates how to use the wind magic spell, Aerial, with the anti-monster equipment. He believes it will help reduce travel times. He explains it's not strong enough to be used as an attack against monsters, but it does let them fly, so they should give it a try. He guides them, explaining they need to imagine leaping into the air, as aerial means flying and accelerating. Sanada and Shido begin flying using the special ring. Kusanagi notices Yuika is flying too. He compliments her, but she says this was expected since she's been training in magical manipulation for a while. She looks at the protagonist. Suddenly, Yuika feels guilty for spying on her sister earlier. Kusanagi notices her expression and gets curious. He approaches Yuika and says he wants to ask her something. He asks if she knows Ichigami Minato. Yuika answers yes, saying he's her favorite person. He questions her about Ichigami's power level. She says it was around 1 million. He could use many spells, but died fighting the demon god during the Great Calamity. He's curious about what happened after he died. She responds that most of the great mages died, and that their noble ancestors were among the people who worked hard to rebuild society. The family, Misu, played a crucial role throughout everything. She says this with a proud look, and goes on to share that barely any records or documents remained after the final disaster ended. That's why magical studies had to be rebuilt from scratch. Kusanagi knows the mortality rate for wizards back then was pretty high, but he recalls leaving behind plenty of books. He stashed magical knowledge in various places, preparing for what could come next. He wonders why contemporary magical knowledge is so poor and full of mistakes compared to what he left behind. Wizards' power levels today are incredibly low. He suspects someone might be behind this. Yik notices he's distracted and asks if everything's okay. He reassures her it's nothing serious. She reminds him that if anything's bothering him, he can always talk to her. She admits she might not be much help, but still insists that he ask for her support. Kanagi thanks her for the gesture and calls her a great help. He knows she'll keep any secrets he shares. Yet he still needs to be cautious about the Black Mage matter. There's a chance she could get into trouble if he drags her into it, so he decides never to mention it. He realizes she might lose what she knows if she finds out he's the legendary Ichigami Minato. Yik assumes he's hiding things because she's not reliable enough, and decides to get stronger to be more useful to Kusanagi. She vows to give it her all. A week later, Kusanagi orders everyone to prepare and launch their spells. Zanata manages to cast a second-level sacred magic called Holy Crest. Shido can now wield third-level magic, while Katsuragi and the Misuha sisters can unleash fourth-level spells. Kusanagi feels happy knowing everyone has grown stronger. Even Sanada, who previously didn't know any offensive magic, can now strike with attack spells. The most surprising thing to him is the connection between the Misuha sisters. He knows people would think it's natural since they're siblings. Yik and Ruka obliterate the training grounds with their fourth-level magic. Yik suddenly recalls some dark memories, but they start smiling since she's finally earned her sister's respect. Kusanagi praises everyone for their hard work, but warns them not to get lazy just because their magic levels have risen, since those levels don't necessarily mean they've gotten stronger or better at magic. He decides to set an example and orders Ruka to cast a fourth-level spell on him. She gets it and follows his command. Ruka unleashes a fourth-level attack, but Kusanagi counters with only a first-level earth spell. When their spells collide, everyone is shocked to see the first-level magic neutralize the fourth-level attack. He explains that magic levels only indicate how much magical power can be infused into an attack. A higher level doesn't necessarily mean stronger magic. Even first-level magic, when wielded by a mage who can channel maximum power, can easily overpower fourth-level spells. He points out that the attributes of magic matter too. Water is always weak against earth. He instructs everyone to avoid getting stuck on the idea of levels. He explains they need to grasp magical power and master the spells they already possess. If they follow his guidance, they can become stronger. Everyone listens closely as Kusanagi reminds them not to forget their comrades, because combined powers can become even more formidable. They all cheer, fired up. But suddenly, the chubby guy reappears and feels sorry for them. Shido asks why he's here for no reason. Shu thinks no disaster is coming soon, so he's just bored. Shido suggests he take down some monsters if he's not planning to train, but Shu declines, saying it's too much work. He leaves everything to the police department while smirking slyly. Kusanagi's friends get annoyed, but he stays unfazed. Shu hopes the disaster will arrive soon as the sky starts to turn red. Yuika notices it first and points out something's off. Shu realizes it truly is the disaster and gets hyped. He reminds everyone that the squad who defeats the boss first will be chosen as leaders of the special unit. He announces the challenge has begun. Kusanagi's squad gears up, fired up. They're determined not to lose to a chubby guy like Shu. The chubby guy and his crew start using equipment to fly with their wind magic, acting cocky and calling everyone losers as they take off. Yuika calls him out for being unfair, but Kusanagi reminds her they can do the same. He orders everyone to get ready and put on their headsets. As the whole team takes flight, Kusanagi reminds them it's their first fight as a squad, so they need to stay cautious. Everyone begins to move. Shu leaves behind a car driving on the road. He mocks it for being slow and laughs. Katsuragi calls him fast. While Yuika wonders how the chubby guy can move so fast with such a big body, Kusanagi thinks it's because they're all skilled with wind magic, making it tough for their squad to keep up. He knows he could easily surpass them, but doesn't want to ruin the point of being in a team. He decides not to rush since the civilians seem completely safe. Shu begins taunting them, laughing that they call themselves a special squad, yet can't even overtake him. He keeps calling them losers. Yik notes their expressions and figures out he's mocking them. Even though he can't hear the words, the chubby guy spots some people and announces his presence. He warns them about the disaster and starts killing monsters alongside his team. They unleash wind magic, taking down a beast. Civilians scramble for safety, begging the chubby guy for help, but he completely ignores them and keeps blasting wind magic at monsters. Just as the civilians are about to get caught in his wind magic, the protagonist appears, shielding them with his barrier. He asks the chubby guy what he thinks he's doing, his expression cold and menacing. The noble kid and his men get so scared they nearly pee themselves. They try to make sense of what's happening as they find themselves unable to move their arms. Kusanagi's squad arrives and checks to make sure the civilians are safe. Yik asks what the chubby guy was trying to do. She gets angry and orders him not to drag ordinary people into their fight. Shu and his team finally manage to move again. Shu wonders if Kusanagi did something to his body but lets it slide. Thinking it must be nothing, the chubby guy admits it's his fault for crossing paths with a noble wizard like him. Yuika gets annoyed and demands he say that again. Using his wind magic, he takes off flying with his friends, leaving the protection of the commoners to Kusanagi. He's determined to take down the boss. As the chubby guy leaves, Kusanagi watches him. Sure, he could crush the chubby dude in just seconds, but he doesn't want it to look like he's scared of some dumb challenge. Suddenly, Kusanagi realizes this could be a perfect chance for something. He orders his squad to defeat the monsters, while he focuses on keeping the citizens safe. Shidao questions if Kusanagi is really sure about accepting this challenge, since defending so many civilians alone seems nearly impossible. Kusanagi confidently says he is, reminding him he's the leader of their special unit. Shido buys his confidence and feels his question was silly. Yuika fires everyone up to start taking down the monsters, mentioning how much they're already counting on the main team. Everyone agrees with her, so their guy orders everyone to get moving and win this for him. They all move forward using wind magic, launching into battle against the monsters. Yeek casts level 3 magic spells to destroy some of the tougher monsters. She remembers being scared in a similar situation before but now is amazed at her own powers, easily slaying the demon soldiers. Yuika has really leveled up. Kusanagi senses the magical energy around him and realizes humans and monsters are mixed up. With many civilians still trapped in danger, he knows this situation is tough, but he believes he can handle it after all. He's Kusanagi Minato. He charges in using wind magic to save everyone. Shu and his men keep blasting wind magic. Ignoring the civilians, Ruka and the others hold their formation, determined not to fall behind the chubby guy. Yuika suddenly feels a strange magical energy out of nowhere. She looks back and sees a demon appearing behind her. The delusional chubby guy doesn't hesitate for a second and rushes at the demon to stop the disaster and win his foolish challenge. He decides to use his level 4 magic. His men try to hold him back, warning that level 4 magic won't even scratch a demon like that. Shu ignores them, thinking they don't know anything since they've never fought demons before. He's convinced he'll definitely win because he's a noble wizard. The chubby guy unleashes a level 4 wind attack, but the demon counters with level 4 fire magic and completely obliterates the pathetic attack. Shu is stunned that he was beaten so easily. When the fire attack nearly hits him, Shu and his squad start fleeing. Some civilians get trapped, screaming for help, but Shu ignores them and keeps running to save himself. Kusanagi shows up and uses earth magic to stop him. The team bands together, defending the civilians from the fiery assault. Kusanagi smiles, praising their efforts. Yik approaches the chubby guy. He's visibly relieved to be alive. With a cold glare, she asks why he ignored the citizens and only saved himself. He blames them for not escaping to a safe place. He believes they don't deserve to live if they're going to hold back a magic noble like him. Yik's fury sparks at his foolish words. She loses control, slapping him as hard as she can. The chubby guy gets sent flying from the slap. She mocks him, calling him disgraceful and pathetic for a noble with magic. Shu questions why she slapped a noble like him. Yik tells everyone to leave that pathetic fool behind and keep fighting the other monsters roaming the city. Everyone agrees and starts moving, while Shu grumbles about being completely ignored. Kusanagi watches as she escorts civilians to safety. He notices the team making a lot of noise in front of the enemy. He figures it's okay, since they manage to calm down quickly. Kusanagi decides to search for more survivors who need help. He reminds himself to stay cautious, knowing the boss could show up any moment. When the demon monster appears, Shu and his crew hide behind a wall, finally admitting they can't take down such a powerful monster on their own. The teammates advise the chubby guy to start retreating. Shu acknowledges this demon monster's power is beyond his reach. Though he's a noble, he doesn't believe he can defeat it. Suddenly, the chubby guy gets a bright idea. He plans to let the other squad wear down the monster during battle, then swoop in when it's weak, taking all the credit for finishing it off. His guys praise this genius plan. He thinks it's perfectly natural for a mastermind like him and suggests they stay hidden until the perfect moment arrives. His men agree. Shido and the entire team confront the approaching demon monster. Yuika senses just how powerful this monster is. She doubts their chances but vows to give it her all. The whole team relentlessly attacks the demon. They wonder if it's finally down. But when the smoke clears, the demon remains unscathed. Yuika realizes not even a scratch. Ruka advises they need to use 4th-tier magic or weaker spells powered with the exact right magical force. The demon starts summoning fire attacks from magical circles. It strikes them, and while everyone dodges, Yuika notices it's grown stronger, twice the strength of the magic she wields. Yik admits the power gap is massive. They stand no chance of winning like this. She wonders what to do next. Kusanagi sees his squad trapped in a tight spot. He decides to offer some advice. Kusanagi orders them to cooperate closely. She insists they already are. He urges them to truly combine their powers. He hints that she and Ruka hold the key to victory. Yuika looks confused and anxiously asks what he means, but he commands her to figure it out herself. Yuika tries to stop him from ending the call, but she's hit by fire magic and has to focus on defending herself. Ruka believes Kusanagi's words carry a deeper meaning, so everyone needs to take them seriously as a team. Yuika thinks her sister is right since Kusanagi has always led them to big wins. She finally realizes what she needs to do. Ruka points out that the demon takes a long time casting his spells, so they should just dodge his attacks and ignore him for now, because they also have to take down smaller enemies. Yuika asks Shido and the officer to secure the east side while they keep attacking from the west. She'll give the signal whenever the demon launches any kind of attack. Everyone acknowledges her orders. When the powerful demon starts an attack, Yuika warns and alerts everyone. All of them dodge the monster's attacks, guided by Yuika's warning. Kusanagi watches everything while rescuing civilians. He had expected Ruka or Katsuragi to step up as leader, but he realizes Yuika is just as capable, since she has a knack for reading people. He thinks she could really lead the group. Yuika starts feeling exhausted and realizes her magic power and level might not be enough to win. She wonders what she should do next. She tries to recall Kusanagi's words and suddenly understands she had misread everything. She doubts that such a ridiculous plan will save them. But she abandoned common sense long ago. So she decides to try anyway. She knows it's a matter of life or death. She asks everyone to lend her their magic power. Batsu watches from behind, wondering what they're up to. The entire squad gets ready for something big. Shido tries to confirm if this is even possible. Yuika isn't sure, but she knows they have no other choice. Ruka believes in Yuika. Katsuragi and Sanada also decide to give it their all, knowing they can think of plan B if this fails. The demon raises its arm and summons a burning pillar of level 5 fire magic. A massive wave of fire crashes down onto Kusanagi's squad. Batsu and his men mock them as useless losers, but his followers urge him to watch what's happening. He's shocked to see the entire squad charging straight at the demon. Sanada unleashes level 3 holy healing magic to heal everyone in the squad. Kusanagi calls it a genius move, since dodging a level 5 spell is nearly impossible. With this, Sanada can heal all the damage they're about to suffer, which is incredibly smart. Yuika and Ruka face the beast together. Charging their attacks, they unleash water magic. Kusanagi is thrilled they finally get it. If they can't beat it solo, they can combine their powers to claim victory. He smiles, calling it an epic spell. Stream Surge. As a massive wave of water obliterates the demon in a single blow. When the smoke clears, Shido is stunned to learn the Misue sisters managed to cast a level 6 spell together. Katsuragi points at the demon, and they're surprised to see it still clinging to its pathetic life. Shu and his men seize the chance and try to finish it off to claim the win. Kusanagi stops them by using his draining tentacles. Batsu is confused, not understanding what's happening as his magic energy completely drains away, leaving him utterly powerless. Right then, Kusanagi appears from behind and regains control of his magical tentacles. He feels a bit annoyed by the creature's behavior. At last, the demon vanishes. Katsuragi and the others breathe a sigh of relief. Shido thinks that Batsu was probably on the brink of death after taking such a blow. Once the catastrophe finally subsides, the sky returns to its normal state. The entire team is thrilled to see that they've finally won. Sanada praises the Misu sisters, who express their gratitude. Both Ruka and Yuika suddenly lose consciousness and collapse. Katsuragi grows concerned and asks what's wrong. Both girls are completely motionless, utterly drained of their magical energy. Yuika tells her sister that they actually managed to win. Ruka agrees with her. Feeling relieved, Kusanagi praises the team for their hard work, smiles warmly, and confirms that it was their effort that stopped the disaster. He calls this their first real mission and expresses how pleased he is that they proved their true worth and didn't let him down. Even though this was their first battle like this, he believes their team will continue to grow much stronger. He commends Yuika for her incredible growth so far and highlights her excellent command skills during the calamity. She even grasped what he meant by great magic and wonders if she had already known this technique before. Yuika confidently replies that she had no prior knowledge and learns that it's called grand magic. He's stunned to find out she didn't know the term and can't figure out how she pulled it off without any knowledge. She thanks him for giving such an amazing hint and shares that everything else was just her intuition. Kusanagi is taken aback, realizing he had underestimated Yuika. He guesses she might be far more special than he originally thought. Kusanagi wraps up the inquiry and points out that her success in the feat is truly remarkable. He believes the harmony and synergy between her and Ruka also played a crucial role. Checking the time, he tells everyone it's finally time for something important. Kusanagi grabs the remote control and turns on the television. A few key members of the police department, including Shiru, are present at a press conference. One officer explains that they formed a special Mage team, known as SMT, to prepare for the increasing number of disasters and monstrous demons. A news reporter questions why they chose a student involved in the Academy calamity to lead the squad. Asking if this information is accurate, Shiru steps forward to answer the question. He introduces himself as the spokesperson for the special squad's leader and confirms that the leader really is just a student. This shocks everyone. Many oppose appointing a minor as the squad leader. Shiru defends Kusanagi, explaining he possesses skills that even surpass those of noble magicians. He reminds them that the noble magicians were completely useless and didn't even bother to join in to help. The police found themselves in desperate straits and had to save the citizens on their own. He adds that Kusanagi showed up and rescued everyone from the disaster. Shiro believes that Kusanagi is a divine savior, sent to protect this era from the monsters. Shiru trusts no one else for the leadership role. Watching this on TV, Kusanagi feels somewhat embarrassed. He had hoped Shiro wouldn't make such a big fuss about him. High-ranking government officials find this ridiculous and troublesome. They think it's wrong to disregard the noble mages and secretly form a special squad behind their backs. If this goes through, the noble mages could lose their positions. The officials admit the noble mages are fairly useless, since they didn't even respond to the recent disaster. They're well aware of the Fuka clan's terrible reputation, and although some clan leaders are out of the country, it's still their duty to respond when disasters strike. Essentially, they are neglecting their own responsibilities. The police chief speaks up, explaining that they trusted the noble mages and did not create the special squad to undermine any noble families. Suddenly, someone bursts into the conference room telling everyone to leave. It's the ugly, chubby man and his gang. He calls the current leader a pathetic loser and insists that a noble mage like him deserves to be the true leader. He criticizes their rudeness for holding a press conference while completely ignoring him. His followers back him up, supporting his claims. Shiro is confused why he's here out of nowhere after already losing the challenge. Shiro and his crew pretend the challenge never happened, lying they never made such promises. He calls his words the absolute noble magic and tells everyone to simply listen to him. A reporter steps forward to ask a question. He gives her permission to ask anything. She informs everyone she learned he didn't help any civilians during the recent disaster. Instead, he dragged innocent people into his fights. She asks if this is true. Shiro gets nervous and denies all of it. But other reporters accuse him of lying, presenting proof of his misdeeds. Officials question if a noble mage could really act so terribly. They find his behavior unacceptable because citizens should always come first. They won't let his actions slide. This time Fatsu panics and orders everyone to stay quiet. He refuses to take the blame and blames the civilians for standing in the way of a noble mage like him. He calls everyone peasants and tells them to stop talking. Shiro believes everyone already knows the current noble mages are corrupt. He stresses how important it is to have heroes like Kusanagi, who will lead the nation and protect people from monsters, heroes who fight without selfish motives. Does he believe Kusanagi is the perfect leader for his squad? Shiro points at the chubby man, telling everyone they don't need corrupt, selfish noble mages who don't care about the citizens. The news reporters side with Shiro, while the police chief looks worried. Frustrated, Fatsu storms off, vowing he will get his revenge and make everyone regret what they said to him. Kusanagi gives an uneasy smile as he watches the chubby man leave. He's surprised that Shiro didn't hold back at all this time. Yik shows all the videos about the disaster that were posted online. She reveals that the noble mage Fatsuo is taking a lot of heat for what he did. Kusanagi gets a bit nervous about the internet, since things tend to spread super fast. Suddenly, Yuika looks shocked. Kusanagi asks, "What's wrong?" Noticing her worried expression, Yuika says all their faces were caught on camera. Kusanagi gets frustrated, knowing it's now impossible to keep his true identity under wraps. He hoped to fly low and stay unnoticed, but he realizes things are going to get complicated from here on out. A few days later in the meeting room, Kusanagi is shocked to see an enormous crowd gathered. He wonders, what's going on here? Shiro explains that the higher-ups are suddenly giving approvals easily, and the number of volunteers has shot up out of nowhere. Also, Shiro smiles uneasily, guessing it's all because of the info spreading online and the recent press conference. Shiro starts apologizing for losing control during the press event. He knows he messed up and wants to make it up to Kusanagi somehow. Our guy just wanted to train more people quietly, but didn't want so much attention. Yuka appears behind him and grabs his arm. She suggests he should get used to it, because it's tough for the world to stop watching someone as extraordinary as him. He calls that a problem and hopes to dodge the spotlight at least after this. That night, somewhere mysterious, a man tied to a chair is being interrogated. Another guy holds a knife to his throat, ordering him to spill everything or die. The red-haired man panics. They ask about the Black Mage, but he insists he's already told everything he knows. He shares that the Black Mage is a young kid who can cast powerful spells. The man slashes the redhead with the knife, threatening him to confess all or face death. Terrified, the victim pleads for his life. Suddenly, he remembers something else. The redhead says the police constantly check the Magic Academy to learn more about the Black Mage, and there's a rumor the Black Mage might be a student. He swears he doesn't know anything else about the Black Mage. The kidnapper believes him but calls him disappointing. The victim hopes he will be freed. Now that he's revealed everything, the mysterious man promises he will be released, but then kills him, explaining he'll escape the clutches of life instead. The victim bleeds out and dies. The mysterious four-eyed man gets angry when blood splatters onto him, calls the victim filthy, and starts wiping it off. He had suspected the Black Mage might be a student, getting excited. He breaks into a wicked grin. Wondering how terrifying the screams of a young kid will be, he hopes the Black Mage is waiting for him. Kusanagi lands in Shinjuku. Wearing a mask to hide his face, he takes down a monster and starts looking around. Our guy notices some kids holding a camera. One of them starts filming the dead monster Kusanagi just killed, and they both call it the Black Mage's work. One kid looks a little annoyed he didn't make it in time to capture Kusanagi on camera. Our guy had hoped that the hype and fascination people had with the Black Mage would have died down by now. But he quickly realizes he's dead wrong when he sees so many people still hunting for him. Even in residential areas. The police are involved too. He's glad to see the police handling monsters and disasters much better than when he was reincarnated. He figures folks might not need the Black Mage anymore. Kusanagi notices something stirring down on the ground level. A bunch of thugs have cornered a helpless man and are demanding 10 million yen. They're telling him to sell his organs since he can't pay. The man tries to defend himself, explaining he only borrowed 200,000 yen. But the thugs start using magic, calling it loan interest. They're about to teach him a harsh lesson when Kusanagi steps in, shielding the man from the thugs' attack. The helpless guy takes the chance and bolts away. The thugs get pissed and ask if Kusanagi thinks he's some sort of badass hero. They try to fight him, but he decides to teach them a real lesson to knock it off. After getting beaten down, they apologize. The thugs swear they won't resist anymore. The Black Mage wonders why the police aren't cracking down on illegal mages. Even the thugs acknowledge they're dealing with the Black Mage himself. They start chatting about the rumors they've heard. One mentions that underground syndicates are backing our guy. They get nervous, knowing they're trespassing on another gang's turf. Kusanagi listens in and asks about the organization. The thugs freak out and try to play dumb. They claim ignorance while begging him to let them go, promising not to spill that they met him. The Black Mage wonders how many actually know the truth, so he says he'll let them walk if they spill everything. They agree. And one reveals that the Black Rebellion is a secretive group of mages hidden from the public eye. He explains they're involved in all kinds of nasty crimes, money laundering, running the Yakuza, gangs, and the mob. This group is behind it all. The thugs also add that the Black Rebellion has ties to media and politicians, giving them free rein to do whatever they want. The thugs nervously chuckle and say there's a Black Rebellion branch nearby. They even came hoping to land jobs there. Our guy roughs them up, then starts heading out of the sketchy alley. Kusanagi recalls Sanada mentioning a spike in illegal activities lately. He's finally put together the puzzle that the Black Rebellion is behind all this. Our hero finds it pretty intriguing and gets a little fired up. He decides to leave the chaos with the monster surge to his student self and plans to clear out the underworld once he steps out as the Black Mage. First stop, the Kabukicho branch. Since it's the closest, our guy arrives to find a crowd of men and women doing shady deals. He's surprised at how lively and buzzing the modern entertainment district looks. Kusanagi feels a bit annoyed but pushes forward, starting to sense magic all around him. This time, he can't tell who's part of the organization since he's dealing with humans now. Our guy decides to kick things off by apprehending some shady characters acting suspiciously in the area. He spots two dudes dealing drugs in a dimly lit alley. They notice him and gear up to fight. But the main character beats them down and tries to get some info. He barely learns anything, so he opts to report it to the police to handle the rest. After taking down a few more guys, he finds out the gang is meeting somewhere called Western. One of the men swears he's telling the truth and hopes to be released now that he's spilled all he knows. Kusanagi delivers a hard hit and leaves, hoping the intel he gathered is legit. At the Western bar, a stunning woman with purple hair walks in and takes a seat next to the bartender. He asks what she wants to order. She slips him some cash and waits for him to share some information. He accepts the money and lets her speak. The mysterious girl questions the bartender about where the Black Rebellion is hiding out. The bartender says she's asking the wrong question. She gets a little uneasy. He corrects her, telling her she should be asking what's going to happen to her next. The purple-haired girl immediately realizes she's walked into a trap. She glances back to see some thugs rising up. One of them knew someone was snooping around, but never thought it'd be a gorgeous woman. She knows she's made a huge mistake trusting false info. The thugs attack, but one orders to keep her alive. The defenseless girl fights back, hoping to stay alive. She doesn't waste a second and bolts for the exit but gets hit by a fire spell from behind. The woman falls and gets hurt. The thugs admire her fierce spirit and decide to use her for her looks. Feeling hopeless, she silently apologizes to her brother for not being able to do more. Just as a thug almost grabs her, our hero bursts into the bar, catching everyone off guard. He completely ignores the chaos and heads straight to the bartender. Our guy asks if any Black Rebellion members are in this bar. A thug sneaks up from behind and asks if he truly understands the danger he's walking into right now. The thug tries to strike while hurling insults. But our guy punches him square in the face. The thug flies backward, smashing into the club wall. Struggling to get up, he passes out. The other thugs and the girl are left speechless. Jaws dropped. The purple-haired woman knows no ordinary human could pack such a punch. She's baffled about how he did it. She wonders if he used magic. But she didn't see any signs of enchanting. She questions who he really is. Meanwhile, Kusanagi's glad the intel wasn't totally useless. Since he found a bunch of low-level magicians at the Western Club, he calls the Black Rebellion thugs pathetic scum for attacking a woman. Continuing to berate them, the thugs are terrified but try to stay calm because they still have the numbers advantage. One orders everyone to gang up on the hero since he's all alone. Convinced they can win if they attack together, the thugs start unleashing multiple fire attacks. But our guy tries to hold back and just dodge. The purple-haired woman doubts he can win, since the numbers give the gang a huge edge. Especially because the fight's happening indoors, she assumes he can't cast any powerful spells. Which means there's no way he'll come out on top. The girl yells out, warning the protagonist to just run away. Right as he's about to get hit, the protagonist loses his patience and swiftly dodges everything, closing the distance to the thugs. He moves in and starts throwing punches. Our guy lays them out one by one, knocking all of them out within seconds. The purple-haired woman is speechless. She couldn't even follow what happened because he moved insanely fast. She wonders if he used some kind of magic. The thug starts crying, asking who he is. He demands answers. Then, Kusanagi replies that he's the Black Mage, the man who's going to dismantle the Black Rebellion gang. He takes down the last guy and walks over to the girl. She's still stunned by how fast he wiped them all out. Wondering if he's some kind of elite or legendary mage, Kusanagi approaches, and she notices he looks like a high school student. She remarks that his eyes are striking. He gets a little worried and asks if she's okay. He realizes she's not hurt. With a confused expression, she reassures him she's fine. He heads over to the bartender hiding behind the table. Kusanagi demands information about the Black Rebellion, but the bartender refuses, scared that he'll be targeted if he spills anything. Our guy throws a heavy punch, smashing the table to intimidate him. He demands info again and makes it clear this is the last chance he's giving. Terrified, the bartender decides to spill everything to save himself from Kusanagi. He reveals that the Black Rebellion's main base is actually in Tokyo, with cells everywhere, even beyond Kabukicho. He's heard that the Kabukicho branch leader is someone nobody dares to mess with. The gang's head is a mage with massive underground influence. Some even say he's pulling the strings in Japan from the shadows. Kusanagi asks about the branch itself, but the bartender swears he knows nothing. He explains that low-level guys like him only get the crappy jobs and have no clue where the branch is located. The protagonist feels a little disappointed, since he's basically back to square one. He decides to hunt down more illegal mages to gather clues about the branch. Just as he's about to leave, the woman stops him, expressing her gratitude for saving her life. She has no idea what awful things might have happened if he hadn't been there. He reassures her not to worry, saying he was just passing through. He thinks it's her own fault for getting into such a dangerous spot, since she got involved voluntarily. She calls him tough, and he admits she's right, but adds he only gets tough with adults. The woman guesses he's planning to search for the Black Rebellion gang. She's curious and wonders what he plans to do when he finally tracks down the gang. With a cold expression, he replies that he'll destroy them. She's a bit shocked seeing how serious he is. She realizes he wants to wipe out the gang completely, but doubts he can do it alone. Even if he's strong, he knows he can't handle this on his own. So he decides to ask for help. The woman asks him if he wants to team up with her. She confidently reveals that she's a detective with access to valuable information and a wide network of connections. She admits she doesn't have the kind of strength he possesses. The woman is a bit shocked to learn that the Black Mage is way more powerful than the rumors said. She believes she can still achieve her goals and somehow ally herself with him. Kusanagi catches on and asks if she's offering her strength in exchange for his valuable intel. She confirms this and says it's the perfect partnership. She extends her hand, asking for his cooperation. He knows he desperately needs information, but wonders if trusting her is worth the risk. He thinks it over, since he can always vanish if things go south. He agrees and shakes her hand. Deciding to join forces with her, she seals the deal and introduces herself as Leona. Our guy just mentioned he's a Black Mage. She comments that it's a tough name and wonders why he doesn't have something shorter. He tells her she can call him whatever she likes, so she settles on calling him Chrono. He's fine with the name Chrono, and wonders why the thugs were after her. She explains her mission was to somehow locate the Black Rebellion's hideout. He calls her reckless for being so careless. She thinks they're both in the same boat. But he lets her know he can protect himself properly. She admits she has many weaknesses, but felt she had no choice, since no one dares to go up against the Black Rebellion. Leona explains that lately, the rebel mages have been running wild in Kabukicho without facing any consequences, because the police are too busy handling disasters. Kusanagi recalls Sanada mentioning this before. He realizes she's in a tough spot. Leona stays composed and reveals that her younger brother was attacked by the rebel mages. Since their parents died, she's been raising him all alone. She's worked tirelessly to give her little brother a good life. She knows she couldn't spend enough time or give him the attention he deserved, which probably made him feel lonely. Yet, he never complained. She remembers one day when some thieves suddenly broke into their home. Unfortunately, her brother caught sight of them, so they tried to kill him. Her expression changes. He asks if her brother survived. She reveals he was hurt and hasn't regained consciousness since that day. He knows even holy magic isn't enough to wake someone from a coma. She's frustrated and says the doctors have no idea when he might wake up. Her brother is only 9 years old. She believes he deserved a normal life. Leona recalls that the men responsible were henchmen of the Black Rebellion. She managed to track down and arrest all of them but won't be satisfied until the entire gang is wiped out. He asks if her goal is just revenge, but she corrects him, firmly stating she wants to fix things so no one else has to suffer like she did. She knows she doesn't have the power to do it, but she believes he definitely can take on the Black Rebellion gang. Kusanagi assumes her story is true, but wonders if she shared it just to keep him from betraying her later on. He calls her a strong woman for what she did, but smiles because he's drawn to women who seem desperate. He warns her not to drag him down, but she assures him she's already tracked down plenty of potential hideouts. She warns him not to underestimate her information network. It's huge, and some might even be connected to the Yakuza or the Mafia. That's why she's been trying to move cautiously. He demands the locations of the hideouts, and she asks what his plan is. The guy replies that he just intends to pay a visit. She warns him about the danger and doubts he can avoid getting killed. Even with his strength, he reassures her that everything's perfectly fine since he's the legendary Black Mage. She decides to give him the information but says she'll come along to double-check. He warns her again about the risks, but she insists she'll go even if it costs her life. He asks what she'd do with her brother if she dies. She figures it's okay because he'll get the insurance money if she ever dies. He calls the money worthless and tells her never to speak like that again since family always comes first. She doubts he understands what it's like to be weak since he has power. Frustrated, she opens up about how awful it is to live well but still be crushed by gang members. Even when people like her are cornered, they don't have enough strength to fight back. She wonders why her brother had to suffer despite being completely innocent. She starts crying and falls silent. He begins to move, and she asks what he's trying to do. He demands the hideout locations and promises the gang members will pay for their crimes. She stops crying and finally perks up. She gives him the information, but she thinks it'll be tough to travel to all those places on foot. He tells her not to worry and holds her close from behind. Our guy orders her to hold on tight. She starts blushing uncontrollably. In some random building full of gang members, a man walks to the window. Curious, another thug asks, "What's up?" Suddenly, the window shatters, and Kusanagi crashes into the room carrying Leona in his arms. He kicks one of the thugs by the window, stunning everyone. The gang members are shocked to see one of their own knocked out. Kusanagi wonders if this is really the Black Rebellion's hideout. Leona tries to calm herself but feels extremely anxious, thinking she just came close to death. The thugs demand answers and ask who they are. Grabbing their weapons, they prepare to kill the protagonist. He stays unfazed and notes that the Yakuza haven't changed much since his past life. The boss strides forward with a cigar in hand, demanding to know who the main character is. He's told it's the Black Mage. Furious, the boss commands everyone to attack the protagonist, advising Leon to stick close by. A thug lunges at him with a sword, but our guy stands fearless. The thug is shocked when his sword snaps clean in half. He has no clue what's going on. A few more thugs sneak up behind him and start firing bullets. Kusanagi raises his magical barrier and effortlessly deflects every shot. The thugs grow desperate when they realize their guns and swords are utterly useless. They start calling the Black Mage a monster, but he ignores them and approaches the leader. He asks again to confirm if this guy is really the boss. He also inquires whether this crew is connected to the Black Rebellion. The boss begins to tremble, stays silent for a moment, then shouts insults at Kusanagi. He makes it clear that the Black Mage won't leave unscathed. He warns the protagonist not to underestimate the Yakuza like this. The gang resumes shooting and attacking, but Kusanagi stays unfazed, calling them stubborn for not getting it. Leona thinks he shouldn't expect any cooperation from this crowd. She can't figure out how they're still standing after so many attacks. He feels none of them are true mages, so he assumes they have no ties to the Black Rebellion. Kusanagi decides it's time to clean up the mess. The boss warns him he's messed with the wrong people, but our guy cuts him off and steps forward to deliver a kick. He strikes them with a powerful kick, sending them flying. The Yakuza finally surrender. Leona is amazed at how quickly it ended. Our guy's annoyed they couldn't learn anything, so he opts to move on to the next location. Leona realizes just how strong the Black Mage really is. She starts believing he might be enough to wipe out the Black Rebellion once and for all. He picks up the woman and holds her in his arms. She gets anxious realizing they're about to move again. He leaps through the window carrying her with him. She screams in fear, begging him to stop. But he presses forward. They arrive at their next destination, making another grand entrance through the window. In seconds, our guy takes down the entire gang. Everyone bows before him, pleading for mercy. Once outside, he wonders again why they keep getting attacked. Each time, he calls the Yakuza completely foolish. She agrees with him, but points out that no gang member will ever listen to him. Frustrated, Leona asks him to stop breaking in through windows all the time. She thinks they're practically ambushing the Yakuza at this point, but she's had enough of all the flying around. He understands and admits he didn't follow any rules because they're dealing with the Yakuza. She calls him illogical, so he agrees and decides to stick to the rules. This time, they arrive somewhere else and knock on the door. A bald man opens the door and asks who they are. The guy says he's here to learn about the Black Rebellion. The bald man slams the door shut and orders them to leave. Kusanagi gets annoyed and kicks the door open. The gang members inside get alert and ask if they're really being attacked by a single man. They demand to know which clan Kusanagi belongs to, but he clarifies he's just here to gather information on the Black Rebellion. The bald man loses his patience and lunges forward with a punch. Our guy hoped he could talk things out this time, but since he had no choice, he defends himself and easily takes down the bald man. The other gang members are caught off guard. Kusanagi ignores the lackeys and sets out to find the boss himself. A man named Ushiro steps forward, revealing that he is the boss. He asks why our guy barged in like that. He gets straight to the point, asking if they have any ties to the Black Rebellion. The boss understands what he means, but his henchmen find the question disrespectful and draw their weapons to fight our guy. Ushiro orders his men to stand down. They try to say something, but he makes it clear they can't handle someone like Kusanagi. He decides to answer the question and reveals he has no connection to a pathetic group like the Black Rebellion. He emphasizes that honor is of utmost importance to his clan. The protagonist then asks about their hideout. Ushiro confirms and asks if he'll leave once he knows the location. Kusanagi promises he will. Leona and our guy sit face to face with Ushiro. The gang surrounds them. She feels nervous and wonders why she got herself into this mess. Ushiro introduces himself once more. Then Kusanagi reveals that he is also Chrono. Leona introduces herself as well. The boss points to a map and explains that the Black Rebellion's hideout is somewhere near where he's indicating. The conversation wraps up with him admitting he doesn't know any other details. Kusanagi checks and realizes it matches the place Leona had suggested. He understands that if they had kept searching, they'd have found the hideout eventually. Finally, he admits she's far more reliable than he originally thought. The Black Magician questions the old man, asking if he's sure about sharing such info, given they are from the same line of work. Ushiro clarifies he's not, and reveals they're actually enemies. He assures our guy his clan isn't low or pathetic enough to go hurting respectable people. Kusanagi wonders why he was attacked in the first place, but the old man thinks he doesn't seem that respectable since he's been storming Yakuza offices. Ushiro explains his clan has rules and principles, so there's no point in comparing them to misfits. Kusanagi is amazed to find a Yakuza like Ushiro in this era. He decides to leave as promised, since he's achieved his goal. Just as he's about to go, Ushiro asks if he plans to take on the Black Rebellion. He warns our guy that they have powerful people controlling the country on their side, so it won't be an easy fight. Kusanagi grabs the woman and assures the old man he's faced many tough opponents like that before, then flies away with Leona in his arms. The old man watches from behind and praises his brave actions. He believes the guy might actually be capable of wiping out the Black Rebellion. In some random warehouse, a group of men gather to make a deal involving a special weapon. One of the henchmen inspects the quality and assures his boss it's top-notch. The red-haired guy orders his men to hand over the money. Some mysterious men in black suits take the weapon, and one of them shakes hands with the redhead as they finalize the deal. The suited man calls Japan incredible for being so welcoming to criminals. The other guy agrees, saying it really is the best country. As both laugh, Kusanagi bursts in through the window. With Leona in his arms, the men are shocked, but they quickly summon their magic circles and ready their weapons without skipping a beat. Kusanagi realizes he has finally tracked down the gang he's been hunting for. Using magical perception, he discovers that every member of the Black Rebellion are magicians, while the Mafia faction also has a few magic users on their side. Leona hides behind a container and pulls out her phone to capture everything on video. The red-haired guy asks, "Who is this Kusanagi?" Our guy is tired of hearing the same question over and over. He responds that he's the Black Mage and plans to wipe out the Black Rebellion. The men are baffled by his claim and start laughing uncontrollably, doubting that someone his age can accomplish such a feat alone. Ignoring their laughter, he unleashes a massive fire attack. Several of them are thrown into the air. He makes it clear that he's committed to wiping out the entire gang. The men grow furious and begin launching multiple magical attacks without holding back. Our guy effortlessly blocks everything with his barrier. He knows they won't use anything stronger than level 2 magic, since that could destroy the warehouse. He thinks about using offensive spells but realizes it would be pointless against such a large group. The gang members are shocked to see their attacks have no effect. Even bullets prove useless. They start wondering why he hasn't taken any damage yet, as they've never witnessed magic like this before. Kusanagi feels disappointed because he's not even using his full power. He finds their panic amusing. The man in the suit suddenly recalls they still have that special weapon they brought earlier. Suddenly, their attitude turns cocky, and they warn our guy not to get too confident. He notices the shift in their behavior. When the men put on masks and brandish the special weapon, Kusanagi immediately recognizes what it is and quickly orders Leona to run. She obeys and escapes. The thug throws a gas bomb, but our guy uses magic to stop it mid-air. It detonates, releasing poisonous gas. The men doubt anyone could survive that. No matter how strong, they believe the fight is over and breathe a sigh of relief. Expecting the Black Mage to be dead, they move forward to see the lifeless face. When the smoke finally clears, both are stunned to see the boy emerge completely unharmed. The gang struggles to believe it, wondering how he is still alive. He explains that no magic can fully protect from poisonous gas, but since it's just gas, he simply uses wind magic to circulate the air around him. He calls their doubts foolish and lets them know that a powerful mage like him won't fall so easily. Terrified, the men try to call for backup, but no one answers. Kusanagi says it's useless because he's already taken care of that. He reveals he has destroyed all their hideouts, so these are the last ones standing. Kusanagi orders them to get ready and swiftly beats them down. He feels satisfied after completely dismantling Kabukicho's Black Rebellion, so he decides to look for Leona. Suddenly, our guy senses someone behind him. A man steps out of the shadows with Leona by his side. It's Rein. He's surprised the protagonist handled everyone alone. He admits it's impressive and smirks wickedly, saying he's hoping to negotiate with the Black Mage. Just as Minato, also known as the Black Mage, he finishes off the members of the Black Rebellion organization and neutralizes the toxic gas, then rushes toward the warehouse exit to check on Leona's condition, only to find her held hostage by an evil sorcerer. The captor demands Minato negotiate her release. Minato quickly assesses the situation, noticing that the distance between them is too great for him to reach her in time, even with combat magic, unless he manages to create an opening. Just as he prepares to cast a first-level spell to force the attacker to drop his dagger, the man notices and warns him not to make any reckless moves if he values Leona's life. Surprised that his opponent can sense his magic, Minato acknowledges him as a worthy adversary and even compliments his skill. From what he observes, Minato suspects the man is holding back his full power, but estimates his magic level is around 40,000, marking him as a high-level mage. Meanwhile, Leona tries to apologize to Minato, whom she also calls Chrono, but he reassures her that he'll rescue her. Annoyed at being ignored, the attacker threatens to actually kill Leona if Minato doesn't take him seriously. After exchanging more words, Minato eases tensions by agreeing not to make any sudden moves. Satisfied, the attacker introduces himself as Kageshuji, the head of the Kabukicho branch of the Black Rebellion. He reveals his mission was to investigate the Black Mage, either to recruit or eliminate him. Kaga admits to having tortured people connected to the Black Mage, only to be disappointed when he discovered the person he's been hunting is a kid aiming to dismantle the Black Rebellion branch. Frustrated, Kaga grips his dagger and accidentally slashes Leona's neck. Realizing his mistake, he apologizes not out of remorse, but because he got too worked up handling his weapon. He even pauses to admire how her blood drips from the blade. After witnessing Kaga's unstable behavior, Minato asks what his terms of negotiation are, momentarily forgetting. Kaga declares he'd rather torture and kill Minato than trade Leona's life. If Minato refuses and tries to run, he promises to kill her instead. With that, he forces Minato to choose between his own life and Leona's. Without hesitation, Minato agrees to endure the torture. Thrilled by his determination, Kaga mocks Leona, asking if she admires Minato's courage. Internally, Minato knows no attack can harm him thanks to his magical barrier, so accepting the torture is the best strategy. Still, Kaga demands he deactivate the barrier, claiming the suffering will be meaningless otherwise. This revelation shocks Leona, who finally understands how Minato managed to block attacks so far. She worries about what might happen if he truly lowers his defenses. Minato, meanwhile, is surprised that Kaga knows about his barrier and realizes he erred by using it so openly before. Despite the risk, he deactivates it and asks if Kaga is satisfied. Without hesitation, Kaga casts a first-level lightning spell aimed at Minato's vital points. Leona begs him to stop, but Kaga, lost in his sadistic pleasure, she refuses. After a relentless assault, Minato pretends to be unconscious, while Leona blames herself for being too weak to help. Spotting her chance, Kaga readies another attack, taunting her mockingly. Determined to shield Minato, Leona tries to disrupt Kaga's spell, but he quickly catches on to her plan. After knocking her down, he mocks her, calling her a lost little weakling who doesn't know her place. He even blames her presence for Minato's downfall and moves in to finish her off, taking twisted pleasure in imagining her dying in despair. At the last moment, Minato springs back up and lands a devastating blow on Kaga, disfiguring his face. Shocked, Leona wonders how he survived that attack, especially after dismantling his barrier. Minato reveals he secretly maintained a small hidden shield right before the strike hit, making it seem like his defenses were completely down. Amused by his cunning, Leona nervously laughs, saying only Minato would pull off a trick like that. With the immediate threat gone, Minato heals Leona's wound using light magic, reassuring her she's safe. Feeling a wave of relief, Leona silently thanks her luck for having the Black Mage on her side. However, Kaga, his face magically restored, rises again, furious over their arrogance, impressed that Kaga didn't falter against his speed-based combat magic. Minato stays alert, realizing simple torture won't faze someone like Minato. Kaga decides to scorch both him and Leona. As Kaga prepares a powerful fire-based attack, Minato finally grasps the true scale of his opponent's power, noticing that Kaga has been holding back the entire time as his magical intensity keeps escalating. Once the rune for the spell is completed, Kaga unleashes a level 4 fire and lightning spell, sending a fiery blast straight at Minato and Leona. Just before it hits, Leona panics, convinced Chrono won't be able to block it. Minato, however, stays calm and only activates his magic barrier as the flames draw dangerously close. To Leona's astonishment, a first-level defense spell completely nullifies a fourth-level attack with ease, leaving her in disbelief. Watching Minato effortlessly extinguish the fire, she feels an unexpected sense of relief just standing beside him. The more she watches, the more intrigued she becomes about the true identity of the Black Mage. Realizing his fire attack failed, Kaga bursts into laughter, praising Minato's strength. He admits he knew the fire magic wouldn't affect someone like him, but that he still has some tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, still puzzled, Leona asks Minato why Kaga's fire magic hasn't faded yet, since it should have disappeared by now. Minato explains that Kaga is using sustainable magic, allowing him to maintain his spell longer by constantly replenishing it. He compares it to how he uses wind magic for flight. Annoyed by the long explanation, Leona reminds him there's no time for lectures, just as she warns that the barrier might fade soon. She realizes she's still unharmed and wonders, how could that be possible? Minato reassures her, explaining that just like Kaga, he can also wield sustained magic, so there's nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Kaga panics. Sensing his hesitation, Leona boldly tells him to give up while he still has the chance. Kaga feigns fear before dropping the act and resuming his assault, acknowledging Minato's strength as he finally reveals his hidden trick, intensifying the power of his sustained fire spell around Minato's barrier. Suddenly, Leona begins to weaken. Her body grows heavy, and she struggles to breathe. Kaga explains that by surrounding the barrier with flames, he's burned all the oxygen inside. Without air, they'll suffocate, and as the fire's heat rises, even Minato's barrier won't hold up forever. He gives Minato a grim choice: choke inside the barrier, or burn outside of it. Unfazed, Minato simply yawns. Frustrated, Kaga demands if he truly comprehends the dire situation. Calmly, Minato assures him he understands better than anyone. Kaga insists that no matter Minato's skills, Leona is teetering on the brink of death, and he can do nothing to save her. At that moment, Leona suddenly regains her strength. Confused by the sudden change, Kaga watches in disbelief. Equally shocked, Minato explains that while fire magic can manipulate the atmosphere, it seems Kaga forgot that magic itself exists within the air. Kaga asks for a clearer explanation. Minato proceeds to explain how magical barriers interact with ambient magic. Then he demonstrates by controlling the wind around the room, snuffing out the flames with a gust of air. Seeing his plan unravel, Kaga panics and laments his failure. Before he can collapse, Minato steps forward, determined not to let him slip into unconsciousness. He mocks Kaga's love for torment before casting a spell that sends him into a shadowy void. Suddenly, Kaga finds himself trapped in an absolute emptiness. No sound, no light, just endless darkness. Panic-stricken, he cries out for help, but no one answers. Meanwhile, Minato returns to Leona, who tells him someone's already reported the warehouse to the cops. Wasting no time, Minato lifts her up and leaves, ignoring her protests as they flee before the authorities arrive. Once they reach a safe vantage point, Leona finally concedes that Kabukicho's Black Rebellion branch has been destroyed. Minato, already thinking ahead, talks about cleaning out the next district. Calling himself Chrono, Leona asks if she can be his ally, even though she knows she might hold him back. She offers her intelligence and connections to help him reach his goals. After some hesitation, Minato admits he has a soft spot for people's requests and ultimately agrees. Much to Leona's delight, she eagerly assures him she'll handle PR and recruitment so he won't have to worry about those tasks. A few hours later, the morning news reports the warehouse incident, confirming that members of the Black Rebellion have been arrested, and credit is given to the Black Mage for their capture. Just as the broadcast continues, a breaking news alert interrupts the show, announcing a video statement from an organization opposing illegal magicians, led by the Dark Sorcerer, which is also being aired nationwide. When the video plays, a hooded figure believed to be the Dark Sorcerer appears. The Dark Sorcerer shows up on screen, introducing his group as Shadowbringer and proclaiming himself the Black Annihilator, dedicated to eliminating illegal magicians tied to the Black Rebellion. Right after the introduction, he warns that from this point forward, he will not tolerate injustice, no matter who the offender is. Watching the broadcast, a high-ranking member of the Black Rebellion fumes with anger, furious over the Dark Sorcerer's audacity. However, his companion stays calm, dismissing the Dark Sorcerer as insignificant and unworthy of getting worked up over. Bolstered by these words, the enraged man regains his composure and places his trust in his powerful noble magic ally, the head of the Fuka family, Fukayan. After his heated confrontation with the leader, Fukayan returns to his quarters and watches the news, where reporters openly criticize the magic nobility, mocking their incompetence and shameful conduct during the press conferences. Despite their failure to manage the recent crisis, the Special Magic Unit has proven to be far more effective, causing both the media and the public to question whether magic nobles are truly necessary. Furious at the blatant disrespect, Jin shatters his teacup against the television and orders his butler to summon Sha. As the butler rushes out, Jin seethes with rage, vowing to teach these lowly commoners the consequences of mocking the so-called useless magic nobility. Meanwhile, halfway around the world, the bustling streets of New York City erupt into chaos as monsters suddenly appear, attacking civilians. What was once a thriving metropolis turns into a scene of horror as people scramble to save their lives. Within minutes, first responders arrive, broadcasting updates to their base while trying to contain the assault. Despite their efforts, the overwhelming number of monsters proves too much. One officer holds the creatures at bay, while another frantically calls for reinforcements from the SMT, only to learn that the disaster is spreading everywhere and backups won't arrive anytime soon. Explosions rock the city, leaving hundreds dead and thousands wounded. Amid the destruction, a monstrous leader emerges, preparing to unleash a level 5 pillar fire spell capable of engulfing the entire city in flames. Just before disaster strikes, a highly skilled noble magic user arrives, countering the attack with a level 5 titanic water bubble spell. The noble, identified as Misuo Shiru, father of Yuika and Ruka, effortlessly neutralizes the monster leader's assault before landing on the battlefield. The first responders, amazed by his powers, receive orders to assist Toshiru in the containment efforts. Ignoring the crowd's admiration, Toshiru keeps his focus solely on the battle, casting an even stronger water spell to overpower the monstrous leader. Toshiru's overwhelming magical force finally drowns the creature before it can strike back, securing the victory. With the battle won, first responders eagerly surround Toshiru, praising his efforts. Ever the stoic professional, he brushes off their thanks, insisting he was just doing his duty. Soon after, the mayor of New York personally thanks him for minimizing the destruction. As Toshiru prepares to head back to Japan, murmurs ripple through the gathered crowd. Skeptics mock the idea of a low-ranking Japanese noble acting so grandiose, deriding Japan's weakened state. Hearing their words, Toshiru chooses to ignore them. Instead, he turns his focus to the challenges awaiting him at home, his daughters joining the special magic unit, and Japan's fading reputation. Elsewhere, Yuik, Ruka, and their friend are recovering at the training grounds, still reeling from their intense practice session with Minato Kusanagi, complaining about how insanely strong he is, while Ruka points out Minato isn't even using his full power. Before they can dwell on how unfair it all is, Sanada and a group of trainees arrive with a new strategy. They suggest that if everyone attacks Minato together, they might stand a chance. Buoyed by their numbers, Yuika rallies the squad, confident that even Minato can't withstand an attack from over 100 trainees. Unfortunately for them, Minato overhears their plan, suddenly appearing behind them. He casually asks if they'd like to test that theory. Frozen with fear, Yuik quickly denies everything, insisting they were only chatting. Unfazed, Minato declares his break is over and presents the next challenge: defeat him using all their skills. Seizing the moment, the group launches a full-scale assault, convinced their overwhelming numbers guarantee victory. Minato, however, barely moves a finger, protecting himself with a basic level 1 barrier. When Yuik arrogantly insists that won't be enough, he effortlessly upgrades to a high level 4 magic barrier, leaving the trainees stunned. Determined to break it, they intensify their attacks, but Minato's defense absorbs every blow with ease. As frustration builds, the team grasps just how terrifyingly powerful Minato truly is. When it's his turn to strike, Minato effortlessly overwhelms them all, beating them down with ease. The moment the dust settles, the trainees groan in pain, scattered across the field, utterly defeated. When training ends, Yuika and Ruka check their phones, their faces turning pale. Noticing their reaction, Minato asks what's wrong. The two sisters look at him seriously and reveal that their father has returned home to Japan. After leaving their father's house, the Misu sisters head to the family villa for an important discussion. A brief, awkward silence fills the room before Toshiru finally speaks, asking about the special magic unit they recently joined. He confirms they're indeed working with the unit. As tension rises between them, Toshiru asks them to tell him more about their squad. Relieved that their stern father is at least showing interest, they eagerly detail the positive impact their squad has had on society, adding that their new friends are truly amazing people. Ruka excitedly jumps in, bragging about how much their magical powers and spell levels have skyrocketed in such a short time, all thanks to Minato, Kusanagi, and the rest of the team. Intrigued by their praise of Minato, Toshiru acknowledges the man's extraordinary skills and his contributions to society. However, while sipping his tea, one of the girls compares Minato to her father, suggesting Minato might even be able to compete with a high-ranking magic noble like him. At this, Toshiru calmly sets down his cup and delivers a sharp order. They must leave the special magic squad immediately. Shocked, the sisters demand an explanation. Maintaining his composure, Toshiru explains that the reputation of magic nobles is already crumbling, which could spell trouble for Japan. He insists the nobles, not the special magic squad, are the backbone of the country. Therefore, their leader, Minato, is doing more harm than good just by existing. With that said, Toshiru forbids any future contact with Minato, Enraged, the sisters protest, calling his reasoning absurd. Unfazed by their anger, Toshiru orders them to obey him, as they always have, and turns to leave. Before he can go, Yuika, who's always followed her father's orders without question, speaks firmly, saying, "Not this time." She declares she'll never abandon the Special Magic Squad or Minato, believing he has the power to change the world. She argues that while the nobles have grown complacent, the squad trains relentlessly, preparing for real battles. If their father had asked for cooperation, they would have gladly complied. But demanding blind obedience is a mistake. Hearing this, Toshiru coldly disinherits her, forbidding her to call herself a magic noble. Again, Ruka, ready to step in, watches as Yuika simply nods and walks away without another word. Just before leaving, Yuika flashes her father one last smile, assuring him that from now on she'll go by Misujuwa, and he no longer has to worry about her tainting the family name. Once she's gone, Toshiru mutters about Yuika's rebelliousness, and Ru warns that she's changed, hoping to at least keep one daughter at his side. Toshiru faces fresh disappointment when Ru follows Yuika's lead, renouncing her noble status as well. Toshiru repeats his disinheritance, telling her never to use the family name again. Ruka happily accepts, thanks him for everything, and leaves him alone, murmuring to himself, now free from their father's control. The sisters switch from noble garb to casual clothes and head to a hotel, chatting about their newfound freedom. As they walk, Yuika asks Ruka if she's really okay with cutting ties with their family. Ruka reassures her, promising that as her older sister, she would never leave Yuika alone. Touched by her words, Yuika smiles, and the two share a heartfelt hug. Their joy is short-lived, since they soon face trouble booking a hotel room. After trying every option, they decide to talk with the manager. But all their efforts end up fruitless. A whole day of searching yields nothing. Every hotel, rental property, and even internet cafes refuse to accept minors. Ruka might have lied about her age, but Yuika, being so young, makes it impossible. Defeated, they settle into a small cafe to rest and sip their drinks. Yik laments the irony of having money from their squad activities but nowhere to spend it. As they chat, two drunk young men approach their table, trying to flirt with Yuika right in front of Ruka. Before things escalate, Ruka glares at them and warns them to back off or face serious consequences. Sensing trouble, the men quickly apologize and flee. Once they're gone, Yuika grins at her sister, suggesting they make the most of being stuck outside. When Ruka asks about their lodging issues, Yuika insists they can fix that later. Determined to enjoy their first night as independent sisters, they spend the afternoon shopping for clothes and stuffed animals, singing karaoke like they're tipsy, carefree, and just soaking in the moment. As night falls, reality sets back in, but Yuik thanks Ruka for making the night special, admitting that having her sister around makes everything less scary. Smiling at the compliment, Ruka reminds Yuika they still need to find a place to stay. Wondering who might take them in, Yuika gets a text from Minato. He awkwardly asks how to use his phone, saying he forgot again. The sisters share a knowing look before deciding to visit Minato, hoping he'll let them stay at his place for now. When they finally meet Minato, they ask if they can crash at his place for a while. Before answering, Minato invites the Masuja sisters to his living room so they can talk over what happened. After hearing their full story, he asks how they feel about their rebellious act. The girls admit they were impulsive and immature. Watching them, Minato notices not just their honesty, but also how much closer they've become as sisters. When they finish reflecting on their situation, Yik apologizes for bothering Minato and asks again if they can stay, since nowhere else is an option. Minato pauses to weigh the consequences of letting them live with him. Having no romantic interest in any of them, he decides their presence won't be a problem and agrees to let them stay. Before they get too excited, he warns them that his apartment is small and nowhere near as fancy as what they're used to. To their surprise, the girls don't care one bit. Instead, they chatter excitedly, like kids, running around. Watching them, Minato makes an unintentional comment about how easily they adapt, which unexpectedly makes the girls blush. Suddenly, they find themselves lost in silly daydreams about surviving under the same roof as the cool and strong Kusanagi Minato. Yuika's imagination runs wild, to the point that her heart races with feelings she's never felt before, forcing her to calm down. Despite her confusion, Minato casually asks if they plan to shower before bed. The girls instantly react as if he's some kind of pervert. Unfazed, Minato repeats the question, and this time they answer calmly. Yika goes first, leaving Minato and Ruka alone in the living room. As they talk, Minato praises her brave choice to leave home, admitting it was something he didn't expect from them. Ruka agrees, saying she's just as surprised as he is. It's the first time they've stood up to their father, who's always been strict and intolerant of any independence. She hopes that instead of backing down, he'll double down on his own ideals. Minato reminds her that Tosharu holds a poor view of their squad, so it's unclear what actions he might take against them later on. Before Ruka can respond, Yuika steps out of the shower in her pajamas, asking Ruka to take her turn next. Ruka quickly gets up and enjoys the most refreshing bath she's had all day. While she's gone, Yuika tells Minato how surreal it feels to be at his home, without missing a beat. Minato reassures her that although it's his first time hosting guests, he's not worried. She thanks him sincerely for letting them stay, and Minato brushes it off, saying it's no big deal. She laughs, and when he asks what's so funny, she says she's known him long enough to see him act like everything's normal, no matter the situation. Minato promises that as long as they're on his team, they'll always be his friends, and he'll never leave them behind. Hearing this makes Yuika's heart race, but before she can dwell on it, Ruka comes out of the shower looking elegant in her pajamas. Minato gets up to take his turn, leaving the sisters sitting silently, still processing everything that just happened. The next day, Minato meets with his advisor Shido and receives the updated training schedule for his unit. After the usual briefing, he informs Shido that Yuika and Ruka are staying with him. Shido, realizing Minato lives with two girls, gets angry and questions how Minato can be so nonchalant about it. Confused, he wonders if this kind of living arrangement is normal among young people nowadays. Determined to teach Minato some common sense, Shido lectures him about how Japan doesn't practice polygamy and overwhelms him with half-truths about culture and tradition. Leaving the office, Minato thinks about finding a bigger place to live. 3 people crammed into his tiny apartment would be way too tight. Before heading out, he spots Tsunade training in the courtyard and decides to check on her. Calling her over, he asks why she's still practicing. Tsunade explains she feels like she's falling behind. Now that she's improved, she can finally cast offensive spells, but she's still not satisfied. She tells Minato to stop being so formal with her since she's his subordinate, and he quickly adjusts to her tone. Minato encourages her to try casting an offensive spell. When she hesitates, he reassures her that he'll guide her through it. Following his advice, Tsunade takes her stance and casts a spell. After witnessing her effort, Minato praises her dedication and encourages her to keep training. If she does, she'll only get stronger. Tsunade thanks him, but admits she still feels weak compared to the rest of the team. Minato reminds her not to underestimate herself. He's seen how hard she works. Then he confesses that he only joined the police force because being a sacred mage is rare. He doubts he'll ever measure up to his teammates since he believes he's the weakest link. Realizing she's venting, she apologizes for unloading her insecurities on him. Minato, instead of brushing it off, asks why she chose the police force in the first place. Tsunade explains that her grandmother was a sacred mage who saved many lives during past disasters. Inspired by her, she joined the force, hoping to follow in her footsteps. After sharing her story, she continues doubting herself, saying she lacks real goals or ambitions like the others and that she's not good at anything. Minato immediately corrects her, listing her strengths, her healing abilities, offensive magic, and dedication to improvement. He tells her it doesn't matter why she chose this path. What counts is what she does with it. His words strike a chord, and Tsunade realizes the results of her training are already showing. Overcome with emotion, she's brought to tears of relief and happiness. Once composed, she apologizes for being a pathetic adult, but Minato dismisses that thought, saying age doesn't matter. Grateful for his encouragement, Tsunade starts seeing Minato as her hero for repeatedly saving her from self-criticism. Later that night, Minato prepares to embark on his secret mission as the Black Mage. Before leaving, he runs into Leona, who informs him she's gathered intel on the dark rumors surrounding the magical nobles. Impressed by her effort, Minato asks Leona to share what she found, but she insists he put on his Shadowbringer uniform first. After being turned down by the Black Mage, Leona reports her findings about illegal mages and shadow magic organizations. She reveals that magical nobles are allegedly involved in numerous criminal activities, including money laundering, collusion, and embezzlement. Rumor has it that some families, especially the Fukas, have direct ties to the Black Rebellion crime syndicate. Minato asks if she knows who leads the Black Rebellion. According to rumors, Leona says it's Kuro and Akudo, former magic nobles, notorious before they were publicly disgraced. Hearing this, Minato grows even more suspicious of the connection between the magical nobles and the Black Rebellion. However, Leona reminds him there's no solid evidence tying the Fukas or any noble family to the syndicate. Since no one talks and valuable information is scarce, she suspects potential whistleblowers are being silenced. Knowing this, she warns Minato to tread carefully if he plans to investigate further. With their discussion over, Minato tells her to send all the information she's gathered to his phone. When she asks about his next move, he simply says he's going out to deliver justice. Without another word, he leaps off the rooftop, plotting how he'll strike harder and punish villains without mercy. After spending a few hours delivering justice, the Dark Mage returns home, slipping back into his life as Minato Kusanagi and unwinding with his new roommates, Yuika and Ruka. The three sit quietly, each fully absorbed in their own tasks, with nothing else pressing. Minato decides to dig into Ichigami Minato and the calamities from 50 years ago. Now that he's gotten the hang of using a smartphone, after a bit of searching, he finds that Ichigami's story remains mostly the same, but modern-day mages are depicted with a much lower power level, which strikes him as odd. He also notices sketchy and incomplete records about magical nobles and their ancestors, barely mentioning their remarkable magical skills or training methods. Seeing this, Minato, who retains memories as Ichigami, sighs, thinking that if his magical book still existed, mages wouldn't have declined so much. Yuika points out that there are no books or data left on advanced magic training, almost as if someone deliberately erased them. Minato speculates that the current head of Misu might have some clues, but with information on the calamities so scarce, arranging a meeting seems nearly impossible. For now, he racks his brain trying to figure out what exactly the calamities are and when they first appeared on Earth, but no clear answers come up. Yuika notes her frustration but chooses to push through and keep working. The next day, while training the special magic unit, Minato and his team receive an urgent report about a detected calamity and are ordered to respond immediately. They rush to the scene, only to find Shu Fuka, Jin Fuka's son, and his sidekick standing over the corpse of a calamity monster. Though puzzled, Minato stays composed as Shu arrogantly criticizes them for arriving late, bragging about how he and his group handled the monster before they got there. When Shu notices Minato's serious expression, he reassures him that no civilians were harmed, so there's no need to stress. He continues boasting about how things could have gone sideways without his intervention, then arrogantly tells them to stay sharper next time before walking off. After Shu leaves, Yuika asks Minato what's up with him, but Minato has no clue. Over the following days, more calamities occur, and each time Sho and his crew show up just before the special magic unit, snagging the credit for the win. Sho mocks them every time for being too slow, driving home the point that the world still needs the magical nobles. Yuika loses her cool when Shu calls their unit useless. Once he's gone, she vents that this is the 5th time he's pulled the same stunt, clearly signaling something shady is going on behind the scenes. Around this time, Shido informs them they might be sabotaged, since their intelligence reports keep coming in late. With Minato unable to detect calamities from a distance, he struggles to find a solution. Yuika throws a fit, pointing out that Shu always avoids fights whenever a demon-level boss appears. Stuck at a dead end, Sanada pulls out his phone and shows the team that the Fukas are suddenly getting massive online support. This is highly suspicious given how heavily they were criticized not long ago. She also finds out that Jin Fuga has called a press conference that's about to start. Minato and the others gather to hear what he has to say. At the press conference, Jin thanks everyone for coming and announces that the meeting's purpose is to address the recent failures and letdowns of the magical nobles, especially his son Shu. In a shocking move, Jin bows deeply and publicly apologizes for Shu's embarrassing behavior. The reporters, who never expected a magical noble to apologize, are left speechless. Jin continues to take full responsibility for not properly guiding Shu and vows to make things right. Meanwhile, the media starts reporting that Shu handled multiple crises before the special magic unit could even arrive. Realizing his plan is succeeding, Jin stands firm and talks about the lack of competent magical nobles. However, he reassures everyone that they're putting measures in place to fix the problem. As the conference goes online, half the comments support the Fugas, which makes Yuka annoyed. She vents her frustration to her teammates, questioning if all their hard work was pointless, just to be mocked by the public. Before she completely loses it, Minato asks her to stay calm, reminding her their mission hasn't changed regardless of public opinion. He tells them to trust him to handle the situation. A few days after the conference, Shido is called into a high-level meeting. His superior tells him the special magic squad is in jeopardy, because complaints against them keep rising due to their escalating conflict with the magical nobles. When Shido tries to explain Shu's questionable actions, his boss brushes off his concerns and accuses him of provoking the magical nobles. He blames Shido for supporting the creation of the special magic squad and making enemies out of the nobles, insisting that the fallout is completely Shido's fault. Then, Shido asks if there's any insight into why their operations are being sabotaged. This time his superior scolds him for suggesting foul play, making it clear that the squad's survival depends on improving public image and fixing ties with the magical nobles. If they fail, the special magic squad will be shut down. Meanwhile, Jin watches events unfold with satisfaction, knowing everything is going according to plan. He knows the public, easily swayed by spectacle and manipulation, will believe whatever he tells them. With public opinion on his side, Jin is confident he'll soon crush the special magic squad for good. After about a week of silence, Minato and his team sit on the school rooftop, complaining about the lack of action while eating lunch. At one point, Ruka reminds them that the Fugas are handling the recent crises. But then Ryuji Katsuragi points out there are infiltrators in the police department sabotaging the special magic team. Minato agrees, explaining that some officers are directly linked to the magical nobles and see the SMT as a threat to their schemes. The ever-scattered Yuka asks, "How is that even possible?" Minato explains that his actions must have negatively impacted the reputation of the magical nobles. Deep down, he knows there's a link between the nobles and the Black Rebellion, which means SMT gaining public support is a huge problem for them. Frustrated, Yuka starts blaming the magical nobles for their incompetence and insists they should work harder to fix their reputation. Once she calms down, she wonders if her father might be involved, but Ruka reassures her that she doubts it. Just then, Minato finishes his lunch, stands up, and tells the group they're heading to the Misujo estate to find out the truth themselves. The sisters hesitate, saying they don't have a good relationship with their father. Minato says they can stay behind if they want, but unable to resist, they agree to come along. Shortly after, the team arrives at the Misujo villa and is greeted by two female guards at the gate. After introductions, they're immediately turned away. When Yuka and Ruka ask for an exception, the guards inform them that the master has forbidden his heiress daughters from entering the premises. Just as the sisters accept their defeat, Minato steps forward, introduces himself as the captain of SMT, and states he has questions for Toshiru. The guards tell him to schedule an appointment, but Minato insists he only needs to ask a few questions. Frustrated, he considers forcing his way in, but before he can act, Toshiru himself arrives. After assessing the situation, he allows them entry. As they walk toward the meeting room, Minato playfully comments on Toshiru's youthful appearance, asking if he's the sister's brother. The girls quickly correct him, confirming that despite looking young, he's their father. Once seated, Toshiru starts the meeting by accusing Minato of corrupting his daughters. Minato responds by pointing out that blaming others for your children's independence is a bad parenting habit. Then, he asks Toshiru why he isn't proud that his daughters have grown up. Toshiru studies him silently, realizing Minato isn't here to play around. Without further delay, Minato gets straight to the point and asks if Toshiru is putting pressure on the special magic team. Toshiru denies any involvement, claiming that magic nobles rarely cooperate, meaning Fuka is acting on her own. After Toshiru comments on Minato's determination, he acknowledges Minato's reputation as a student with noble-level power and a hero who has stopped multiple disasters. Skeptical of these claims, he challenges Minato to a test of strength. Toshiru unleashes a massive burst of mana to showcase his power, and to his surprise, Minato matches it effortlessly. The rest of the team, including the sisters, trembles under the overwhelming magical pressure. Once the display ends, Toshiru compliments Minato for matching his power. Minato brushes it off as basic mana control, but notices Toshiru held back significantly. Impressed by Minato's sharp observation, Toshiru acknowledges his insight. Minato then asks why modern mages are weaker compared to the past. Toshiru questions the basis of his inquiry, and when Minato references the events from 50 years ago, Toshiru claims that mages have been intentionally weakened to impose restrictions and regulations. Confused, Minato asks for further clarification, but Toshiru answers vaguely that he'll understand soon. He then insists that the magical nobility is essential, prompting Minato to wonder if the Fukas are also necessary. Toshiru stays silent. When no more answers come, Minato stands, thanks Toshiru for his time, and ends the meeting. Before leaving, the others mention they're still struggling to move because of the earlier mana pressure. Minato helps them up, and as they exit, he tells Toshiru he appreciates not having to expose any corruption within his family. Had that been the case, Minato says he would have acted differently. As a final note, Minato tells Toshiru that his daughters are important friends to him. When Toshiru asks what he means, Minato just walks away without answering. A few days later, the Special Magic Squad finally gets their new uniforms. Made from monster-resistant material that can withstand most spells, Shido announces they're now operating at full capacity. With preparations complete, Minato gathers his team, telling them it's time to settle the score with the Fukas. Meanwhile, at the Fuka estate, Jin Fuka and his son Shu are celebrating the inevitable downfall of the Special Magic Team. Jin boasts that, with the Black Rebellion's help, he'll soon take control over Japan. Their celebration is cut short when police in suits burst into the room, ordering everyone to freeze. The shocking moment is broadcast live, with a news reporter covering the stunning arrest of a noble mage, hovering in a helicopter beside Jin. The reporter tells the public this is the first time a noble has faced such charges. The police arrest Jin on accusations of bribery, intimidation, and abuse of special authority, informing him his estate is being searched. Enraged, Jin protests that a noble shouldn't be treated like an ordinary criminal, demanding to see the evidence. At that moment, the Special Magic Team arrives on the scene. Minato steps forward, lifts his phone, and calmly informs Jin they have all the proof they need. Jin's son, Shu, immediately recognizes the man presenting the evidence as Kusanagi Minato from the SMT and asks why he's here. Jin dismisses the evidence, claiming it's fake. In response, Minato displays images on his phone, exposing irrefutable proof of Jin's involvement in bribery, collusion with illegal mages, and even conspiracy to commit murder. Seeing this, Jin becomes defensive and accuses Minato of fabricating the evidence. Countering that, Minato plays a video showing Jin and Shu refusing to help stop a small-scale disaster that endangered civilians. He then asks if Jin will also call that video fake. Realizing he's been caught, Jin flies into a rage, demanding to know who dared spy on him. His butler steps forward, confessing that he was the one who betrayed him. Furious, Jin grabs the butler by the collar, cursing him and demanding to know why he would betray the man who has fed and clothed him for years. Furious, Jin grabs the butler by the collar, cursing him and demanding to know why he would betray the man who fed and clothed him for years. It turns out the butler had a secret meeting with the Dark Wizard, who confronted him about where his loyalties truly lay. The Dark Wizard challenged him, asking if his duty was just to stand by and watch the family he served sink deeper into corruption. Speechless, the butler was faced with a choice: continue serving the corruption or do what's right. Now standing before his master, the butler declares that Jin is unfit to be a magical noble and must be removed. Boiling with rage, Jin summons multiple magic circles, threatening to kill everyone in the room. Before he can act, Minato destroys the circles and punches a hole in the wall, making it clear there's no escape for a corrupt noble like him. Jin laments losing everything he's built, but Minato coldly reminds him that he brought this on himself. In a final desperate move, Jin boasts about an overseas base he set up for emergencies like this, claiming he'll be untouchable once he escapes. But before fleeing, he threatens to kill anyone who tries to arrest him. Jin, his son, and his henchmen unleash a storm of magical attacks against the police. But Minato shields the officers with a barrier and orders them to fall back while the Special Magic Squad handles the situation. Minato then fires another attack, tearing a second hole in the wall. This time, a news helicopter hovering outside captures the scene live. Reporters announce that the Fuka family is actively resisting arrest, raising serious questions about the role of magical nobles in society. With the public watching in shock, the reporter asks citizens if they can still trust magical nobles to protect them. However, he quickly reassures them that Japan still has the SMT and their leaders, Kusanagi and Minato, fighting for justice. Outside the mansion, the Fukas and SMT prepare for battle. Minato faces off against Jin while Shu and his followers confront the rest of the team. Before fighting begins, Shu mocks the SMT, asking if they really believe they can win when they're so outnumbered. Unlike the idle nobles, Yuka responds that her squad is already handling other crises elsewhere. Seething, Shu vows to show no mercy and threatens to kill them all. Yu calls him a disgrace to magical nobles and declares they'll never forgive him for his crimes against the people. As the battle kicks off, Jin challenges Minato, asking if he really thinks he can defeat a magical noble. Minato replies that there's no reason to lose against weaklings like him. Enraged, Jin fires a powerful plasma beam at the news helicopter, aiming to silence the media. Minato blocks the attack with a barrier and scolds Jin for sinking so low. To Jin, unfazed, it doesn't matter how low he has to go as long as he wins. This only deepens Minato's disgust. Meanwhile, Yuika, Rua, Sanada, and their teammates steadily overpower Fuka's henchmen. Seeing his men struggle, Shu panics, refusing to accept that magical nobles are losing to the commoners, and orders his men to unleash their strongest magical attacks, demanding they kill the SMT members no matter what. With the enemy preparing their most powerful spells, the Misu sisters combine their magic to unleash a level 6 water magic attack. A powerful current burst. This devastating spell overwhelms Sho and his lackeys in one strike, leaving them utterly powerless at the mercy of the SMT. Defeated, Shodias, desperate to survive, calls his actions a momentary lapse in judgment. He promises to change and begs for forgiveness. Seeing through his deceit, Yuika pretends to accept his apology. The moment she and Ru turn their backs, Shay reveals his true nature, cursing them as fools and launching a surprise attack. However, the sisters anticipate his betrayal, counterattacking swiftly and immobilizing him. Coldly, they ask if he really thinks they would forgive someone without the intention to change. With his last escape attempt crushed, Sho breaks down in tears. Minato, sensing his team has subdued the other Fukas, shifts his attention to Jin and informs him that his pride and joy as a son have finally been defeated. Realizing his empire is crumbling before his eyes, Jin finally takes his fight against Minato seriously. After a brief clash, Jin strikes first, casting a level 1 aerial wind spell at Minato. Minato dodges effortlessly, as if it's nothing. Frustrated, Jin follows with a level 2 wind spear attack to catch him off guard. But once again, Minato evades it with ease. Unwilling to give up, Jin unleashes a level 3 wind cutter only for Minato to dodge it once more. At this point, a reporter in the helicopter broadcasting the fight live marvels at Jin's magical strength, yet starts worrying about Minato, asking viewers if they believe he can withstand these relentless attacks. Determined to end the fight, Jin increases his magical output and unleashes a level 4 wind spell, creating a wormhole that threatens to pull in everything nearby. When Minato dodges once more, Jin amplifies the spell, turning it into a massive level 5 typhoon, powerful enough to tear apart anything in its path. At this moment, Minato's team, fully aware of the attack's danger, urges him to call off the fight and capture Jin later. Ignoring their pleas, Minato conjures a 4-layer magical barrier and successfully dispels the typhoon before it reaches him. Ruka is stunned, struggling to believe her leader just blocked such a devastating spell, while Ryuichi, already familiar with Minato's brave nature, watches in admiration. Meanwhile, live viewers are amazed, finally grasping the immense power of magic nobles, especially after seeing Jin casually cast a level 5 spell. But the real shock comes when they witness Minato effortlessly counter it. As the battle continues, the reporter keeps the audience engaged with lively commentary. During a brief pause, Jin grows suspicious of Minato's lack of offensive spells and wonders if he's just stalling for reinforcements. To test his theory, Jin taunts Minato, asking why he's holding back. Minato smirks slyly and replies that he's just trying not to end the fight too quickly, eager to enjoy the moment a bit longer. Fueled by Minato's confidence, Jin decides to unveil his full power. He claims his current magical strength clocks in at around 200,000 mana points, and warns Minato not to wet himself when he realizes just how steep the gap in their powers really is. Hearing this, the SMT members scoff, convinced Jin must be bluffing. After all, even a mage with 100,000 mana points is a rare gem in Japan. Concerned, Ruka and her sister consider stepping in, but Minato shoots them a sharp look, signaling they should stay out of the fight. The trio immediately gets the message and pulls back. Jin, sensing their hesitation, laughs and warns that if they had taken one more step, he would have ended them without hesitation. With that, he summons 5 powerful magic circles and finally unleashes the incredible energy he'd been holding back. His entire body radiates with overwhelming power, sending shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. Watching in horror, the SMT team members fear Jin is all talk. Unfazed, Minato remains calm and collected. Jin asks if Minato can grasp the true scale of his magic, but Minato stays silent. Instead, he quietly watches as Jin prepares to cast a spell called Neo Magic, crafted to crush anything standing in its path. A glowing green portal shimmers high above, pulsating with increasing intensity. For the first time since the fight began, Minato breaks into a smile, intrigued by this unfamiliar spell. As he conjures the portal, Jin takes the chance to explain his ultimate ability. He calls it atmospheric magic and boasts it can flatten a human instantly. Amused, Minato challenges him to make his move. Furious at Minato's arrogance, Jin cranks up the spell to what he calls level 6 atmospheric magic known as air pressure. The massive air pressure warps the atmosphere around them, making escape impossible. Minato stands his ground as the magic portal envelops him. Jin bursts into laughter, convinced Minato has been crushed. Even the SMT squad momentarily believes their leader is done for. For more than 1 minute, Yuik and Ruka frantically call out to Minato, hoping for a response. Just as they are about to accept his death, his voice shatters the silence, leaving the sisters breathless from shock. Minato scolds them for declaring him dead so quickly. Jin, stunned, demands to know how he survived. Minato casually explains he simply balanced the internal and external pressure to cancel out the spell's effects, much like how deep-sea creatures survive extreme ocean depths. Still reeling, Jin asks how Minato was able to use atmospheric magic, his signature spell. Minato smiles and says he simply watched and learned. Jin is dumbfounded, but Minato reminds him that if he hadn't wasted time explaining his technique, Jin might have caught on sooner. To mock him further, Minato uses sound magic to distort the pressure around Jin's ears, causing sharp pain. Jin staggers back, demanding to know what Minato did. Minato grins confidently, explaining that sound magic, another form of wind magic, manipulated the sound pressure around Jin's ears, leaving him miserable. As the battle rages on, leaving him miserable. As the fight unfolds, Yuika finally starts to grasp something crucial about Minato. Meanwhile, Jin, feeling utterly humiliated, loses all control. He unleashes even more power, declaring that he won't hold back anymore. He claims that his 200,000 mana points were just a warm-up. Once he unleashes himself fully, his magical power will surge to 500,000 mana units. Shudu and the CMT members, sensing the surge of energy, realize that Jin isn't joking this time. With the second round about to begin, Jin bellows orders for Minato to despair as he readies his most devastating attack yet. For several seconds, Jin gathers an overwhelming amount of magical energy, leaving everyone there in shock. Even Ryuji, who usually doesn't get impressed by opponents, admits that Jin is not someone they can easily face. Shudu, realizing they underestimated the magical nobles, warns that Minato might not stand a chance against such immense power. Now, fully powered, Jin starts bragging about his strength. Minato, unfazed, yawns, causing Jin to stop and look confused. The magical noble asks if Minato is too clueless to understand his power, but Minato stays silent. Jin continues boasting about his ultimate spell and finally launches a small green atmospheric portal toward Minato, who doesn't even flinch. Frustrated that his attack doesn't cow Minato, Jin cranks up his power by summoning 6 more green magical circles. The pure energy radiating from them shakes up the SMT members, as this is the first level 7 spell they've witnessed this year. As the tension mounts, Yuika chooses to believe in Minato, silently urging him to defeat Jin. With his ultimate spell fully charged, Jin taunts Minato, saying he should have attacked earlier while still building power. Now, he tells him it's too late to regret, and that desperation is his only option. Annoyed, Minato asks if he's finally going to attack. Instead of answering, Jin keeps rambling nonsense before finally unleashing his most powerful spell, the level 7 atmospheric magic called Plasma Break. The sheer force of the spell destabilizes a helicopter hovering above, while the SMT members rush to find a way to counter it. Ruka, panicked, tells Minato to run, but he stands his ground. Jin gives Minato one last chance to escape, warning that if he does, his friends will die in his place. Unfazed, Minato accepts the challenge and prepares to strike back. Before the Plasma Break spell spirals out of control, Minato summons a level 4 spell, creating a central amethyst crystal. Jin mocks his choice, asking if he really thinks he can withstand his magic with something so insignificant, while Jin laughs. Minato hurls the amethyst crystal into the heart of Plasma Break, waiting for the outcome. To everyone's surprise, the plasma break is instantly neutralized. Jin, along with the SMT members, freezes, struggling to understand how his ultimate spell vanished so easily. Looking disbelief-stricken, Jin demands an explanation. Minato casually replies that wind magic is weak against earth magic. Since plasma break was a slow spell, it was easy to neutralize it with the amethyst crystal. Then he mocks Jin's ignorance, leaving the magical noble reeling from the realization. Still unable to fully grasp what just happened, Jin demands a more detailed explanation. Minato clarifies that although the central Matista isn't especially strong offensively, its high-density magic allows it to absorb spells of opposing attributes, neutralizing them even when there's a difference in rank. Jin, still stunned, asks why Minato knows such a ridiculously unique spell. Minato grins and reveals he created it purely for fun. Hearing this, Jin completely collapses, unable to believe that the spell he spent decades perfecting was defeated by something his opponent whipped up out of thin air. With the battle effectively over, Minato steps forward, telling Jin to brace himself for his punishment. However, before Minato can act, Jin quickly surrenders, claiming his magic is drained and he can't move. Minato reassures him he has no intention of hitting someone as pathetic as him. Instead, he prepares to tap him on the forehead, underestimating the power behind it. Jin dismisses the move the moment Minato delivers the tap. Yet, Jin is sent flying several feet backwards, instantly knocked unconscious from the impact. The surrounding members watch in shock and silent disbelief, questioning whether their leader is even human. With Jin down, the authorities move in to secure him. Meanwhile, a news reporter in a helicopter announces the historic defeat of a magical noble by Captain SMT Kusanagi Minato. The entire nation erupts in celebration as citizens chant praises for Minato. After the fight, CMT members gather around Minato, congratulating him on finally taking down Fukuyin. Watching the police haul Gin away, Minato can't help but feel disappointed in the state of Japan's magical nobles. In the end, they turned out to be nothing but frauds. Before Jin disappears from sight, Minato asks what the magical nobles did after Ichigami Minato's death 50 years ago. Jin stays silent, prompting Minato to question if they destroyed the magic tome that existed back then. He demands to know why they'd do something like that. Jin finally responds, saying plebeians could never grasp the lofty ideals of magic nobles. Perplexed by the cryptic answer, Minato presses him to explain further, but Jin just smiles and tells him to figure it out on his own before he's taken away. A few hours later, Minato is forced to hold a press conference alongside Shad and the team leader. When it begins, he makes a concise statement about his battle with Fukuyin. His words quickly hit the headlines, skyrocketing his popularity overnight. A few days later, Minato finds himself relaxing on a beach in Hawaii, soaking up the sun, still wondering how he ended up there. While watching Yuika in her swimsuit, he walks up and asks what's on her mind. Before she can respond, Minato recalls his recent meeting with Shad and the team members. In a flashback, Ryuji asks Shadow why they're heading to Hawaii. Shadow explains that, as everyone knows, the SMT has gained massive popularity lately. With all the overwhelming attention they're getting, things are slowly starting to spiral out of control. While talking, Yuik stumbles upon a video of Minato surrounded by girls and realizes they're now being recorded even at school. She informs the team that his videos are going viral across multiple social media platforms, and Ruka adds that the internet is flooding with news about the SMT. As the team voices their concerns about their growing exposure, Shadow confirms that all of Japan now has their eyes fixed on them. Because of this, he's arranged for them to take a break in Hawaii while the situation cools down. He also thanks Minato for strengthening the team and securing support from the Misujo clan, which will help handle disaster responses while they're away. With that reassurance, he urges them to take advantage of this chance to rest before letting them prepare for the trip. Back in the present, Minato, hearing Yuik's question, stands up and says he was just lost in thought. Content with the reply, Yuik shyly draws attention to her swimsuit, asking if she looks weird in it. Without hesitation, Minato tells her she looks cute. The unexpected compliment catches Yuik off guard, causing her to blush madly. As if that wasn't enough, Minato goes on to say the swimsuit suits her style perfectly and looks amazing on her. Overwhelmed, Yuik awkwardly thanks him and walks away to compose herself. Shortly after, Yuik appears wearing a dark swimsuit, annoyed because Minato has been avoiding her all day. When he looks confused, she asks if there's something he wants to say. In response, Minato tells her he was just admiring her beauty, pointing out how her fair, pale skin makes the swimsuit pop and highlights her elegance. Embarrassed by the detailed compliment, Yuik turns away, cheeks flushed, and thanks him quietly. Meanwhile, Ryuji, who's been next to Minato the entire time, is amazed at how genuinely Minato praises the girls without any hidden agenda. Moments later, Sonata arrives dressed in a flared white dress, apologizing for keeping them waiting. Ryuji is surprised, noticing for the first time just how curvy she is under her uniform. Curious, Sonata asks Minato what he thinks of her outfit. Before he can answer, Ryuji silently prays that he won't comment on her figure. With all eyes on him, Minato simply tells Sonata she has great style. Though he's doubting his own sincerity, Sonata presses for clarification, leading Minato to stress how well the outfit complements her natural elegance. Caught off guard, Sonata blushes just as deeply as the others, confused by the overwhelming praise, surprised by Minato's impressive skill at making everyone blush. Ryu jokes that he's amazing, but then asks if perhaps he might be overdoing it. Unfazed, Minato responds that he's just being honest, and if someone deserves a compliment, there's no reason not to give it. Since he finds all three gorgeous in their swimsuits, he feels compelled to say so. While Ryuji admits there's nothing wrong with that, he can't help but feel secondhand embarrassment over how flustered the girls are. To make matters worse, Minato suddenly turns to Ryuji and starts praising his well-built physique, urging him to take pride in his appearance. Unfazed, Ryuji quickly shuts him down, warning him never to compliment another guy in front of the girls again. With the tension eased, the Special Magic Squad spends the rest of the day enjoying a mix of activities, including volleyball, jet skiing, sunbathing, and snapping countless photos. As night falls, Minato heads out to buy a drink from a convenience store. However, before he gets far, he notices Yuika acting unusually shy and decides to take a walk with her. While strolling, they reflect on how much they've been fighting lately and how surreal this break feels. A brief silence follows, during which Yuka recalls the ring Ruka wore earlier and wonders if her sister is dating Minato. Before her thoughts spiral, she reminds herself that Minato told her he isn't seeing anyone. Noticing her sudden change in behavior, Minato stays quiet, waiting for her to speak up, summoning her courage. Yuika asks Minato about the type of person he likes. When Minato admits he hasn't really thought about it, she playfully mentions herself, Ruka, and Sonata as examples, nudging him to pick one of them. After a moment's thought, Minato replies by choosing all three, praising their beauty, hard work, and admirable qualities. Frustrated by his vague answer, Yuika points out that his response doesn't sound like romantic feelings. Confused, Minato says he thought admiration and love were the same. After taking a moment to reflect, he then tells Yuika that if he had to choose, she's the one he likes the most. Hearing this, Yuika freezes in surprise, while Minato sincerely lists all the things he appreciates about her. Blushing furiously, she sinks down, overwhelmed, worried. Minato kneels beside her and asks if she's okay. Still nervous, Yuika murmurs that even though she knows Minato doesn't see her romantically, hearing those words from him makes her incredibly happy. If anything, it just confirms how deeply in love she is with him. Meanwhile, in Japan, Shido analyzes social media data and realizes the situation is escalating. Not only is there a growing wave of criticism against the magical nobles, but there's also increasing public demand for the SMT to take control of disaster and monster threats. Furthermore, the mysterious vigilante known as the Shadow Bearer is gaining popularity, sparking many online debates, speculating about a potential showdown between him and Minato to see who's stronger. With all these developments unfolding, Shido finds himself at a crossroads. At Japan's international airport, a particular plane touches down carrying two heads of noble magical families, visibly irritated by the chaos that erupted while they were away. The first is Homurai Janata, the head of the Homure family, while the second is Kichi Riku, leader of the Keiichi family. As they step off the plane, both complain about the mess they have to clean up. About a week later, Minato and the girls return to Japan, ready to settle back into their normal lives. One evening, while Yuika is preparing dinner, Minato remarks on how quickly their vacation ended. Ruka, sitting next to him, reassures him that both the SMT and their school have enforced strict media restrictions. So finally, they should get a break from all the paparazzi. Just then, Yuika pokes her head out of the kitchen, asking for help carrying the dishes. Minato jumps up immediately to assist, and soon the table is filled with mouth-watering food. During dinner, Yuika asks if they're all ready for school, which resumes the next day. Minato tells her that with the police and school backing them, the tension around them should have eased. After some small talk, Minato suggests they just ignore the attention, assuming people will soon lose interest. Unfortunately for them, Minato quickly learns just how naive that hope was when the next day girls from several classes crowd around him, bombarding him with questions about whether he has a girlfriend. When the pressure becomes too much, Yuika and the others brush off the students and invite Minato to lunch. On their way, Yuika mentions the attention was even worse before their vacation, since outsiders sometimes snuck into the school just to catch a glimpse of them. The conversation flows until Ruka casually mentions they're almost out of toilet paper. Minato suggests stopping by the store after school to stock up and buy some bath salts, something Yuika really likes. The moment Minato says this, the gathered students overhear and realize Minato lives with the Misuha sisters. Embarrassed by the reaction, Yuika grabs the others and rushes them up to the rooftop for lunch. There, Ryuji confirms that the three really do live together and concludes it's alright since they're with their team leader, Minato Kusanagi. He assures them that if they ever have any problems, they can count on his support. The girls thank him for his kindness. With that settled, Ryu advises Minato to drop the formalities when they address each other. He asks if Minato is okay with being called by his first name. Since Minato is a calm guy, he tells them to call him whatever they want. Just as he's about to say more, he suddenly stops, realizing how significant it is for the three of them to live together. Before overthinking it, he shakes his head quickly, convincing himself it's fine, as long as nothing inappropriate happens. Ryuji and Minato, puzzled by his sudden mood shift, exchange glances. When he finally settles down, Yuika turns to Minato and asks if he ever feels uneasy living with the two of them. Without an immediate answer, they finish lunch and go about their day peacefully. As night falls, while Ryuk and Minato are sound asleep, Yuika stays up, bewildered by how easily they both fall asleep. She wonders if she's the only one feeling a little awkward about their living arrangement. As the silence becomes unbearable, she throws a small tantrum before forcing herself to get some rest. Moments later, Ryuka also wakes up, thinking the same thing her sister was earlier. She quietly admits she still isn't used to sharing a room with Minato. Unable to fall back asleep, she sits up, trying to figure out why her current situation bothers her so much. When no answers come to mind, she glances over at Minato, who is peacefully sleeping on the floor. Seeing him causes her cheeks to flush, and as inappropriate thoughts start invading her mind, she quickly pulls the blanket over her head, thinking about how Ryuji and the others casually call Minato by his first name. Ryuka wonders why she still refers to him as Kusanagi. Her thoughts drift back to the moment she almost choked trying to say his first name on their way to school. In the end, she only managed to say Kusanagi before mumbling something incomprehensible that left Minato puzzled. Another time, when she was alone with him during lunch on the rooftop, she still couldn't bring herself to say his given name. Remembering those embarrassingly awkward moments, she shivers and scolds herself for being too shy to do something so simple. The next morning, on their way to school, Minato notices Ryuka, looking down, and asks if she's feeling unwell. Ryuka assures him she's fine but once again calls him Kusanagi. This time, Minato stops her, reminding her they're not strangers. He asks her to stop using his last name and just call him Minato. Blushing, Ryuka finally musters the courage to call him by his first name. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the magical nobles gather in a secret location to discuss their recent drop in reputation. To kick off the meeting, Hamur Janata talks about the noble magic community's declining popularity and blames the special magic squad. While pondering a solution, Kaichi Riku, the gloomy one, asks how he plans to deal with Captain Minato Kusanagi. Unable to answer, Janata turns to Misu Toshiru for input. Toshiru responds that he only aims to align with his lord's will, which annoys Janata at how cryptic Misuha's leader can be. When pressed for more details, Toshiru reveals that Minato doesn't acknowledge him. With that, Janata asks if this means Minato isn't even aware of their existence, and Toshiru confirms this. Realizing Minato's ignorance of them, Riku decides to put Minato to the test to see if he might be useful. If he turns out to be a disaster, they'll have no mercy in removing him. The next day, Minato briefs his teammates on the location of the upcoming major calamity scheduled for Osaka. Until now, aside from smaller incidents, the calamities have followed the same pattern as 50 years ago. Even though this has been widely reported, Yuika points out that the frequency has dramatically increased, and the once-yearly major calamity has now become unpredictable, even with the police on high alert. Furthermore, since the disaster response is chaotic, and no dedicated team like the SMT operates in this region, things are only going to get more complicated for all of them. At that moment, Shido's eyes gleam with pride as he proudly informs Minato that the police are setting up a second SMT team in Osaka. It turns out they collaborated with the self-defense forces and the police to enhance disaster response efforts. Many apprentices there are desperately hoping Minato will train them. With all that said, Shido arrogantly asks Minato if he'll fulfill their wishes and head to Osaka to train them. Unable to refuse, Minato makes Shido even happier by agreeing to go and be their mentor. Afterwards, Shido tells Minato that someone who lived through the Great Calamity 50 years ago is waiting for him there. That person, Takigami Shizuku, is currently one of the few remaining artisans who craft anti-monster gear, and she's eager to meet Minato. Over time, Minato agrees to meet her, and Shido adds that Takigami is the one who designed the SMT uniforms. With everything arranged, Minato heads to the airport and stops for a quick farewell with his team before boarding the plane. Just moments before takeoff, Minato slips his hands into his pockets and gives each team member a bracelet, warning them to keep them on until he returns and never take them off for any reason. Finally, when he asks if they'll be okay without him, the other three confidently assure him they've grown stronger, so he can head to Osaka without worry. With that said, Minato bids his teammates goodbye with a salute, telling them he's counting on them as he boards the plane and settles into his first-class seat. In his early moments aboard, Minato lets his mind wander over random thoughts from his time in Hawaii, but then he stops and thinks about how lucky he is to be flying first class, remarking to himself that Shido really outdid himself this time. Just then, he senses some unfamiliar people boarding the plane, people Minato has never seen before, and he wonders who they could be. When Inada and Riku sit close by, Minato instantly recognizes them as powerful wizards. So far, quite a few of them seem to be on board, but with the tight security, Minato feels they shouldn't pose a problem. As soon as boarding finishes, the plane takes off, and Minato is served a lavish, delicious meal that he admires and devours with pleasure. Not long after finishing his food, Minato leans back to enjoy the first-class window view and unwind like a calm, collected guy. Sadly, just as he's about to relax fully, a handful of illegal wizards who sneaked onto the plane stand up and take several passengers hostage, including Minato himself. To keep everyone in line, the criminals threaten to kill them all if they don't obey. But the passengers resist their demands. Still, Minato, Inada, and Riku remain quiet and seated, as if waiting for something to happen. With the hijacking underway, Minato counts the illegal wizards and quickly realizes there are 10 of them. Facing them one by one, he knows the other passengers would be in serious danger. Minato counts the illegal wizards and quickly realizes there are 10 of them. Facing them one by one, he knows the other passengers would be in serious danger. Plus, since using high-level magic could end up destroying the plane, Minato concludes he can't handle these fools alone and will need outside help. Around this time, chaos erupts across the plane, with passengers begging the hijackers for mercy and the hijackers silencing them to avoid killing anyone. As soon as they have full control of the plane, one of the reckless mages steps up to Minato and demands he release the other members of the Red Brigade, insisting they won't stand for the unfair treatment from the elite wizards. With no response, the guy gives Minato 5 minutes to contact those on the ground and free their comrades immediately, or they'll start killing the hostages one by one. Before starting the countdown, the bad guys check in with the pilot to make sure he heard every word they just said. Wasting no time, Minato considers his next move. Before rushing into a decision, he exchanges a knowing glance with Riku and Hinata, who are secretly charging their mana, waiting for his signal to strike. Just then, one of the rogue mages catches him, acting suspiciously, and the other threatens to kill Minato if he makes a move. Moments later, with the illegal mages distracted, Hinata and Riku quickly close in and take down the mages one after another as fast as possible. Once they finish subduing the guys holding the passengers hostage, the three of them, Riku, Hinata, and Minato, lock eyes for a brief moment before moving through the passenger compartment to take out the remaining bad guys there. During the battle, The scumbags try to shoot someone like Hinata. Sadly for them, Hinata is on a whole other level in magical power. So along with Riku and Minato, she keeps wounding and knocking down these troublemakers. Shortly after, one of the illegal mages grabs a flight attendant as a hostage. After getting her attention, threatens to crash the plane if they don't stop taking out his comrades. Noticing the fool's distraction, Minato lunges at him, delivering a powerful kick and freeing the flight attendant from his grip. At the same time, Hinata and Riku take down the other two, leaving the rest of the passengers stunned, since most couldn't believe these three odd-looking people just defeated the scoundrels and saved them. As the passengers rush to thank the strangers for rescuing them, Hinata mocks the illegal mages, calling them pathetic for losing so quickly and making the fight boring. Meanwhile, Minato senses something happening in the cockpit, so he quickly tells the others the fight's not over yet and rushes toward the cockpit door without explaining further. Inside the cockpit, Minato and the others find another illegal mage pointing a gun at the pilot, threatening to shoot if they come any closer. Fed up with dealing with these low-level mages, Yada delivers a devastating surprise strike to the fool, sending him screaming for his mom. Unfortunately for everyone, the idiot fires at one of the plane's controls. And Minato, already shielding the pilot with his barrier, realizes they're in serious trouble as the plane immediately loses balance and violently shakes everything inside. After performing every evasive maneuver the pilot knows, he tells the three that they're doomed because not only are the controls unresponsive, but the radios are also broken. If nothing changes, they're going to crash into the mountains and die. Hearing this, Minato instantly panics, shaking the pilot and pleading for him to do something to save them from certain death. Around that time, one of the windows shatters, and the sub-zero air outside quickly creates a vortex inside the cabin. Feeling the biting cold, the co-pilot complains about freezing moments before the crash. Realizing their situation is dire, Janata asks for ideas, and Riku bleakly suggests they just die together. After scolding the gloomy guy for his grim words, Janata wonders if this is truly their end. With no options left, both the pilot and co-pilot accept their fate and urge everyone to prepare for death. Just then, Minato, who had been silent the entire time, finally smiles, ignoring the pilots, and confidently promises to save them all. Hearing this, the pilot warns him this problem isn't something a mere human can fix, since they are all meant to die today. Tired of the pilot's pessimistic complaints, Minato strides toward the broken cockpit window, disregarding warnings and questions from the pilot, and leaps out of the plane. Nada, thinking Minato just fled to save himself, soon regrets the thought as the plane rapidly loses altitude, threatening to doom everyone on board within minutes. At this moment, the passengers are already saying their last prayers, hoping to meet their maker when it's all over. Meanwhile, the pilot fights to raise the plane's nose and avoid crashing into the sea, just seconds before the aircraft finally hits the ocean. After everyone has lost hope, a miracle happens as the plane not only stabilizes, but rapidly gains altitude. With that, both pilots can't believe what they're seeing. Wondering what the heck just happened to their plane, Janata, who had suspected Minato all along, tells them Minato is the one who just saved their lives, and if she's right, then he is the one holding up the entire plane by himself. By then, Minato had already spotted the weight beneath the plane, over 230 tons, and was steering everything toward the nearest airport. To explain how he did it, Minato reveals he first created a barrier covering the bottom of the plane using massive magical power, and then boosted his physical strength with magical martial arts. Then, simultaneously, he adjusted the plane's path using wind magic to guide it safely for landing. Since this was Minato's first time supporting an airplane, he faced several challenges along the way. With the plane weighing 230 tons, now thousands of meters above sea level, the pilot still struggles to believe a single human could hold the aircraft so effortlessly. Seeing what Minato can do, Minato recognizes him as a beast and immediately becomes intrigued by him. By this point, the flight attendants and passengers rest easy after the pilot reassures them everything's all right. Even a father and his little daughter shed tears of joy when they realize they get to live another day. Despite the celebrations and tears of happiness, the pilot warns everyone not to get too excited just yet, since he's just found out the landing gear won't even deploy. In other words, if they want a safe landing, it's all up to Minato. That being said, the pilot spots the runway at the closest airport and angles the nose of the plane towards it, hoping Minato has some kind of plan to manage the landing. As the half-broken plane approaches the runway, Minato, still hanging beneath it. Casts a level 6 vacuum spell. A high magic wall. He uses this powerful barrier to soften the plane's descent and then slows it enough to bring it to a complete stop. After Minato somehow pulls off the landing, the entire cockpit bursts into celebration with strangers hugging and the pilot saluting SMT Captain Kusanagi Minato, like a true soldier would. Meanwhile, Riku and Hinata just keep staring at the captain, unimpressed by his efforts and eagerly anticipating their final showdown with him. The moment he steps off the plane, reporters swarm him, demanding a brief statement so the world can understand how he managed to save an entire plane from crashing. At this point, Minato just snaps at the fools, disturbing his peace. Having just survived the most stressful flight of his life, before he loses his cool, security shows up and pushes the media back, promising a press conference later and escorting Minato to the Takigami residence so he can see her. Just before heading off, Hinata and Riku catch up to congratulate him, hoping to curry favor for future dealings. To their disappointment, Minato refuses to take the credit and instead praises both of them for doing an equally good job. Realizing their plan isn't working, the pair toss out a few more remarks and walk away, Hinata seriously hoping to cross paths again. Shortly after they leave, Minato is shown to the Takigami meeting room. There, the elderly Mrs. Takigami warmly invites him in as an honored guest. Once seated, Takigami explains she called him in because she's interested in his recent achievements and magical techniques, many of which are similar to those of his mentor and ally, Ichigami Minato. The magic of the vacuum is actually rare, and Ichigami was especially skilled in it. Due to its tedious nature, only a handful of sorcerers can use it properly, and it's often dismissed as useless magic. Despite all that, Takigami is still amazed Minato can wield it so well. Her curious nature leads her to ask how he uses the same magic as Ichigami. After hearing everything he shares, Minato laughs and comments on how he can't change, much like Ichigami used to tell him before he passed. Confused, Takigami asks if they've met before, and Minato boldly tells her they've encountered each other more times than she can count. To answer her question, Minato reveals that he can use Ichigami's magic because he himself is Ichigami Minato. Though taken aback by this claim from a random stranger, Takigami stays composed and mentions that many people from the past, family members, friends, lovers, and even secret children, have claimed connections to Ichigami Minato, all trying to get close to him. However, after years of dealing with these scams, she never expected anyone to actually claim to be him. Thinking this is just another con, Takigami apologizes in advance for being blunt, since the person approached her, and then politely asks poor Minato to leave her residence. Before she can follow through, Minato tells her he met a couple of brothers earlier and found out the younger one had an Ichigami doll. Confused, Takigami asks what he means, and Minato reminds her of what she herself said when Ichigami was alive, that she wanted to make a doll of him. At this point, Takigami starts sweating as she asks Minato how he knows about such a personal detail. After a brief pause, remember, at this point Minato doesn't even know the attacker is Riku. However, with everything Minato has said so far, Takigami slowly starts believing that he really is Ichigami Minato, and even asks if he truly is the real Ichigami. Disappointed that she's still doubtful, Minato decides to share a story. After several more minutes reminiscing about old times, Takigami finally accepts that Minato is indeed the reincarnated Ichigami Minato. When Minato lightly scolds her for doubting him, Takigami replies that believing in something like reincarnation isn't exactly easy in today's world. Although Ichigami was always a traditionally minded person, she still can't wrap her head around him, returning to her life, updating her on the disasters that have happened since his passing. Takigami expresses how glad she is to see him again and gets a little emotional. Once her tears subside, Minato calls her out, knowing she already understands what's happened over the last 50 years, and then explains his observations about the lost magical knowledge, the weakening of sorcerers over time, the misinformation surrounding Ichigami Minato, and these so-called magical nobles who emerged out of nowhere just before he asks her to tell him exactly what took place while he was away. At this moment, a nervous Takigami receives a text message, checks it, and is stunned, prompting Minato to ask what's going on. Realizing it's something she can't share, Takigami abruptly ends their meeting, saying it's already late and urging Minato to stay the night so they can continue the conversation tomorrow. Luckily for her, Minato agrees and soon retires to his room for the night. Around midnight, Riku quietly slips into Minato's room, hoping to kill him instantly by throwing his sword at him. Unfortunately for him, Minato pulls out the ultimate reversal card just as someone suddenly appears beside the bed, criticizing Riku's reckless attempt to attack someone while they're lying down. Remember, at this time, Minato didn't even know that Riku was the one attacking. However, once he gets a good look at the face, he immediately recognizes that it's Riku. But before Minato can get a word in, Riku lunges at him again. And this time Minato manages to dodge the attack. Moments later, Riku forcefully throws Minato out of his room window, and Minato lands safely in the courtyard below. Wasting no time, Riku appears right in front of Minato in the courtyard and unleashes a level 1 earth magic attack Rock Breaker. At the same moment, Minato activates his level 1 void magic barrier, doing his best to fend off Riku's assault. However, soon after firing off a few counterattacks, Riku skillfully tears through Minato's level 1 magic barrier, pushing him back just enough to take the fight seriously. Before they dive into round 2, Minato commends Riku's sword for slicing through his barrier so cleanly, then asks if he's part of some anti-magic squad. With no reply coming, the two gather their mana and brace for the next round. But just as they're about to face off, Hinata suddenly shows up and orders them to stop fighting. At this moment, Minato mutters that he knew she'd get involved in this nonsense. But Hinata ignores his complaints and insists he not resist her summons. To keep him in line, she reveals live video feeds of her henchmen creeping dangerously close to Minato's friends in their homes, threatening to kill them while they sleep if he doesn't comply. Realizing he's been trapped, Minato calmly asks what they want, and Hinata introduces herself and Riku. Soon after the introductions, she lays out their single demand. Minato must join them as a magical noble and claim the status, rank, wealth, power, and yes, the women he desires. Most importantly, Hinata promises that joining them will allow him to protect his friends and gain the authority to give absolute orders. On the flip side, even if he slips away, Hinata vows that the magical nobles will hunt him forever, making life hell for him and his friends. Having laid their terms, Hinata demands Minato's answer before moving forward. Finally, Minato flatly refuses to join their lazy magician clique, and enraged, Hinata grabs her phone to give the command. After muttering cruel words about holding Minato's friends hostage, she orders her men at the different locations to go ahead with Plan B, ensuring Minato never gets cocky again. Just as the men prepare to execute Plan B, the bracelets Minato gave his subordinates before heading to Osaka light up while everyone is still deeply asleep, projecting a glowing yellow magical silhouette of Minato. Witnessing this, Hinata's men panic, scrambling to figure out what the hell they're seeing. Unfortunately, before they can make sense of it, the Minato silhouettes, which appear as magic manifestations, unleash a level 5 void magic drain and wipe out all enemies as if they're nothing. Minutes later, Hinata notices the eerie silence from her team and frantically tries to get a response. Sadly, after several tense seconds without an answer, Riku deduces that the worst has happened and their squad was wiped out. Furious, Hinata demands Minato explain exactly what he did. But then Minato snaps back, saying she should have seen something like this coming unless she's a complete idiot. I mean, even though he realizes Minato is a pesky little bug, Hinata still praises how he handled the kidnapping and hostage situation, saying that with everything he's done so far, he's passed the first test. Confused by her words, Minato asks if the kidnapping was also their doing. But then Hinata makes it clear they would never pull something so reckless just to force him into their little game. With that said, she urges him to move on to the second test while she and Riku start loading their mana for the real second round. Meanwhile, Minato, who's been itching for a solid fight, jokingly asks if he can just skip the battle. Of course, Hinata shuts that down immediately before lunging at him with Riku by her side. For her first strike, Hinata throws a kick at Minato, which he blocks effortlessly and then steps back to a safe distance to launch his next move, a level 4 fire magic spell she calls Flare. As soon as she unleashes the spell, there's a massive explosion. But unfortunately for her, Minato comes out unscathed. Right then, Riku swoops in through the chaos, sword aimed at Minato's neck, but still can't land a single hit because the captain himself erected a tiny barrier around his neck to block the strike. After surviving that attack, Minato sighs, realizing that any normal person would have been dead from that blow. At that moment, Hinata warns him not to get too cocky, then launches another level 5 fire magic attack, the Blazing Pillar, at the SMT captain. Knowing what's up, Minato compliments the Blazing Pillar as a solid spell, but counters it by casting Blue Splash, a level 3 water magic spell, nullifying it completely. Seeing what Minato can do, Hinata finally understands why the rumors say he can cast spells without chanting. Just the thought that he countered her level 5 spell with a level 3 water spell blows her mind. And Nada suspects Minato might be mocking her magic. Around this time, Riku attacks Minato again, but he dodges and challenges them to take the fight to the skies. Without hesitation, Hinata accepts the challenge and flies up towards him, with her dog Riku right behind. At this point, Hinata admits they underestimated him before, but this time they won't hold back. With that, both unleash the most powerful spells in their arsenals. Hinata conjuring a level 7 fire magic spell called Demon's Flame, and Riku casting a level 7 earth magic spell called Comet. After bragging and making big claims about how unstoppable their ultimate technique is, the duo sends their attacks hurtling at Minato for double damage, not impressed by their weak magic. Minato casts a level 7 void magic spell, Vanish, which envelopes both ultimate spells and completely eradicates them into nothingness. At the same time, Hinata and Riku are stunned, their brains struggling to process what just happened. To explain their failure, Minato tells them he simply disintegrated and dispersed the magical energy to minimize damage to the surroundings. Upon hearing this, Hinata dismisses it as nonsense, outright rejecting the claim, feeling that Minato is just cheating to dodge a real fight. Up to this point, she insists everything has been nothing but a facade. Now, having reached this moment, she vows to Minato that she'll reveal her true strength. Unfortunately, before she can showcase her full power, there's a sudden shift in the surrounding energy that grabs everyone's attention. As they try to make sense of what's happening, the sky turns a fiery red, signaling to Minato that calamity has finally descended upon Osaka. Yet, in his mind, he senses that despite all these events unfolding simultaneously, this can't just be mere coincidence. As the red sky spreads over Osaka, Takigami notices the ominous glow through his window. After staring for a moment, he pulls down the blinds. Meanwhile, Janata watches the disaster taking shape but chooses to ignore it, eager to resume her fight with Minato and take him down. Before she can act recklessly, Riku steps in, reminding her of their mission. Realizing Riku is right, Janata holds back, while Minato, aware he must confront the calamity, tells them their battle will have to wait. With that, Minato flies toward the deserted Dotonbor district, left in ruins since the great disaster 50 years ago. As he inspects the area, he compares it to Shibuya, noting that monsters keep surfacing even without an active calamity. Given the danger, he assumes no human would be foolish enough to wander here. Detecting swarms of smaller monsters scattered across the city, Minato quickly realizes he can't handle this alone. If unchecked, these creatures could infiltrate human settlements and wreak havoc. He needs a swift solution. Just as he's contemplating calling for backup, Riku and Janata arrive, offering their assistance. Minato greets them with a joke, saying they must have given up on killing him. Riku clarifies their prior battle was just a test, and since Minato passed, they're willing to team up for now. With a resigned sigh, Minato accepts their help, fully aware the conflicts with them are far from over. As the streets fill with monsters, the trio moves to intercept, and Nada, pumped for battle, makes a grand entrance, ready for what she calls a monster massacre. She unleashes her level 5 blazing column magic, incinerating an entire horde of creatures in one blow. Riku, equally skilled, takes down his share with precision. Meanwhile, Minato hovers midair, firing a barrage of level 5 void magic bullets, clearing out the smaller monsters while waiting for the boss to appear. Scanning the battlefield, Minato spots an elderly man with a worried expression. Walking with a cane, he lands and asks if he's all right. The old man remains silent, prompting Minato to offer escort to a safer place. However, before Minato can take his hand, the man pushes him away, frowning. Then after a brief pause, thanks him for his concern, but insists he's fine. Something about the man feels familiar. Yet before Minato can place it, a subordinate helps the elderly man into a black sedan that drives away shortly after. The Osaka self-defense and disaster response teams arrive en masse, setting up a perimeter around the Dotonbori exit to prevent the calamity from spreading. Their swift coordination impresses Minato, reminding him of what Shido mentioned about their readiness despite their limited experience. While the forces brace their defenses, Minato lands beside an officer who initially mistakes him for a lost child. However, upon recognizing him as the captain of the special magic squad, the officer immediately grants him permission to assist. Suddenly, a monster sneaks up on the officer, but Minato quickly incinerates it to ashes, saving his life. He warns them not to lower their guard before requesting a status update. The officer reports that the police and self-defense forces have sealed off Dotonbori and are prioritizing civilian safety. Unfortunately, he admits they're ill-equipped to handle the main monster boss, since their forces alone stand no chance against it. Minato reassures them, vowing he will personally take down the boss. The soldiers express their gratitude, and Minato surprises them further by revealing he has reinforcements Riku and Hinata, magical nobles from the Homure and Kaichi families. Taken aback, the soldiers ask if the SMT and the magical nobles are now working together. Without replying, Minato senses a renewed hope among the officers who now trust in both elite forces. Just then, a dark, ominous purple miasma spreads through the air. The soldiers suddenly feel an overwhelming heaviness in their bodies, struggling to move. Amid their confusion, a massive figure slowly emerges from the fog. The officers immediately recognize it: the primary demon, the monster boss. This creature alone possesses enough power to obliterate Osaka, and as mere humans, they stand no chance against it. Minato, however, remains unfazed, smiling, scolding the main demon for taking so long to show up. His calm demeanor shocks the police, who can't understand how he stays composed in the face of such a terrifying threat. Before Minato can engage, Hinata and Riku step forward, declaring that the main demon is their target and that he should hang back and watch. Though disappointed to be sidelined, Minato yields, confident they can handle an opponent of this magnitude. With the battlefield set, Riku and Hinata brace themselves for the fight of their lives. After mumbling a few cryptic words, both Hinata and Riku unleash their level 6 magical attacks, Demon Blaze and Comet, hurling them at the monster boss, who remains rooted in the street, watching them like they're fools. As the attacks near, the monster boss obliterates them with his level 8 fire magic, Supernova, blinding the magical nobles and soldiers alike with its intense radiance. Shocked, they struggle to grasp how such a seemingly insignificant creature wields such devastating power. Forced to acknowledge the demon's overwhelming strength, Hinata and Riku ready themselves to strike again. But before they can, the main demon unexpectedly speaks, asking if there is a formidable spellcaster among them. One of the soldiers, although aware that the main demons are smarter than typical monsters, he's still taken aback when he hears it speak like a human. Seeing the fear on the soldiers' faces, Minato quickly understands their reaction. A monster with intelligence close to human is rare, and the unknown always breeds terror. Yet, he chooses to stay silent, watching as the nobles continue to feel embarrassed. After their first attack fails, Janata throws another childish tantrum, vowing to burn the demon to ashes. He unleashes a fire spell even stronger than Demon Blaze. Meanwhile, Riku, fueled by frustration, empowers his sword with level 8 gravity magic, calling it Dimensional Blade, claiming he knew Minato didn't stand a chance. Before he's finished, as Hinata and Riku ready themselves to strike, the Demon Lord suddenly comments on someone's magical power, assuming it's about her. Janata boasts about his strength, only for the demon to clarify that it was actually Minato's overwhelming mana he was referring to. Angered by the insult, Janata and Riku abandon their magic and recklessly rush the demon with their fists. To their dismay, the Demon Lord effortlessly dodges every blow, mocking them for being too slow. After toying with them for a moment, he counterattacks and knocks them flat on their faces. Then, combining fire and wind magic, he casts a level 6 fusion spell, Flars and Clone, instantly overpowering the nobles. As Riku and Janata stagger to their feet, shaken by the strength of the strike, Minato steps forward and tells them to leave the rest to him. Hinata tries to stop him, insisting that if even they, the magic nobles, couldn't defeat the Demon Lord, then there's no way he could. Riku suggests retreating, but Minato remains unfazed, assuring them a monster like this is nothing to him. Riku questions whether Minato truly understands the immense magical power radiated by the main demon. Hinata, on the other hand, refuses to accept defeat, knowing they can't afford to let down the person they want to support. Minato approaches the battlefield, taunting the Demon Lord, who, despite this, remains impressed by his magical prowess. Before the fight begins, The demon lord asks Minato to introduce himself, but Minato deflects, questioning if he's obligated to answer. Acknowledging the point, the demon lord withdraws the request, remarking that partnering with humans is ultimately pointless for demons. With greetings over, the battle starts, ultimately meaningless to the demons. With the greetings done, the battle begins. The demon lord immediately strikes, attacking Minato from every angle. But Minato effortlessly blocks each hit with his high-level magic barrier. Watching the fight, Hinata assumes Minato is struggling and begins bragging, stating that he knew he wouldn't stand a chance. Before he can finish his thought, Minato casually shoves the demon lord back, complaining about how annoying he is. Both magic nobles are left speechless, realizing that the demon's relentless assault hasn't even scratched Minato. Riku, watching Minato's tactics, worries that staying defensive won't be enough, since the main demon also boasts exceptional defense. Meanwhile, Minato wrestles with whether to unleash a new spell he recently crafted, hesitating because the nobles are watching. Instead, he opts for a different plan and unleashes a 9th-level void magic attack called Magic Sparkle, setting the stage for his counterstrike. Nada, seeing this 9th-level spell, is stunned. Having always believed 8th-level magic was the peak, Minato then traps the demon lord within the bright yellow void magic circles he conjured earlier and finishes it off with a swift move. A wave of disbelief ripples through the crowd as the soldiers realize Captain Minato just took down an enemy. Even the noble mages struggled against effortlessly. As Minato steps down, the soldiers erupt in awe, showering him with praises and even calling him the Messiah. Minato approaches the ashamed nobles and casually remarks that the monster turned out to be no challenge for him. Hinata, utterly defeated, admits they're nowhere near his level and recognizes that, in their current state, there's no chance of subduing him. Minato then asks if they still want to continue their battle. Without hesitation, both nobles concede defeat and declare Minato has passed their test. With that settled, Minato presses them for answers. Riku agrees to explain everything, but mentions that one more person needs to be present, Takigami. Instantly, Minato knows who he means. Moments later, Takigami arrives and asks if Minato had known all along she was behind everything. Minato confirms as much, reminding her she can't hide anything from him. Now it's her turn to explain why she tested him, why sorcerers have weakened over the past 50 years, and why she's been working with the noble mages since his death. Before revealing the answers Minato seeks, Takigami escorts him and the noble mages back to her home, making sure they're comfortable enough to listen. Once seated, Minato asks if she was aware of the noble mages before he arrived. Not only does Takigami affirm she knew, but she also admits she expected to be attacked. Confused, Minato asks why she allowed it, and Riku explains they only wanted to test Minato's abilities and see if he'd misuse his power. Minato brings up the involvement of his allies in what they call a test, and Riku reassures him they never intended harm, only threats. Still, Minato insists on knowing why they went through with it. Riku reveals that Minato's very presence as part of the SMT undermines the noble mages, creating a dangerous situation for Japan. Hearing this, Minato counters by claiming that their current predicament stems from their own negligence. The SMT never aimed to belittle the noble mages. Rather, the nobles looked down on them. Overwhelmed by the accusation, Hinata flies into a rage. But Riku, acting with more composure, tells her to calm down. Minato is right. Despite admitting their inaction during the first catastrophe, Riku argues the world still needs the nobles to maintain order. Takigami steps in to explain that the root cause traces back to 50 years after Minato's death, which led to Japan's current state and the rise of the magic nobles. The death of Ichigami Minato and the disappearance of most demons left Japan overwhelmed by illegal magicians. Their numbers swelled to such an extent that even the police and self-defense forces were worn out, making law enforcement impossible. Japan became a lawless land, with the few legitimate magicians fighting the illegals, but they were ultimately defeated and killed. With the nation nearing collapse, hope appeared all but lost. In short, Takigami sums up that Japan's downfall was triggered by Ichigami Minato's death. Without him, the remaining magicians struggled to rebuild and restore hope. After many debates, Takigami calmly asks Minato if he remembers Mumu Hifumi, his former subordinate, a sore loser, an institution meant to earn public trust and act as a new symbol of hope, much like Minato was. Since magic was dangerously unstable during peace, the nobles confiscated all magical texts and documents, recruited gifted individuals, and eliminated those who refused to join. By monopolizing magical knowledge, they banned oral traditions and rumors about magic, steering Japan back toward peace. However, as a consequence, Japanese magicians weakened, and imperial politics caused a decline in technology and knowledge, a pattern Minato finds strikingly familiar. Reflecting on the situation 50 years ago, Minato recalls the chaos, people and magicians dying, magic being misused. He realizes things only worsened after his death. Then he asks Takigami if the nobles truly hold political power to manipulate events as they do, despite their supposed ties. After glancing at the nobles, Takigami calmly asks Minato if he remembers Mumu Hifumi, his former subordinate, who was a sore loser, but incredibly gifted. Once Minato confirms, Takigami reveals Mumu is now president of the influential Mumu Group, originally known as the heir of the Mumu conglomerate, and has been financially backing the magic nobles since their founding 50 years ago. Minato finally grasps the nobles' influence, though he never knew Mumu was an heir. Takigami chuckles at how indifferent Ichigami Minato remains toward power, money, and fame, pointing out his only true concerns have always been magic and the people. Takigami goes on to say that during Minato's era, Japanese magicians were world-class, but their skills have declined since. And Nada interrupts, insisting that Japan's peace was only achieved thanks to its predecessors. Frustrated, Minato asks what they would do if another disaster struck. Unable to answer, Yada stays silent. Then Riku says that back then, they assumed the police could handle any crisis alone, with magic nobles intervening only as a last resort. Minato asks if they now realize their mistake, and Riku remains silent. Minato then turns to Takigami once more, questioning if she knew all this from the start. She confirms she's been involved for 50 years but insists she's not a magical noble, nor does she wield any power or influence. For now, she's simply a craftsman specializing in anti-monster gear, content with her role. After uncovering the truth, Minato takes detailed notes, though he suspects Takigami is still hiding something. To confirm this, he asks if she has more secrets, and she assures him she's told everything. With that, Minato shifts focus, proposing an alliance between the magical nobles and SMT to tackle DR more effectively. He clarifies that, if they agree, he won't be subordinate but rather a cooperative partner. Considering his role in the last calamity, their collaboration is clearly crucial. Inada mocks the idea, doubting that someone as powerful as Minato needs their help. He explains that even he has limits, and that if the nobles join SMT, he's ready to leave past grudges behind. Then he asks if anyone objects to helping the citizens. Riku, realizing they can't defeat the main demon alone, concedes that trusting Minato is their best move. Takigami also offers her expertise as an anti-monster gear creator, and Minato welcomes her aboard. After a lot of hesitation and another tantrum, Janada finally agrees to the alliance. On the condition that Minato never mentions the Demon Lord incident again, he accepts, but also insists they refrain from taking hostages whenever they need to talk, to which they agree. With everything settled, SMT and the magical nobles forge an alliance for the first time in 50 years. Shortly afterward, Minato feels like he's forgotten something, but since he can't recall it, he lets it go and moves forward. Around the same time, the other CT members wake up to find men in beaten clothes, tied up near their beds, initially thinking they're thieves. They soon suspect it's related to their bracelets. By noon the next day, Minato finally arrives at the Osaka Prefectural Police School, where dozens of students eagerly await him. At first, Minato is surprised by the sudden attention from the trainees, but fortunately, the instructor on site orders Minato's fans to line up, reminding them they're no longer students, and then apologizes on their behalf for their unruly behavior. The instructor explains that many joined the police force because they admire Minato, adding that he understands their enthusiasm given SMEM's impressive deeds during the calamities. Hearing this, Minato sighs and quickly gets to training the recruits. Moments later, he gathers a few students and, after instructing them to prepare their level 1 spells, orders them to shoot at the wooden targets in front of them. As the training continues, Minato notices 3 girls watching him curiously and realizes how much social media and the news have influenced many people. Mindful of this, he understands that even if their motives aren't perfect, their eagerness is genuine, so he won't go easy on them. With that in mind, he intensifies the regimen, having them run while channeling their magic. helping build both their physical strength and magical power. After running for several minutes, the trainees start complaining, asking what he plans to do if they collapse. To calm them down, Minato says he can use sacred magic to heal them no matter how bad their condition. So they should stop whining and keep running because the enemies won't care about their situation in battle. With that, the trainees push on with their training as if their lives depended on it. After a week of enduring the same tough routine, the average magical power of Osaka's police force grows dramatically. On the final day of training, Minato delivers a farewell speech, praising the trainees for enduring the harsh program and significantly boosting their skills in just 1 week. He urges them to keep training even while he's away, since they are now the guardians of Osaka's peace. When he finishes speaking, he leaves the trainees and their instructor moved to tears. Shortly after, it's revealed that Osaka's magical level has risen sharply. Now it rivals that of Tokyo's officers, all thanks to Minato Kusanagi. Soon after leaving the training grounds, Minato fears returning to Tokyo, suspecting another press conference or some other hassle awaits him. On his way, national news reports on the alliance between the SMD and the noble magical families Homare and Kaiichi, formed to fight disasters and monstrous threats. With thousands reacting to the news, the reporter mentions rumors that large corporations might sponsor the SMT for those worried about its impact on law enforcement, clarifying that SMT isn't an official Tokyo Police Department. As word of the SMT's good deeds spreads, people all over Japan start recognizing the organization's growing influence. Meanwhile, reporters point out that the Mizdu family still hasn't made a public appearance, which is unusual. Given their history of cooperating with the SMT, speculation arises that they might be pulling out of the alliance just as Japan unites against calamities. After his flight lands, Minato asks the girls if they can get in touch with his father. Yuka explains she's tried multiple times, but since they were disinherited, it's possible he doesn't want to respond. Still, Minato expresses concern that the family head hasn't openly supported the alliance. Ruka had hoped he would step up once they joined forces with the other two noble families. Mindful of how unusual Toshiro's silence is, Minato decides to check on him later. Noticing his deep thought, the girls pull him back to the moment, praising his success in Osaka and telling him how proud they are. Realizing the troubles he's facing, Minato joins the conversation with them. Meanwhile, Shido, standing nearby, notices that Chrono didn't show up last night when Minato was away, and though suspicious, reasons that if Minato truly is the leader of the Shadowbringers, and Chrono is an illegal mage, he'll have no choice but to arrest him. Still, with all his heart, Shido hopes his assumption is wrong, believing Minato is destined to be the savior of the world. Later that night, as he walks home, grumbling about his busy teammates, Minato is suddenly approached by two of Toshiro's assistants. They inform him that he has been quietly summoned. He follows them, arriving soon at Toshiro's villa. There, Toshiro angrily asks if it's true that his two daughters are now living with Minato, and immediately threatens his life if he intends to harm them. Confused, Minato calms him down, assuring him they're just friends, which prompts Toshiro to press the issue, making sure Minato won't lay a hand on them. To put him at ease, Minato firmly declares he would never do such a thing to his friends. Then he wonders if Toshiro summoned him purely out of concern for his daughters. Despite everything, Minato realizes Toshiro has a deeply protective fatherly side. Moments later, Toshiro leads Minato outside and challenges him to a duel mid-air. With time on his hands, Minato accepts. Toshiro strikes immediately, unleashing a level 6 water magic spell, the Heiser Wave, after charging his mana. In response, Minato counters with a level 7 fire magic attack called the Demon Flare, overpowering the water assault. Afterwards, Itoshiro praises Minato for neutralizing the water advantage by using fire magic of the same level. Recognizing Minato's strength, Toshiro finally entrusts his daughters to him. For a moment, Minato stays silent, watching the father walk away. Elsewhere, the furious BR boss from before creates a scene upon learning that Chrono is still alive. Weary, he decides to drop his restraint, vowing to crush anyone who stands in his way. Then he turns to his last ally, Toshiro, demanding assurance that he will meet expectations. Surprisingly, Toshiro vows to annihilate Chrono. Around this time, the enraged boss, later revealed as the former rebellious magic noble Kuroi, declares that the next phase will be a full-scale war between BR and the Shadowbringers, urging the Dark Mage to be ready for their arrival. A few days before the BR strike, Minato and his CMT members return to school to face an even worse glare than before. Especially now that their media appearances have skyrocketed. Minato feels completely drained as things only seem to get more frustrating. Unfortunately, the others aren't having it easy either. Yuika is constantly hassled by fans who just want to be near her, attracting not only admirers, but also jealous people who despise her. Fed up with Yuika stealing all the attention, 3 envious girls decide they've had enough. When Yuika leaves class, claiming she needs to use the restroom, they seize the chance to ambush her. After she finishes, Yuika complains in the hallway about how exhausting all the attention is, when suddenly the 3 girls block her and drag her off to a notorious corner of the school. There, they stomp on the wall to intimidate her before accusing her of being a nuisance and questioning why she's even in SMT. When Yuika stays silent, the short, overweight girl suggests that Yuika must have gotten special treatment for being a noble magic user. If that's not bad enough, the dumb green-haired kid jumps in, claiming Yuika seduced her way into SMT. Unable to hold back from the insults, Yuika is loudly insisting she worked hard to get into the SMT and would never stoop to cheap tricks. Sensing her defensive stance, the red-haired leader of the bitter losers presses harder, demanding Yuika swear by her noble magic title that she has no feelings for Minato. Yuika stammers, but before she can slip up, Minato suddenly appears, demanding an explanation. Startled, the girls quickly claim they were just arguing about how unfair it is that Yuika gets special treatment. Their leader even dares to accuse Minato himself of favoritism. Minato, without a word, turns to Yuika and immediately acknowledges how embarrassing it must be to endure their harassment. Meanwhile, the jealous girls start babbling about joining SMT, insisting they'd be a big help. Seeing through their scheme, Minato decides to play along. He holds back from scolding them for now and instead encourages them to join the SMT induction course, since they seem so eager. He promises to let them join once they pass. Unaware of how grueling the training is, the girls get excited. Minato takes them to the CMT training ground and informs Ryuji and Ruka that they'll be participating in the course. At first, Ryuji and Ruka are impressed but notice the girls don't seem particularly skilled. Yuika worries Minato might actually let them in. She stops dwelling on it to focus on more urgent matters, noticing how talkative the newcomers are. Ryuji and Ruka grow even more suspicious of their true intentions. When they question Minato about it, he just tells them not to overthink it. He believes these girls could really use the lesson. The training begins, and within an hour, the redhead nearly collapses from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Minato and the other experienced SMT members push the group hard, shouting orders as if their lives depend on it. It's the same grueling workout Minato used with the Osaka police force. After forcing them to run a full track 4 times, Minato moves on to one-armed push-ups enhanced with magic, working out alongside them, while reminding the losers they need to break through their limits. Next, they start non-stop spellcasting until completely drained. At that point, the jealous trio begins plotting an escape, unwilling to keep up with the madness. Just as they're about to bolt, Minato calls out to them casually, saying they've only finished the warm-up. Terrified, the girls accuse Minato of bullying. One even claims he made the training unbearable on purpose just to torment them. In response, Minato points to the real SMT members, reminding the losers that although they struggled at first, they persevered every day to become the warriors they are now. He explains that SMT works side by side with death, battling monsters and protecting people with everything they've got. Then, he shifts focus to Yuika, telling them that even though he thinks she lacks talent, she works relentlessly to improve. Saying she used her looks and connections to get in is absolute nonsense. He knows she would never stoop that low. Finally, he looks the redhead straight in the eyes, making it crystal clear that Yuika is a cherished friend. He will never forgive anyone who tries to undermine her. Realizing their mistake, the 3 bullies beg for mercy and flee like the cowards they truly are. Watching them rush away, Minato sighs at their cowardice. Ryuji, still puzzled, asks what just happened. Minato simply advises him not to waste his worry on losers. Then, as they walk home after training, Yuika thanks Minato for standing up for her, revealing she heard every word he said. Minato shrugs it off, saying he was just showing them the truth and putting an end to their pointless jealousy. Confident that word will spread, she no longer needs to stress about it. Yuika laughs, echoing his last phrase before shyly admitting that she considers him someone important. Deep down, she knows Minato's definition of important differs from hers, but for now, she's content. She believes that someday, When she's strong enough to stand by his side, she will finally win his heart. With renewed determination, she tells Minato to get ready for the day she's strong enough to beat him. With Yuika's bullying situation settled, life returns to normal for the SMT until the next disaster strikes. As the hour of calamity approaches Tokyo, the skies turn a fiery red, and monsters begin appearing randomly in the streets. Recognizing the threat, people scramble to escape as the creatures launch their attacks. At the same time, Minato and Hinata arrive on the scene. Springing into action, Nata enthusiastically claims several monsters as his own, incinerating them with his fiery magic. With no time to argue with the tiny alarm clock, Minato focuses on the remaining threats, dispatching them with void magic. Meanwhile, first responders and some reckless bystanders watch in amazement as the SMT and magical nobles work seamlessly together, something no one ever expected. Ever since nobles started cooperating with the SMT, their reputation has gradually been restored. A recent survey by a statistics organization confirms this positive trend. Currently, Chrono deals with illegal magicians, while the SMT focuses on disasters and monsters. However, since the SMT's core members are students rather than official police, the group isn't widely recognized as an official security force. This misunderstanding sometimes causes delays in emergency responses, fueling the rising criticism of the police. Several days after the disaster, Minato, disguised as the Shadowbringer, secretly visits Leona Kai's comatose brother in the hospital. Under the cover of night, he slips into Kai's room, placing his hand on the unconscious man's forehead, attempting to heal him using Angel's Breath, a sacred spell of the 7th level. Although he knows that sacred magic usually can't cure coma states, Minato hopes it will at least bring some positive effect to Kai's body and mind. But despite multiple treatments, there's been no change. He starts to suspect that sacred magic has no power over this kind of condition. Remembering how hopeful Leona gets every time they talk about her brother's health, Minato refuses to ever give up. Just as he's about to try another method, the door suddenly swings open, prompting him to hide quickly. Leona steps in, sensing another presence briefly, but brushes it off as just her imagination. She moves closer to her brother, picking up the story from the day before, this time praising Chrono's incredible magic skills, reliability, and proactive spirit. She admits that even though she admires him, his training is absolutely brutal. His strict, relentless methods seem downright diabolical. Yet when she jokes about it, her expression shifts. Grasping Kai's blanket, she solemnly vows she won't stop fighting until no one else has to suffer like him, no matter the cost. She swears to take down the Black Rebellion alongside Chrono. Overcome with emotion, she breaks down in tears, apologizing to her brother again for what he went through. Having heard enough, Minato quietly leaves the room and heads to a storage area to meet Leona and the recruits she wants to introduce. Moments later, Leona arrives, presenting the new members to Minato, who surprises her by asking for proper introductions. She explains, these aren't just random recruits. These people sought her out after seeing her online posts and awareness campaign. She purposely shared limited info to test if they were determined enough to track her down. Now that they're here, she assures Minato she's verified their identities and put them through thorough screening. The recruits, brimming with excitement, start praising Minato eagerly, but Leona quickly tells them to calm down. Once order is restored, Minato makes it clear that while he's willing to train them, he won't make it easy. Unfazed, the recruits confidently urge him to push them to their limits. Pleased with their resolve, Minato kicks off training and nearly breaks them with his grueling routine. At first, the recruits were overly enthusiastic, but their dedication soon became clear. Over time, under Minato's rigorous guidance, they improved dramatically. Within 1 week, Minato successfully formed a specialized tactical team focused on info manipulation and hacking, along with an action unit tasked with locating and dismantling Black Rebellion hideouts. As the Shadow Tree's influence grew, they gained unexpected backing from underground organizations. The Black Rebellion's bases repeatedly faced destruction, leaving the police baffled about the true motives of the Black Mage. Still, Shido remains unwavering in his belief that all illegal mages are criminals. In his mind, the Shadowbringers aren't heroes, just another band of lawbreakers. Determined, Shido vows he won't let these so-called heroes dodge justice. Meanwhile, Kuroi, in his usual grumpy mood, flies into a rage again, furious over the Black Mage's ongoing defiance. Before he can wreck something, a subordinate arrives to report that everything is ready for their next operation. Despite this, Kuroi keeps scolding them for being slow and incompetent. Still, he remains obsessed with his goal. He promises that no matter what happens, he is determined to corner and eliminate Minato and Chrono, no matter the cost. The next day, during the SMT training session, Shido, who has been closely watching the whole operation, starts to suspect that Captain Minato might actually be Chrono. Considering his age, abilities, and the timing of Chrono's appearance, it's almost impossible not to be suspicious. Lost in thought, Shido watches as Ryuji and the girls apologize to Minato for unknowingly breaking his bracelets while they slept some weeks ago. After explaining the situation, Minato reassures them that it's okay, suggesting the bracelets probably just reached their durability limit. Still, inside, he realizes that a rookie like him can't put together a decent anti-monster team on his own. He decides to reach out to Takigami later to get better equipment. Meanwhile, Ryuji and the others remain upset with the nobles for staging a nighttime ambush just to test them, all because the nobles believe they can do whatever they want. Understanding their frustration, Minato admits he's also angry about the nobles' sneaky tactics, but reminds them that collaboration with the nobles is crucial for what lies ahead. With that in mind, he politely asks his squad to let this incident slide, at least this once. Reluctantly, they drop the subject but then turn their frustration inward, blaming their own weakness for not even managing to mark the attack. At that moment, Yuik remembers how disoriented the magical nobles looked when they woke up and asks Minato about it. She doesn't know what kind of magic they were affected by, but they clearly seemed unaware of their surroundings. Minato explains he used a draining spell to absorb their magical power and cloud their memories. They might not recall anything before or after the spell was cast. With training wrapped up for the day, Minato suggests they all head home together, but his team quickly refuses, offering various excuses. Seeing this, Shido offers Minato a ride home, which he accepts. On the way back, Shido talks about the growing influence of the Shadowbringers and reminds Minato that as part of the police force, he can't just stand by. Sensing Shido's direction, Minato asks if he still suspects him. Shido dodges by listing attributes of the criminal and asks if Minato has noticed the same signs. Playing innocent, Minato claims ignorance, though his skepticism is obvious. Shido drops the subject for now. Then Minato asks if Shido thinks Chrono is a villain, pointing out he hasn't heard of any evil acts committed by him. Shido admits he's heard that Chrono is a good person and presses Minato on why he hates him so much. Shido explains his reasoning, because Chrono is still a criminal. To clarify his stance, Shido opens up about his past. His father was a respected police officer with a strong sense of justice. While society looked down on criminals, his father always believed they had a conscience and that confronting them respectfully could help them recognize their mistakes. Shido admired this belief, which motivated him to become a police officer himself. However, his father was killed while trying to negotiate with a criminal holding hostages. Unarmed and defenseless, he was mercilessly attacked with magic. Since he couldn't use magic himself, he was killed in a completely unfair fight. The criminal was later caught and charged with robbery and murder. When asked why he killed Shido's father, he claimed he was scared of a defenseless man. Remembering those words, Shido loses his composure and angrily declares that true fear should belong to the victims, people like his father, who was murdered over something so trivial. With that said, he firmly states his stance. He will never forgive criminals. Even if they try to save others, they shouldn't be pardoned. Otherwise, those who live honest lives won't have anything to believe in. As Shido relives his pain, Minato acknowledges that this belief runs deep within him. After his outburst, Shido apologizes for getting too emotional. Then he leaves Minato, telling him he'll count on him tomorrow. As usual, the next morning, the SMT members gather for training, but to their surprise, Minato is late, something that hardly ever happens. After waiting for a few minutes, he rushes out of class, grumbling about teachers who talk too much. Heading quickly toward the training area, he ignores two shady-looking men watching him from a corner. Seconds after Minato leaves, a massive screen broadcasting the news is suddenly hijacked. The image shifts, revealing Kuroi, the leader of Burr, on every major screen across Japan. When he appears, people instantly recognize him as the former magic noble. Kuroi, however, unfazed by the attention, he directly addresses SMT and Chrono, revealing he has a gift for them. He claims bombs are planted all over Japan and warns the police not to interfere, or they'll be set off one by one. To prove he's serious, Kuroi snaps his fingers. An explosion bursts from a building near Minato's location. Immediately, Minato springs into action, using a tall magic barrier to shield civilians from the blast. Meanwhile, SMT scrambles for information only to find their data completely scrambled. To make matters worse, neither they nor the police can respond fast enough. Yeek, growing increasingly frustrated, reports they can't even reach Minato and wonders what the heck he's doing at a time like this. As confusion spreads through the police force, Karoi issues his final demand. Chrono must go alone to the specified location. If he refuses, all the bombs will detonate simultaneously. After assessing the damage to the district, Minato decides to wait until nightfall to make his move. At dusk, he dons his Shadowringer disguise and heads for the designated spot, an old port warehouse that once served as a hideout. Confirming the location, Leona checks in via comms to see if he's really going through with this mission, and Minato assures her everything will be fine. With everything set, Leona wishes him a safe return and hopes he doesn't die this time. After calming her again, Minato flies over the entire city, only landing when he reaches the assigned warehouse. The warehouse lights up as he enters, revealing dozens of illegal BR mages. Their leader, Kuroi. He welcomes his own death, claiming he's been expecting it all along. Then he boasts that everyone in the room is a top-tier BR mage with advanced powers. In reply, Chrono, also called Minato, asks if wiping out everyone here will be enough to take down BR. Hearing this, Kuroi chuckles at Chrono's confidence, but before he can say more, one of his mages calls Chrono an idiot for thinking he can win alone. Annoyed, Kuroi grabs the fool by the collar and scolds him, warning that people have fallen to Chrono by underestimating him just like this guy did. Because Chrono is here now, and claims he's different, Kuroi not only vows to hold nothing back, but also threatens to kill Chrono without fail, and never lowering his guard. Confused and ready to fight, Chrono asks if Kuroi truly believes he can pull that off. However, just before making any sudden move, Kuroi stops him, warning that if he resists, the bombs scattered around the city will explode. Fully aware Kuroi means business, Chrono freezes and waits for the next big move. Kuroi commands his mages to kill him, and almost instantly, they all fire at Chrono, but every single attack misses its mark, leading Kuroi to initially think Shono failed to set up a magical barrier. So he orders them to fire again. When the same thing happens, Chrono informs them their attacks are pointless. Level 3 magic won't work on him. Enraged, Kuroi erupts in anger, even striking his own men, calling them useless for failing to land a hit on Chrono. Chrono, on the other hand, calls them trash, which pushes Kuroi to promise he'll brutally be the one to kill this trash. Despite Chrono's strength, Kuroi stays confident, claiming he'd typically have no chance. But now that he has his new weapons, it's a whole different game. Noticing the guns in Kuroi's hands, Chrono assumes they're ordinary firearms and arrogantly states the weapons won't affect him. But no sooner does he finish, Kuroi fires a shot that grazes his right cheek. And much to Chrono's shock, he actually gets injured. Relishing the surprise on Chrono's face, Kuroi laughs maniacally and reveals his gun is an anti-magic weapon enchanted to disrupt magic itself. After explaining that his bullets can pierce through magical defenses, Kuroi fires 3 rounds simultaneously, each grazing Chrono's body. He then admits it's been a while since he last fired a gun, so he expected his aim to be a bit off. However, he's stunned when Chrono instinctively heals his wounds with natural magic, mistaking it for holy magic. Kuroi accuses him of using that, but Chrono corrects him, saying it's actually natural magic that automatically activates to heal him. Regardless, Kuroi declares healing won't change the outcome. It just means he can injure Chrono even more. Kuroi fires 3 more shots, while taunting Chrono, but quickly notices all the bullets, just like before, only graze him. Yet Chrono effortlessly heals himself again. At this point, Kuroi starts suspecting something's off. None of his shots have hit directly, which shouldn't be possible. He wonders if Chrono's been dodging, but quickly dismisses the thought, convinced that such a feat is beyond even Chrono's capabilities. While Kuroi is lost in thought, Chrono secretly communicates with Leona and the others to confirm whether their covert mission is complete. Noticing this, Kuroi accuses him of daring to talk in the middle of battle and underestimating him. Now that the mission is accomplished, Chrono unleashes Grand Typhoon, a level 5 wind magic spell, using it not only to push out all the illegal mages, but also to tear a hole through the warehouse roof, completely wrecking the building. Seeing this, Kuroi immediately orders bombs to be detonated across the city. But to his shock, Chrono reveals that his allies have already defused them, now free to focus solely on Kuroi. Chrono tells him that his bullets hurt quite a bit and vows to return the pain 100-fold. With the stage set for battle, Kuroi prepares to fight, but before they can clash, the SMT arrives and stops the fight before it even begins. Yuke reports all the bombs have been disabled, prompting Ruka to urge BR to abandon their futile resistance, wanting to keep his identity hidden. Chrono quietly praises the SMT for their swift arrival, but wonders if they were just waiting nearby undetected. However, the SMT immediately recognizes Chrono, leader of the Shadowbringer, and acknowledges his immense magical power. Meanwhile, Sonata, aware that Chrono is actually Minato, feels compelled to help him, worried he might be secretly injured. With the tides turning, Chrono arrogantly challenges Kuroi to a duel. Just when it seems they have the upper hand, Toshiru appears out of nowhere, acknowledging Kuroi's fight and offering assistance. Upon realizing the traitor is their father, the girls exclaim in shock, desperately hoping there's a reasonable explanation. Without hesitation, they ask their father why he's siding with a despicable human like Kuroi. Before Toshiru can respond, Kuroi asserts it's because they're still comrades in arms. Confusing them even more, Yuike and her sister bombard their father with questions, desperate to understand what could have driven him to side with such a fool. Finally, weary of their persistence, Toshiru coldly tells them he owes them no explanation. Disappointed, they fall silent, simply staring at him. Shido demands Chrono's capture, but Chrono wonders if this is truly the moment to treat him as an enemy. Other SMT members share his sentiment, arguing they should be working together, especially with Minato absent. Realizing they are right, Shido reluctantly agrees to cooperate just this once. Moments later, Kuroi throws special hand grenades at the SMT. Chrono yells for them to duck, and they barely escape the blast radius, managing to keep most of their limbs intact. They quickly realize these are no ordinary grenades. Chrono, stunned by the existence of anti-magic weaponry beyond guns, watches as Kuroi opens his coat with a satisfied smile, revealing more hidden gear. While Chrono deals with Kuroi, the sisters grapple with the reality of confronting their father. Seizing the moment, Toshiru, eager to test his strength, conjures a level 3 water magic attack, Azure Splash, and hurls it toward them. Ruka counters with a similar spell, but hers is too weak. Toshiru's attack shatters hers effortlessly. With nothing left to do, the girls brace themselves for the hit. Just when all hope seems lost, Ryuji steps in with a level 3 earth magic spell, Rock Wall, saving them from drowning. Afterwards, the sisters thank Ryuji, and Toshiru acknowledges their growth and teamwork. However, he warns them they still aren't on his level since their magical power matches Minato's. Despite this, Eureka refuses to back down. Determined, she and Ruka pool their mana to unleash a massive level 6 water magic, Gur Wave. Against him, Toshiru effortlessly counters with a level 8 spell, Tidal Wave, completely overwhelming them. He then remarks that although they managed to cancel part of his magic, they're still way behind. Meanwhile, the defeated sisters, Kuroi complains about how one-sided the battle has been in his favor. He mocks Chrono, claiming even the great Shadowbearer is powerless against anti-magic weapons. He taunts Chrono, suggesting he's never faced firearms before. With Toshiru at his side, Kuroi claims Chrono doesn't stand a chance, even humiliatingly offering Chrono the option to beg for his life. Yet, Chrono remains unfazed. Seeing this, Kuroi grows agitated and paranoid. Shouting at Chrono not to get cocky, he fires more anti-magic bullets, but Chrono dodges every shot. At first, Kuroi assumes it's luck, but the longer he watches, the more skeptical he becomes. Meanwhile, Toshiru conjures his level 8 water spell again, seeking Kuroi's input. Receiving no reply, he attacks Chrono, who flawlessly evades him. Noticing something off about Chrono's movements, Kuroi quickly unleashes his level CCO dark magic, Night Assault, creeping stealthily behind Chrono for a surprise strike. Chrono, however, dodges every sword slash, forcing Kuroi to shoot again, only for Chrono to evade once more. Meanwhile, as Chrono catches his breath, another surge of water magic heads his way. He raises a void barrier, but it shatters on impact. SMT members watching from the sidelines are stunned by the massive mana being expended. They start feeling useless just standing there. Realizing they can't take on Minato directly, they decide they need to step up and earn his respect. Shido, still harboring resentment towards Minato, sees an opening with Chrono distracted and seemingly at a disadvantage. He believes they can finally take him down. Knowing reinforcements will soon arrive to help capture Toshiru and Kuroi, Shido refuses to let this moment slip away. He turns to Sanada nearby and asks for her help in taking down Chrono. Sanada hesitates, questioning his logic. Shido insists that Chrono, an illegal mage fighting solo, must be arrested now. Initially, she refuses, but Shido presses on, practically begging, unable to refuse outright. Sanada clenches her fists and looks ahead, which Shido takes as a yes to his request. But instead of attacking Chrono, she suddenly supports him with white magic. Witnessing this, Kuroi, he mistakenly believes the police force has just turned against his only ally, Chrono, and mocks them. However, just as Shido is about to launch his next attack, he notices Sanada just healed Chrono with a first aid spell, a level C holy magic. Meanwhile, Kuroi accuses the police of aiding Chrono, an outlawed mage, but Chrono, who can heal his wounds with passive magic, ignores the accusation and wonders why Sanada struck him with magic he clearly doesn't need. After further thought, Chrono figures Sanada is trying to convey her feelings through magic, so he accepts the healing effects and keeps fighting Kuroi. Meanwhile, Shido, seemingly in a daze, asks Sanada why she healed the criminal, and tired of his nonsense. She replies, it's because Chrono is fighting for them. When the idiot asks how that's possible, Sanada tells him to think about why they, who can't even move, are still alive, or why Chrono hasn't shifted an inch from his spot. With Shido staying silent, she explains that it's because he's out there protecting everyone, while poor Chrono keeps getting shot at by Kuroi's bullets. Sanada tells Shido if it weren't for Chrono, they'd all be Kuroi's targets, which is why he hasn't run away from them. Even after hearing this, Shido still tries to paint Chrono as the villain or as the fool he really is, since no way can an outlawed mage like him save the police. Sensing doubt in his eyes, Sanada reminds Shido that Chrono is only there with them to save others and fight for them. By now, Shido begins thinking clearly, and seeing how much Chrono's moving despite his injuries. He starts questioning his own feelings toward Chrono up to this point. Soon enough, he begins to grasp the truth before him, as the girls tell him they will fight beside Chrono, no matter if he's an illegal mage or not. To his dismay, Kuroi reminds them that people like them won't change anything since their magical power is nearly depleted. With the SMT members attacking full force, Yika says that even if their mana is little, there's still something they can do. Saying that, they focus their attention on Tusharwar, who floats inside his flying water bubble, and force him to come down to their level. The moment he lands, Chrono strikes with Demon Flame, and Tusharwar, quickly recognizing the surprise attack, counters with a gear wave. Realizing their seamless teamwork, Tusharwar sees his chances of attacking Chrono are slim, knowing the time maintenance team will stand in his way. With that in mind, the time maintenance team works to stop Tusharwar, with Sanada happily ready to assist Minato. While the girls target the father, Shido steals his resolve and joins them to keep Tusharwar restrained, which eventually infuriates Kuroi. As for Chrono, he praises the SMT for holding Tusharwar back, making the fight easier, which only angers Kuroi more, prompting him to threaten to annihilate them all and shoot even more at Chrono. This time, Chrono flawlessly dodges every attack, leaving Kuroi stunned and wondering just how the hell Chrono managed to evade all the bullets. When accused of using magic, Chrono assures Kuroi that he didn't cast a single spell and simply dodged them by skill alone. At this point, Kuroi snaps and tells Chrono not to mess around with him, reminding him this isn't some movie. Chrono replies that although it's been a while since he found long-range anti-magic gear, he still didn't fight all that well. Hearing this, Kuroi starts firing wildly, but then Chrono, having already studied his attack pattern, dodges every bullet without missing a beat and moves closer. Realizing bullets no longer have any effect, Kuroi pulls out his anti-magic rocket launcher and prepares to blow everyone away. Unfortunately, before he can even pull the trigger, Chrono uses Night Raid to close the distance suddenly, catching Kuroi off guard, and unleashes Krell, a unique form of dark magic unlike normal spells, sending the bastard into a world of agony, lasting 3 days and 3 nights, a fitting punishment for a villain like him. After dealing with Kuroi, Chrono turns his attention to Toshiru to take him down next. even though his teammates are frozen from exhaustion. Seeing how well the others kept Toshiru restrained, Chrono smiles and urges them to leave the rest to him. With that, he locks onto Toshiru fully. But before their fight begins, Toshiru surrenders, and Chrono demands an explanation. Just at that moment, Leona reports over comms that they're running into trouble. The police and magical nobles are raiding all the BR hideouts in Tokyo, adding that the timing is clearly coordinated. She further says she's certain the intel was leaked by Misuha Toshiro. This revelation prompts Chrono to ask Toshiru if she was a spy who infiltrated BR. And Toshiru confirms it. Before the conversation continues, Kur stands up and tells everyone to stop fooling around. Judging by his state, Chrono guesses he must have disabled Cruel, using anti-magic gear. Supporting him, Kuroi holds a detonator, threatening to blow up every bomb he planted nearby. Seeing this, the other SMT members complain they can't move well enough to escape the blasts in time. But then, Chrono and Toshiru, still standing, activate Firewall and Aqua Esmeralda, both high-level spells to shield the SMT team from Kuroi's bombs. However, after pressing the detonator multiple times, nothing happens. Kuroi just stands there confused, claiming he planted bombs everywhere. While he's wasting time, Leona, who's just arrived, once again informs him that all the bombs he hid nearby have already been disarmed. As soon as he recognizes Leona as one of the Shadowbringers, he makes sneering remarks about them, calling them slaves who should crawl and obey him. Furious, Leona punches him and finally tells him she's gotten her revenge. Despite this, the fool boldly insists he's just a cog in a machine called BR, meaning the real bosses are still out there, continuing their wicked deeds. Right after saying this, Kuroi collapses, leaving Chrono wondering who's really the mastermind behind BR. Realizing he needs deeper investigation to confirm the person's identity, Chrono abandons the idea and takes Leona, planning to leave before the police arrive. Just at that moment, Yuika tries to stop him and verify something, but Chrono ignores her and leaps into the night sky, determined never to be caught by SMT again. Soon after he leaves, Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji are left puzzled about what kind of person could lead the Shadowbringers. Meanwhile, San, who knows Kronos' true identity as Kusanagi, feels immense gratitude toward her hero for saving so many lives that night. The next morning, national news reports the capture and arrest of the former noble magic user and BR president, Kuroi, on charges including conspiracy to terrorize the city. Furthermore, police receive widespread praise for swiftly defusing the bombs and showcasing their elite counter-terrorism skills. Seeing the news, Jinat and Riku, spotted somewhere in the city, mock the media's attempt to take credit for what they actually did. Meanwhile, Minato returns to his routine as SMT captain. That same morning, he heads to the Misuo residence to visit Toshiru. On the way, they ask him to explain his absence during the operation against Kuroi the night before. Minato lies, claiming something came up in his family. Luckily, they buy his story but still urge him to reach out next time. Upon arriving at the Misuja residence, they're warmly welcomed and shown to sit in the meeting room. Inside, the girls ask their father to explain the situation. Toshiru starts by telling them he pretended to cooperate with Kuroi and infiltrate BR to restore the honor of the noble magic users and prevent rogue illegal mages from running wild. He goes on to reveal that Kuroi wasn't just a former noble mage, but was also involved in countless crimes and expanded his influence without limits. Unable to ignore it any longer, Toshiru took matters into his own hands. Then he wonders why he only infiltrated BR just now. Toshiru explains that he received an imperial order from the police, which he believed would be easier for him, as the head of a noble magical family, to infiltrate BR since Kuroi had previously collaborated with Fuka. Using psychological and logical strategies, Toshiru easily earned Kuroi's trust. He concludes his story by saying that although he isn't officially part of the police force, he was treated as an undercover investigator exceptionally and won't be held accountable for any crimes committed. Upon hearing this, the girls sigh with relief and criticize the police for treating their father that way. Meanwhile, Minato reflects on the organizations involved in this mess: the SMT, the police, who seem different from the magical nobles, and even Misuha Toshiru, who surprisingly went to great lengths to make this happen. He also wonders why the police chose to act at this specific moment when they could have done it earlier. To him, their reasoning for acting now lacks conviction and feels suspicious. A flashback takes us to the night Kuroi was subdued, showing Chrono and Leona in a heated discussion with the police. Despite their limited ability to gather information, they discovered that more than half of the bombs planted were actually dummies. When Chrono asks if the criminals simply couldn't prepare enough real bombs, Leona admits that's possible, but still thinks the sloppiness makes it hardly a serious threat. Either way, the police moved unusually fast. Almost as if they had prior knowledge, she senses something fishy about the whole situation. But for now, there's no solid proof. Back in the present, Toshiru confesses his mistakes, asks for forgiveness, and publicly announces his cooperation with the SMT, promising to reinstate his daughter's family status. Hearing this, the girls instantly brighten up, knowing they can proudly reclaim their place in the Misua family. On the way home from the Misua family meeting, Ryuji comments on all the good things that have happened and finally feels at peace now that everything's been settled. Sonata, on the other hand, calls Minato and Chrono her heroes and wishes there was some way she could properly thank them. Shido, fully aware that Chrono is an illegal mage, still can't shake the fact that he was saved by him that night. If Chrono turns out to be Kusanagi, Shido isn't sure whether capturing him would be the right move. Meanwhile, Yuika feels uneasy remembering those eyes she saw on Chrono that night and realizing they were the same as Minato's. Unable to distinguish between the two, she starts to question if they might actually be the same person. Minato, fully aware of what's happening, realizes things could get complicated if this keeps going. That night, disguised as Chrono, he visits Kai in his hospital bed to continue healing him with sacred magic, getting no response. Chrono this time urges Kai to wake up, reminding him that his sister is waiting. Just then, Leona walks in, prompting Chrono to quickly hide outside the window. She gently tells her younger brother that she and Chrono have finally defeated the villains, so there's no reason to worry anymore. She promises nobody will ever hurt him again. Seconds after hearing his sister's voice, Kai calls out her name, and Leona immediately reassures him that she's right there with him. Now fully awake, Kai welcomes his big sister and tells her he tried to stay strong while she was away. Without hesitation, Leona hugs Kai tightly as tears stream down her face. Seeing this, Chrono smiles, realizing his job is done, then silently flies off into the night sky. The next day, during lunch break, Ryuji, hanging out with the others on the school rooftop, asks Minato and the girls to help look after his little siblings the following day. When asked why, he explains his shift lasts all day and he'll be home very late. Usually, he juggles SMT activities and works as long as his mom isn't around. But unfortunately, none of them will be available this time. Since he can't leave his brothers alone till nightfall, Ryuji asks for their help. Having heard Ryuji's plea, Minato offers to help without hesitation, pointing out that she adores kids anyway. Ryuji thanks her sincerely. As for Yuika, she apologizes for being unavailable, explaining that she has things to handle related to moving. Realizing she's no longer disowned, Ryuji wonders if she's moving back to her father's house, but Yuika tells him they're moving to a bigger place. At that moment, Yuika mimics her dad, telling them both to keep building their independence and explore the outside world while Kusanagi and Minato stay with them. Shortly after, Ryuji comments on Yuika's father's behavior, and she admits at least he's kind enough to provide money. Either way, Minato feels that if Toshiru promotes independence, it makes sense for the sisters to live together. On the other hand, he understands why Toshiru wants to keep him close to the girls now more than ever. Anyway, Ryuji jokes that Minato and Ruka help Yuika move just to realize how bossy and clueless they really are, concluding Yuika will be fine on her own. After laughing hard at the joke, he asks Ruka if she's free to go with Minato. Ruka stammers but finally offers to help Minato take care of the kids. With that, Ryuji thanks both of them and promises to make it up to them. The next day, Minato and Ruka take Ryuji's 3 siblings to the amusement park. As it's been a while since any of them were there, the kids excitedly talk about riding the carousel, the roller coaster, and the Ferris wheel all at once. To satisfy them, Minato assures they'll ride everything. Just as they're about to board a ride, he notices Ruka hanging back and urges her to join them. By this point, Ruka's face looks so intimidating the kids feel threatened, making Minato ask why she isn't smiling. To avoid being the party pooper, Ruka apologizes, then makes it worse with a forced, awkward smile, asking if that's better. Unfortunately, the kids find her even scarier. To stop them from crying, Minato soothes the kids and ignores sad Ruka for now. Later, the 5 of them ride the roller coaster, Ferris wheel, and carousel before finally stopping as it gets late. While Minato cares for the happy kids, he notices the sadness in Ruka's expression and decides to talk to her. The kids head to the restroom for a bit after Minato warns them not to bump into others, giving the pair some time alone. After chatting a bit about the kids' excitement, Ruka tells Minato he's amazing, even admired by the kids. Despite knowing this, Minato insists it's nothing special. But Ruka admits she's not good with kids. It's not that she dislikes them, but she struggles to connect. Minato acknowledges this, and she apologizes for being so pretentious. Moving on, she recalls saying she could never surpass him, but now she feels inferior in every way. She can't cook, get along with people, or be as thoughtful as Yuika. Even in magic, where she once excelled, she's being outdone. If anything, she knows she's not perfect, just a clumsy woman who can't do anything on her own. With Minato remaining silent, Ruka apologizes for being such a whiny girl and urges him to forget everything she said, pointing out that the kids are coming back from the restroom. As the kids weave through the crowd, the oldest one accidentally bumps into one of the three bullies who are harassing other children and threatening to record them. Sensing what's about to unfold, Minato gets ready to step in. However, before he can move, he notices Ruka jumping in first to shield the kids and decides to watch. She quickly pulls the child out of harm's way and asks if he's okay. The boy breaks into tears, and she feels relieved he isn't hurt. At that moment, the bully and his gang demand an apology from the kid just for being a child. Ruka refuses, arguing that the boy hasn't done anything wrong and that the bully should be the one apologizing. Typical stubborn punk, the bully tries to punch Ruka for standing up to him. Yet, before his fist can land, Minato tightly grabs it, calling him trash who only knows how to stir trouble. He reminds the bully they're in a public place and shouldn't ruin everyone's fun just for kicks. As the bully screams in pain and begs to be let go, Minato finally releases him, complaining that troublemakers are everywhere. With the bullies dealt with, he checks on his group to make sure everyone is safe. Seeing how hard Ruka worked to protect them, the three kids immediately rush to her, crying and thanking her for saving them. Though Ruka is very scared, after a glance from Minato, she hugs them tightly and reassures them that everything's fine. With the incident behind them, they enjoy the rest of the day peacefully. At dusk, when Ryujment returns home, he apologizes and hopes his siblings haven't caused any trouble. But to his surprise, he finds all five sleeping soundly together like one happy family. Over time, it becomes clear that while the SMT captain, Minato, and Chrono, leader of the Shadowbringers and twin sorcerers of Japan, were gaining attention, the police's reputation was only declining. Despite their swift response to the BR explosion incident that earned praise, the SMT's achievements outshined the police, leaving their image in shambles. During one of their routine meetings, members of the Tokyo Police Department discussed that they can't allow the Shadowbearer to continue operating freely and tarnishing their dignity as officers. Realizing the truth in this, the department's superintendent issues an executive order to capture the criminals posing as vigilantes and bring them to justice. Meanwhile, in the dojo, Minato and Riku practice with wooden swords to test their fencing skills. For nearly 10 minutes, the pair, without uttering a word, duel with deadly intent, cutting, thrusting, and dodging only when necessary. In the end, Riku calls it a draw when they both find themselves in positions where either could have died. After witnessing just how impressive Minato's fencing skills are, Riku expresses surprise that Minato can hold his own against him, the assistant manager. Despite knowing all this, Minato assures Riku that he still can't match him in swordsmanship, which leaves Riku, who just noticed how modest and skilled Minato is, genuinely impressed. With their practice duel finished, the pair put the wooden training swords back in place, and Riku immediately throws a fit about how troublesome his life has become. Confused, Minato asks him to explain what just happened since he seemed fine moments ago, and Riku explains that whenever he holds a sword, he feels motivated to do something, but now that he has to let it go, he feels useless and wishes he could just die right then or turn into a plant. Hearing this, Minato sincerely tells Riku not to give up yet, insisting that just being alive and doing nothing is enough for anyone, as long as it brings them happiness. Seeing how thoughtful Minato is, Riku calls him an interesting person and, after sitting down, admits that he has always felt out of place. If anything, becoming known for his sword skills made him feel even more isolated, and that frustrates him more than anything else in the entire world. Listening to this, Minato assures him that what he's describing doesn't make him an alien, but rather it's just his uniqueness shining through for everyone to see. Though surprised, Riku expressionlessly tells Minato that no one has ever referred to his talent as his uniqueness before. Well, for what it's worth. Minato shares that he's had similar experiences and goes on to tell Riku about his past life as a teenager. Ichigami Minato, recalling a time when he was trapped in unimaginable terror, with death practically looming over him. Back then, Minato says he fought and awakened powers as a result. But unfortunately or fortunately for him, Riku stares blankly, thinking Minato is referring to the accident he once mentioned. In his mind, however, Minato recalls learning to use magic from that day forward, by mimicking the monster's spells, until he developed his own magic. Although he was the only survivor, during that time, Minato tells Riku he remembers how he couldn't save anyone, and was often seen as a freak by those around him. But now, he makes sure his power and strength are used to help others. With that said, he asks Riku if he has anything worth protecting. And Riku, realizing Minato is right, admits that he really does have something he wants to protect. Knowing this, Minato happily tells him to use his power for that cause, since he already carries uniqueness within himself, and Riku, deciding to follow Minato's advice, thanks him for the support. The two then shake hands and promise to work together next time. Moments after leaving Riku's dojo, Minato reflects on Kaiichi Riku's personality so far, and notes that for a noble magic family head, he's pretty decent, despite his quirks. Either way, Minato feels the boy is way better than the others, who are pretentious, cruel, and downright incomprehensible. While lost in deep thought, Minato bumps into someone on the street and immediately apologizes for the collision. An idiot only to find out that the person he ran into was none other than Homare Hinata. The short brat, when she also recognizes her attacker as Minato, she demands an explanation, hoping he has one to give. Upon hearing his answer, she tells Minato that she ran into an annoying guy earlier and has been upset since then. Minato then asks why she isn't wearing her flashy outfit today, and Hinata replies there's no way she'd wear something so showy every day. Besides, since she's part of the demon hunting team, she's only supposed to wear that for official duties and nothing else. On this day, Minato mentions his interest in such things, only to realize after a brief pause that she really is intrigued. Soon, the pair notices that people on the street are staring at them. To avoid any hassle, Hinata harshly urges Minato to follow her to her usual spot on the corner. Fed up with dealing with a girl who does things on her own timetable, Minato follows her along. When they finally reach her spot, they quickly find an empty table and sit down to avoid drawing attention from the other cafe guests. Unfortunately, it's already too late, as whispers and stares begin around them, some even hinting they might be on a date. After a few angry glances from Hinata, the gossipers get spooked and go back to minding their own business. Minato, who has stayed calm the whole time, starts seeing Hinata as a fierce little dog but stays quiet to keep the peace. Once the bystanders lose interest, Hinata asks Minato about his earlier meeting with Riku. Sensing she might be jealous that he's close with Riku, Minato apologizes for not inviting her to the dojo. Noticing the meaning behind his words, Hinata loses her patience and insists she isn't upset about not being invited. After all, in her mind, they're only aligned temporarily and aren't really friends. Just as she says this, she casts a jealous glance at a family celebrating their child's very first birthday. Minato reassures her it's fine with him as long as they can cooperate. Irritated by his confidence, Hinata demands to know how he became so strong. When Minato lies that he gained his powers from a traffic accident, Hinata calls it nonsense, insisting there's no way he got that powerful from just an accident. She knows Minato has abnormal magical power, and magic doesn't work that way. However, Minato thinks to himself that he's suppressing his magic even more than before. On top of that, Hinata believes that if all it took to boost magical power was risking your life, no one would have to fight so hard. Fed up with being left in the dark, Hinata angrily stands and demands Minato tell her the truth about his strength. Minato realizes she's desperate to become stronger, but telling someone from the modern era that he's the reincarnation of Ichigami wouldn't make any sense or satisfy her. So instead, he tells her to train the usual way if she wants to get stronger. Frustrated, Hinata sighs, saying Minato is impossible to understand, then sits back down. Shortly after, the waitress arrives with their orders and, after apologizing for the delay, serves Hinata her massive parfait. Minato, taken aback by its huge size, yet Hinata, now glowing with excitement, tells Minato she's been waiting for this moment. Right after that, she pretends the waitress messed up her order. Minato watches in confusion as she devours every bite like her life depends on it, savoring its sweet and juicy texture. When she finishes, Hinata takes a deep breath and admits she's always wanted to try this cafe's parfait but felt awkward coming alone, which means that their outing together was just perfect. Noticing her fondness for sweets, Minato glances at her monoflow and sees it spilling over. Realizing she's let her guard down, Hinata abruptly ends the meeting, saying there's nothing more to talk about, and dashes out of the cafe. After she leaves, Minato realizes he glimpsed the magical power she was suppressing. Still, he knows it's clearly much stronger than the last time they fought. There's no way she could have boosted it that much in such a short time just through training. Wondering what she did to enhance her power, Minato concludes that Hinata Omare is hiding something. Meanwhile, Shido, still stuck at work, starts suspecting Minato might actually be Chrono. He's realized that every time Chrono appears, Kusanagi is nowhere to be found, making it hard not to believe they're the same person. For now, the police investigation is heating up, and Shido knows it's only a matter of time before they catch Chrono. Feeling conflicted, he glances at a family photo, hoping his father's spirit will somehow guide him. Later that night, Leona informs Chrono on the rooftop that the police are moving to dismantle Shadowbringer. Raids are happening everywhere, leading to the capture and interrogation of several members. While reviewing the intel, Chrono realizes the SMT has also been ordered to pursue them. He briefly considers telling Leona that he's Kusanagi from Shin Megami Tensei, but decides against it. If she were caught, knowing the truth would only burden her unnecessarily, especially since he trusts she'd never betray him. Plus, there's no real benefit in revealing his identity right now. He can still hint at inside police info without laying it all out, making this the wrong time to confess. Just then, Leona says they need a plan because if things keep up like this, the police will inevitably catch up to them. To stop her from worrying, Chrono assures her he's got it covered. He already has a plan. The next day, Minato visits Takigami at his home to discuss the possibility of having him join their strategy, and Takigami agrees to help. Days later, the superintendent of the Tokyo police force asks his team for an update on the Shadowbringers investigation. When he learns they still haven't found Chrono, he flies into a rage and demands an explanation. One officer reports they're still interrogating captured Shadowbringer members, but so far, everyone insists they don't know anything. The leader then asks why they still haven't managed to get them to talk, but the officer explains they lack influence, since it seems the lower-ranked members are truly uninformed. Frustrated, the leader authorizes the officers to use force if necessary to capture Chrono, insisting the police force's honor is at stake. Understanding the urgency, the officers rush to take action. Meanwhile, Shido calls all SMT members to the meeting room and informs them they have orders from higher-ups to locate Chrono and his allies. Because Chrono's whereabouts are unknown, Shido reveals that his information has been made public to make identifying and capturing him easier, given that materials undermining the police are circulating. Shido commands the SMT members to search for Chrono, while they continue efforts to stop the calamities. Some SMT members complain, pointing out they're already swamped dealing with calamities and monsters. They grumble that the higher-ups must be out of touch because this isn't their job. However, Minato sees this as a sign of the police's desperation, realizing that if they get serious, his group will have trouble escaping them. At the meeting's close, Shido reminds the team to prioritize handling calamities and monsters while continuing the hunt for the Shadowbringers. After the meeting, Sonata asks Shido if they're really going to follow through with this. Shido replies, they have no choice, it's a direct order. Ryuji grumbles about shouldering most of the workload with the calamities and the Misugen sisters with their complaints. Shido acknowledges his frustration, but explains the higher-ups are desperate because the Shadowbringers wield significant influence and popularity. Estimating the possible fallout if illegal mages gain more support, Shido turns to Minato and bluntly tells him to stop playing around. Offended, Minato demands an explanation. Without hesitation, Shido accuses him of being Chrono and orders him to surrender immediately. The accusation shocks the entire team, and the girls rush to defend Minato, insisting there's no way he could be Chrono. Seeing their zeal to protect him, Shido starts suspecting that Yui and Sonata might be colluding with Chrono. When they try to protest, Shido argues that even though Chrono has saved many lives, he must surrender now to get leniency from the judge. Far better than being hunted down by the police. To back up his claims, Shido points out the timing of Chrono and Minato's appearances, their similar builds and abilities, and the fact that Minato is never around when Chrono shows up. He challenges the team, asking if they really think all this is just coincidence. With the room silent, Shido presses Minato for an answer, hoping he'll reveal his true identity. Just as Minato is about to respond, Sonata interrupts, showing a live broadcast on her phone. The Shadowbringers have taken over the broadcast station again. The video starts with Minato still in the room, and someone else steps forward and introduces themselves as Chrono, apologizing for the intrusion. The imposter Chrono addresses the growing public curiosity about the supposed power struggle between him and Minato. To settle the debate once and for all, he challenges Minato to a duel in broad daylight, leaving the entire world in utter shock. While the team reacts with disbelief, Shido wonders how Chrono could challenge Minato if they are actually the same person. Meanwhile, Sonate and Yuika begin to question their own suspicions, as the situation now seems completely nonsensical. Meanwhile, Ryuji and Rookie, unaware of the deeper implications, ask Minato what his plan is. Minato confidently assures them he will accept Chrono's challenge. A few hours later, the whole nation's eyes turn to Shibuya, where the long-awaited showdown between Kusanagi and Chrono is about to take place. With a mid-sized helicopter buzzing overhead, reporters describe the massive crowd gathered as if it were a major event. Authorities, aware of the fight's dangerous nature, have deployed agents likely ready to stop Chrono. While waiting for them to arrive, fans cheer loudly for their favorite fighter. Meanwhile, Ryuji remarks on how the fight has turned into a full-blown media sensation. His teammates present social media stats and live broadcast viewership numbers to show just how viral the event has become. Shido, on the other hand, quietly observes, trying to unravel Minato's true intentions, hoping Minato will make a mistake since there's no turning back now. Close to the arena, Janati and Riku run into Toshiru, who has unexpectedly come to watch the battle. Curious, they ask why he's here. Toshiru replies that this is a fight he simply must witness firsthand. Just as he finishes speaking, a brilliant light flashes in the sky above the arena. As the crowd wonders what it could be, a burst of blue energy suddenly descends, nearly striking the helicopter and triggering a massive explosion that almost sends some spectators flying. When the dust settles, the fake leader of the Shadowbringers, Chrono, materializes. The media instantly broadcast his arrival. Shido, stunned that Chrono actually showed up, starts doubting his earlier theory. Sonata and Yuika also begin to reconsider their suspicions, now questioning if Minato and Chrono might actually be separate people. Moments before the fight starts, Minato exhales deeply, admitting that although he usually dislikes making a spectacle, it now seems unavoidable. As the fake Chrono remains silent, Minato decides to skip the petty talk and jump straight into the fight. With thousands of spectators watching, Minato kicks off the battle by activating null magic, the inorganic cannon, a high-level spell. In response, the fake Chrono counters with dark magic, Chaos Crow. When the two attacks collide, the shockwave is so powerful the helicopter pilot has to pull away from the line of fire, ignoring the reporters' desperate pleas to get closer, risking a crash and death. As the initial blasts fade, both sides charge at each other and clash fists, officially starting the fight. They then engage in a fierce fist fight and continue to. They clash multiple times, both fighters matching each other's energy, before finally taking a break to switch to magic. When it's time to unleash magic, the fake Chrono activates a level 9 lightning spell, Piercing Thunder, and launches it directly at Minato. Though Minato escapes unscathed, he complains silently about the fake Chrono not holding back and messing up his clothes without saying a word. The fake Chrono follows up with a second attack, a level 7 earth spell aimed at Minato, hoping to crush him. To defend against the comet-like attack, Minato activates a level new magic shield with the help of a magical fairy. He places it between himself and the magical comet, watching as the shield shatters the comet into fragments. With the comet gone, Minato turns to the fairy who just helped him erect such a powerful barrier, congratulating her and playfully tickling her for also using neo-magic. Around this time, the spectators, who had just witnessed Minato summon aid from an unknown fairy, erupted in cheers and excitement, while some of the tougher kids talked about no longer worrying about the magical nobles, because Chrono and Minato clearly operated on an entirely different level. Meanwhile, some of Minato's admirers fainted from the overwhelming aura and presence he'd been radiating so far, and Janata, ever annoyed, tells Riku and Toshiru that those null magic users, she calls clueless idiots, are always trying to show off their flashy spells. Hearing this, Riku reminds her that both Chrono and Minato are capable of wielding level 9 magic. But then Janata adds on, noting their mana reserves are just as bizarre as their extensive spell knowledge. Even while using high-level magic, the fact that they still have mana left for other spells is simply mind-blowing. However, Toshiru says Minato's magic stands out more because his continuous magic, which he claims is way better than theirs, flows like it has its own will. Janata chimes in that there are barely any mages who can handle continuous magic, let alone automatic magic on top of that. Still, considering Minato's freakish physical strength, Toshiru explains it's very likely Minato is using magic not only to boost his body but also to power up his attacks and defenses. Right then, Janata asks Toshiru if he means Minato is like a wall of magic power, and Toshiru agrees. Probably. That annoys her. When asked why he's so doubtful about Minato and Chrono's strength, Toshiru says their magic is just that, unpredictable. Basically, he means Minato and Chrono, whom he calls true monsters, have outclassed the magical nobles in every way. With all that said, the battle between Chrono and Minato hits its peak when Minato somehow catches the fake Chrono off guard while suspended in mid-air and kicks him to the ground. The moment the fake Chrono lands, he bounces back up to meet Minato, who is still airborne, leaving the other Smeite members, as well as the entire watching world, utterly stunned. With the fight raging on, Yuika, Ryuji, and Rua, they admit that at first they thought these guys were tough, but now that they've seen they had even more tricks up their sleeves. They understand why those curious onlookers are so drawn to them. Checking the online stats, Tsunade informs the rest of SMT that the battle's popularity keeps soaring across every live streaming platform and social media site. Shido, who's also monitoring the numbers, remarks that now the battle's buzz has peaked. It's being watched worldwide. Meanwhile, scenes flicker across the globe, New York, South Korea, and other major cities, where people are glued to their phones, watching the live broadcast of the fierce duel between the two most powerful mages on Earth, Chrono and Minato Kusanagi. After treating audiences with a spectacular exchange of blows, Minato finally acknowledges the fake Chrono for putting up a solid fight, and then declares it's over for him. But just when Minato thinks it's game over, the fake Chrono unleashes a Shadow Scythe, a dark magic spell of a high level. Aiming to finish things off, Minato uses a level 10 nullification spell for the first time, a giant hex, which not only dispels Chrono's Shadow Scythe, but also slams him into a nearby building. Right after witnessing the strike, the SMT members go wild over Minato using level 10 magic and displaying breathtaking magical power. With Yuika wondering just how strong Minato truly is, at that moment, Minato lunges at the half-defeated Chrono, making the news crew and the helicopter above track his every move. Suspecting this will be the final blow, despite their best efforts to keep up, the pilot tells the reporter that he simply can't match Minato's incredible speed. When the cameraman reports the video feed has cut out, the reporter loses it and scolds the poor guy for breaking the broadcast just as the battle reaches its peak. Meanwhile, Minato, upon reaching fake Chrono's position, pauses and lets his guard down slightly. Just when he's not watching, Chrono stretches out his hands towards Minato and begins casting a dark magic spell. However, just as the fake Chrono is about to unleash it, Minato tells him to cut the act, and the fake Chrono vanishes instantly. Once he's gone, Minato mutters to himself, relieved he successfully pulled off the ruse in front of everyone. Regarding the anti-monster gear Takigami made for him, Minato realizes it's pushed to its limit, since it can only withstand level 9 magic for a short time. He also reflects on how useful yet challenging clone magic is, noting that the duplicate he created, the fake Chrono, is far weaker than the real thing, and barely speaks. While Minato contemplates the aftermath, Takigami nearby is thanking her lucky stars everything went smoothly. Earlier, when she discovered Minato secretly was Chrono, she was shocked, never expected him to get this far. Since no one can cast 2 spells simultaneously, she figures Minato had very little time to reactivate duplicate, a spell of short duration, because he had to maintain a continuous spell constantly. There was no chance to cast anything else. That's why she set up anti-monster gear imbued with automated magic. By using equipment that casts spells on its own, even if someone is unconscious, it theoretically became possible to harness multiple forms of magic simultaneously. Despite knowing this, Takigami realizes Minato still needs immense magical power and precision to mentally control both selves, or else he might have lost his mind and attacked the audience, taking everything into account, while expending huge amounts of magic and maintaining control. Minato managed to stage a thrilling duel against himself. Only Ichigami Minato, she says, is capable of that level of brilliance. Once the match ends, Minato calls Leona, pretending to be Chrono, and tells her to stop blocking the broadcast. Leona asks if it's really over, and Minato confirms it. Then, using his true name, Minato addresses Leona and assures her no one will chase Chrono anymore after the stunt they pulled. Surprised, she admits she knew all along. Minato asks when she found out, and she confesses she's known for a while but saw no need to say anything. When asked why she's only telling him now, Leona answers that she feels today might be the last time she sees Chrono. Realizing she's right, Minato quietly praises her. After a brief pause, Leona thanks Chrono Minato for saving her, the world, and their teammates, saying she's glad he was there. With illegal mage crimes at an all-time low, Minato explains the Shadowbringers will halt their activities until the situation settles. Before ending the call, Leona offers to handle any of Minato's tasks at a family discount, and Minato says he'll call on her when needed. With that, they say goodbye and return to their regular lives. Just as Minato hangs up, his SMT subordinates rush over to him. Yuika asks about Chrono, and Ruka wonders if he's hurt. Minato tells them Chrono escaped, but will need some bandages and won't show his face anytime soon. Shido arrives next, embarrassed, apologizing for accusing Minato of being Chrono. Hearing this, Sanada and Yuika also apologize for doubting him, hoping for forgiveness. Minato feels guilty for deceiving them but urges them not to blame themselves. Everyone makes mistakes. Just as he's about to leave the arena, Hinata shouts again, asking no one in particular how Minato and Chrono got so strong. Realizing he's nowhere near their level, he admits he has to get stronger or he'll never catch up. While Hinata throws a tantrum, Toshiru, surprised that Minato still has energy, wonders how much magical power he truly possesses. Meanwhile, Minato reflects on how he proved Chrono and himself are separate, and lets out a relieved sigh knowing his act worked. Now that the BR has been abolished, he believes the Shadowbringers are no longer needed. Still, Kuroi's final words about being a pawn linger in his mind. For now, he's just glad the most pressing problem is solved. A few days after the battle, Minato begins promoting tea products, streaming training sessions with the SMT, launching merchandise collaborations, and appearing live on TV to discuss his awakening and intense training routine. One day at school, Minato found himself surrounded by girls wanting to shake his hand, hug him, or even marry him. Watching this, Ryuji, Ru, and Yuika wondered if their now famous leader was going to be alright. What they didn't realize was Minato was losing his mind from all the attention, seeing the girls as nothing but a huge hassle. Fed up, he jumped out of a window and bolted from the school, cursing Shido for pushing him into public appearances. Just when he thought he was safe, a swarm of admirers tracked him down and started chasing him. He spent most of the day running and begging them to leave him alone. Later at home, Ruka and Yuika checked in, asking if he was okay. Minato reassured them that he was fine. Then he asked about the move. They told him they had cleaned everything up while he was busy escaping. Thanking them, Minato listened as Yuika described their new place, a 3-bedroom apartment, meaning everyone would have their own room. Realizing they wouldn't be seeing Minato's sleepy face anymore, both girls blushed and looked away, leaving Minato puzzled by their reaction. His phone rang, and he stepped out onto the balcony to answer Takigami's call. She asked if he had time to talk, worried about the chaos that had just unfolded. Minato assured her things had gone smoothly thanks to her, though he admitted it was still unsettling. Takigami chuckled, saying that dealing with popularity was always tricky. Minato then told her to call any time, since she was not only a great friend, but also the only one who knew his true identity. Hearing this, Takigami thanked him for the offer before hanging up. Moments after the call, she took a selfie with 2 girls and silently wondered how to handle her own situation. Unfortunately, little information was given to explain what happened next. A few days later, dozens of new SMT recruits gathered at the MPD's training grounds, all hoping to join the same squad as the Miswar sisters under the flawless Captain Minato. Arriving there, Yuik expressed surprise at seeing more recruits than expected, but Ruka insisted they were only there because of Minato, nothing else. Either way, Ryuji pointed out that while they might be enthusiastic, He hoped they could handle Minato's brutal training or it would be game over for them. Soon, Minato graced the training grounds with his commanding presence, causing the recruits to swoon in awe at his appearance. As they showered him with compliments, Minato, tired of all the praise, released a formidable burst of magical pressure that stiffened their bodies, leaving them frozen with fear. Once they regained composure, Minato praised their endurance and revealed that although he had planned to take it easy on day one, he now saw no reason to hold back. The other SMT members knew their leader was angry, but the recruits had no clue. So, when Minato subjected them to his usual ruthless training, magical, physical, and mental, the recruits quickly wore down and began complaining. Some even accused him of harassing them until they'd give up. Just when they thought it was over, Yuik and the others kept launching spells against Minato's barrier. Seeing this, the recruits gasp in shock, realizing this goes far beyond any typical training. Finally, Minato wraps up the day's session and announces to everyone, including the recruits, that they'll be testing their magical power afterward. He gives them a 5-minute break before heading to the testing room. Watching Minato walk away like the training was nothing, the recruits conclude that Minato is a monster. Meanwhile, Ryuji and the Misu sisters reflect on their mistakes and start plotting how to improve for the next session. Seeing this, the recruits label them monsters too. Even a fan sheds tears as their sweet image of the Misu sisters crumbles. Moments later, the magical power of every CES member is measured. Yik has 120,000. Ruka, 118,000. Ryuji, 105,000. Sanada, 100,000. And Shido, 112,000. These figures shock the recruits, who wonder if SMT members are as powerful as magic nobles. Minato explains that Yuika's magical power was originally only 2,000, but through endless determination and hard work, she reached her current level. Inspired, a recruit asks if they could ever become that strong. Minato assures them it's possible if they are serious about it. Rejuvenated, the recruits strengthen their resolve to grow. After the speech, Minato reviews everyone else's magical scores and concludes they should be able to defeat a demon lord solo or a demon general as a team. Despite their progress, Minato knows it's still not enough. The demon king and demon god have yet to be faced. Distracted, Shido approaches, wanting to talk. Judging by his expression, Minato senses bad news is coming. Hours later, Minato stands in a suit, attending a collaboration event between the noble magicians and SMT, complaining about how stressful the party is. Before he can lose it, Shido, also in a suit, thanks him for showing up. Though Minato agrees collaboration is important, he wonders if the whole party was really necessary. Shido apologizes, explaining that the nobles probably see this event as a celebration of their return to power since the BR incident boosted the police's reputation. Realizing he can't dodge the event, Minato just sticks around and pretends to enjoy himself. After a brief quiet moment, Minato compliments Shido's suit. Nearby, Ryuji admits he thinks he doesn't look good in formal wear, refusing to let him doubt himself. Minato showers Ryuji with praise about his height and physique. Right then, Shido announces the girl's arrival. Yik steps in first, wearing a stunning bell-shaped dress, apologizing for the wait. Next is Ruka, dazzling in a long, tight midnight blue gown, also apologizing for being late. Then Sanada appears, twirling in a flowing light green dress, expressing surprise at how many people came to celebrate them. Yik turns to Minato and asks if it feels weird to see her dressed like this. Knowing exactly what to say, Minato tells her she looks even more beautiful than usual. Then he launches into over-the-top compliments for all three, causing them to blush at the complexity and charm of his praise. Watching it all, Ryuji concludes that Minato never holds back when it comes to compliments. Soon after, Janata approaches Minato with her usual grumpy humor, but this time she's dressed in a stunning red gown, flanked by Toshiru and Riku, both leaders of their noble families. Unable to hold back, Minato congratulates her just like he did with the others, which instantly annoys Janata and makes her demand he stop. Frustrated, she storms off with Riku, confused. Minato turns to Toshiru and asks why he's here. Toshiru reminds him of the promise to collaborate and that this event is part of that effort. Wanting to avoid small talk, Toshiru apologizes and leaves Minato stunned by his bluntness. The girls apologize for their father's brusque manner, explaining that he's just not one for chatting. Minato assures them he's not offended. Suddenly, a strange aura passes by, and he turns to investigate, spotting a girl in a long, black dress, Before he can speak to her, the host steps up to the stage, thanking everyone for coming and introducing the Night Stars, the SMT members, and the Magical Nobles. Finally, he presents the founder of the Magical Nobles and the head of the Magicians Association, Momoyu Hifumi, along with his esteemed daughter, Chloe Momoyu. Minato immediately recognizes Jifumi as the man he saw at Dotonbori. But more importantly, now that he knows the mysterious girl is Chloe, he's unsure of how to proceed. For now, he stays silent, watching as Momoyu Hifumi climbs the podium to address the gathering. Once on stage, Momoyu formally introduces himself and opens by acknowledging the current monster crisis plaguing the country. He then highlights the alliance between the magical nobles and the SMT as the ultimate solution to this threat. To restore public trust in the noble magicians, Jifumi pledges to safeguard global peace and foster prosperity for all magicians. He wraps up his speech to a thunderous round of applause. After seeing Jifumi speak, Minato compliments him on delivering a clear and well-crafted message. Then he notices Chloe, Jifumi's daughter, smiling at him and wonders what's behind it. Regardless, Jifumi approaches the SMT and assures them the magical nobles will collaborate closely to protect the nation. Turning toward Minato with a smile, he expresses his eagerness to work together. As they shake hands, Minato returns the gesture while discreetly assessing Jifumi's magical power. So far, Minato thinks the man has kept up his training. His power level remains impressive. In fact, Minato could swear Jifumi hasn't changed since the first time he saw him 50 years ago. As memories flood back, Minato recalls the day he met young Takigami and Jifumitos at the Mage training grounds. Back then, the Magicians Association was welcoming new cadets, and Ichigami Minato, the great sage, was in charge of their training. During their first session, Ichigami boldly challenged the cadets to attack him all at once. But one cadet, the young Mumu Jifumi, shouted defiantly, calling him a bastard and warning not to underestimate him. Hearing this, the young Takigami Shisuku scolded Jifumi for disrespecting a living legend in such a way. Still, Jifumi stood firm, saying he didn't care who Ichigami was. He was going to smash that arrogant face into the ground alongside Takigami, the one controlling water magic while he wielded dark magic. Jifumi launched an attack, but Ichigami, unfazed, blocked it effortlessly with a basic level 1 spell, only fueling Jifumi's frustration. Ignoring the outburst, Ichigami conjured wooden spears with an earth spell to take down each cadet. Once the dust settled, many gave up on their dreams, stunned that he countered a level 4 spell so easily. Knowing the true strength of the attack, Ichigami admitted he had held back, expecting many to quit as usual. But to his surprise, Jifumi stood up and declared the fight was far from over, saying it had only just begun. Takigami, equally determined, joined him. The two prepared for another round, and Ichigami, pleased to witness their true potential, allowed them to strike again. Despite their full effort, they were ultimately defeated and realized just how monstrously powerful Ichigami really was. With most cadets out of the picture, Ichigami admired the two who remained standing. He ended the session and urged them to rest. But as he turned, Jifumi launched a dark magic attack, declaring their battle was not over and vowing to defeat him one day before collapsing. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Ichigami felt confident this boy would grow into a great mage. When Takigami tried to attack again, he acknowledged the Mage Association had just gained 2 fascinating new members. As Jifumi fainted, he swore to surpass Ichigami Minato. Ichigami simply told him he'd be waiting for that day. And with that, the flashback ended. Back in the present, Minato, the reincarnation of Ichigami, reflects on how that passionate kid became a powerful man with wealth and influence. For a moment, he considers revealing his identity to Jifumi, but recalls Takigami's warning and decides against it. Moments later, the SMT is formally introduced, and guests are encouraged to mingle. Just as Minato thinks he's free, Chloe approaches him, introduces herself, and says she's been interested in meeting him for some time. He compliments her as a mage and says he'd be happy to chat. Chloe laughs at the praise but humbly admits she's not on his level. Minato agrees. She doesn't seem to possess vast magical power or strong elemental control, but there's something about her that feels off. Something he can't quite put his finger on. For now, Chloe says she hopes they get along. Trusting her instincts, Minato thoughtfully considers his response. Nearby, Ru and Yuika feel uneasy watching Chloe and Minato talk. Realizing it's probably just introductions, they try not to overthink it. Around this time, Chloe tells Minato she looks forward to working with him, and he says he feels the same. As they shake hands, Chloe senses his magic and notes that she's glad he's a good guy. With nothing more to add, she assures him they'll meet again soon and walks away. The next day at school, Minato endures the usual harassment from the girls. Just as he's about to lose patience, the teacher enters and asks everyone to calm down for the arrival of a new exchange student. Moments later, Mumu Chloe steps in. After introducing herself as a student at Kamui Magic Academy, she takes her seat, leaving Minato completely stunned, since he never imagined she'd transfer to his school. The moment the other students catch sight of her, they instantly recognize the beautiful girl as Chloe Mumu from the event the day before. Some even mention this is the first time they've seen anyone from the Mumu conglomerate show up publicly, making it all the more uncommon. Shortly after her introduction, the teacher leads her to the empty seat beside Minato, and Chloe obeys without hesitation. As the class carries on, Minato quietly tells Chloe he never expected her to transfer here, but Chloe reminds him that she promised they'd see each other soon. So here she is. Throughout the entire class, Minato keeps a watchful eye on the mysterious Chloe, sitting next to him until it ends. Right after class, all the boys and girls in the room can't help but stare at Chloe in awe. Around that time, Yik comments on Chloe's instant popularity, pointing out how the very guys who usually tease now flock around her. When Rook and Ryuji enter the classroom, both wonder what Chloe could be thinking, since they never expected her to actually transfer. Given how quickly the transfer happened right after the event, Yuka suspects there's a deeper reason, saying the timing is just too perfect to be a coincidence. After some quiet talk about tensions with the noble mages, Ryuji hopes Chloe's arrival isn't part of another scheme. For now, Minato and his team decide to keep a close watch on Chloe. About an hour later, Minato and the others are stunned when Shido announces that Chloe Mumu will be joining the SMT. Surprised, one of them asks, "Why is she there?" Shido explains that to strengthen ties with the noble mages, higher-ups decided Chloe would serve as a bridge between both sides. He adds that by having her join SMT, they aim to build trust between the two groups. When Chloe gets a chance to speak, she introduces herself as Mumu's daughter and says she hopes everyone treats her well. Hearing her warm tone, Yuika softens and welcomes her with a handshake. While the girls chat, Shido turns to Minato and apologizes for the sudden announcement, saying it was a direct order. Minato assures him it's fine, admitting he half expected something like this once the partnership was revealed. Relieved, Shido nods, though he continues watching Minato a bit longer, knowing he still needs to size her up. Minato puts Chloe through the usual grueling training alongside the others, even when he ramps up the intensity, leaving recruits exhausted and complaining. Chloe not only keeps up, but outperforms Yuik and the rest without showing any signs of fatigue. Every time Yuik tries to catch up, she falls short. Chloe is clearly on a whole other level. In the following drills, she powers through effortlessly. During the break, while the others catch their breath and congratulate each other, Chloe asks if it's really time to rest, claiming she still has plenty of energy to spare. Yik, stunned, wonders how Chloe isn't affected by the brutal training they barely managed to endure. Without waiting for an answer, Chloe approaches Minato and remarks on how tough his training regimen really is. Minato wonders if it sounds old-fashioned, but Chloe disagrees. She says the training actually makes perfect sense. Strengthening the body boosts combat skills, and casting magic when you're physically drained enhances technique and potential. With Minato's Spartangent-style motivational shouts pushing them, she feels like everything's falling perfectly into place. Realizing she's right, Minato praises her sharp insight, and Chloe proudly reminds him she's right there with them. Soon, Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji admit Chloe's strength and ask if they can learn from her. Chloe commends their dedication, saying she always believed the SMD members were dependable. As their conversation wraps up, Chloe turns back to Minato and keeps chatting with him. Meanwhile, Yuika starts feeling uneasy about Chloe's charm, noticing how popular she is with guys, girls, and maybe even Minato, knowing Chloe might be stronger than them. Yuika fears she might end up siding with Minato instead. Wrestling with the thought, she and her sister shake their heads, trying to convince themselves Minato won't betray them. Still, they can't help but glare at Chloe, who keeps happily chatting with Minato, wishing she were a bit more thoughtful. With this new alliance between SMT and the noble mages, Minato notices that although catastrophes happen often, the nobles now respond faster than before. Also, Thanks to the expansion into these new regions, there's been a clear drop in casualties. Even with disasters on the rise, Minato knows they have to stay alert